Chapter 1527. Buzz. The purple gold divine sword on the ground began to vibrate. Rays of sword chi were emitted from the sword and a chilling aura swept across the area. The extreme Dao holy sword broke through the void and shot out from the void. Many people saw that scene, but no one dared to go up and collect the holy sword. This supreme sacred weapon had already nurtured a god. Even if a supreme sage were to come personally, he would have to expend a lot of effort to subdue it. At this moment, the supreme sacred sword began to show signs of awakening. This shocked all the experts in the wildlands. It seemed like someone was summoning the sacred sword. Swoosh! The moment the purple gold divine sword appeared, Overlord Shin King, who was sitting on his throne in the Yi clan's ancient city, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. The entire void suddenly lit up, and all the higher-ups of the Yi clan couldn't open their eyes. The 2 rays of divine light flashed, and Overlord Shin King stood up abruptly. "All right, let's go." The Yi clan had already made all the preparations to leave the wildlands. However, they had already missed the gate of heaven and earth. This time, they wouldn't miss it. The upper echelons of the Yi clan immediately sprang into action, activating the formations in the city, and an ancient aura emanated from the city. This ancient city had existed for an unknown period of time. Perhaps it was built by the first generation of the Yi clan's ancestors, but today, it had been refined into something like a magic treasure. Rumble! The ancient city shook and slowly rose into the sky. The entire area was in chaos. The experts of the Yi clan stood in every corner of the city. Everyone worked together to move the entire ancient city. The Yi clan's ancient city rose into the sky and moved in the direction of the purple gold divine sword. All the old antiques knew that the purple gold divine sword was acting strangely because they had been staring at the sword all the time. Although an ultimate saint weapon would make people envious, an ultimate saint weapon with an owner was a terrifying killing weapon to those who dared to lay their hands on a saint weapon. The Yi clan seems to be making a big move. What is the Yi family doing? The commotion caused by the Yi family was too great, and it was impossible for it not to attract the attention of others. An ancient city was moving in the sky, millions and millions of formation patterns lingering around it. Everywhere it passed, heaven and earth trembled. Buzz! A sword hum shook the 9 heavens. The purple gold divine sword that was buried in the ground suddenly shot up into the sky. Then, it stopped in the sky, and the dazzling sword light flashed. The void around the purple gold divine sword rippled. The sword light that rushed out from the divine sword cut through the void. A ripple crossed the boundary and ancient runes appeared in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Someone was crossing realms to summon this supreme sacred sword. Moreover, this wasn't a simple summon. Someone wanted to connect the 2 realms. The Yi clan's ancient city is heading in that direction. Someone immediately made the connection. Then, the already despairing antiques were stirred once more. Someone was going to use force to make the door of heaven and earth reappear. This time, there was no threat of the supreme sacred power. If the door of heaven and earth reappeared, then anyone could leave this wild world. Thinking of this, everyone was so excited that they almost fainted. Rumble! The sword light emitted by the purple gold divine sword became stronger and stronger. Ancient runes appeared around the purple gold divine sword, and the void rippled like water. Someone realized that the ancient runes were guiding the power of the purple gold divine sword. Rays of sword light entered the trembling void. This was the sword light emitted by the supreme sacred sword. Every ray of sword light was enough to destroy a mountain. The power of the purple gold divine sword didn't leak out. It was all guided into the void. In next to no time, the rippling space began to collapse, and then a pitch-black spatial passageway gradually formed. A strand of energy from the outside world surged into the wildlands. It really is the door of heaven and earth. This time, all the experts in the wild world were extremely excited. The legendary door of heaven and earth that could connect the 2 realms had appeared again. Swoosh! Silhouettes flickered. Some old antiques couldn't wait any longer. They turned into a beam of divine light and charged into the opening spatial passage in the sky. Without any mishaps, that old antique safely entered the legendary door of heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, no one could sit still. Silhouettes flickered continuously as the old antiques rushed over and entered the spatial passage in the sky. This was the only way to leave the wild world. The news spread quickly. All the powerful races in the wild world received the news. The door of heaven and earth reopened. Any cultivator who cultivated to the point of being able to fly could enter and leave this place. However, not all the races knew that the wild world was actually a cage of heaven and earth. Some of the races that knew of this secret began to take action. Rumble. The second human ancient city rose into the sky. Billions of runes appeared on its surface. This was the ancient city of the Li family in the wild world. It was also an ancient city with an incomparably long history. The city walls were riddled with scars left behind by blades, spears, swords, and halberds. They had weathered countless storms, but they still stood tall. At this time, the city was uprooted and flying into the sky. There were also many experts of the Yi clan standing in various places in the city. Divine light soared into the sky, and the entire ancient city emitted an extremely powerful ripple. With the departure of the primal chaos dragon cave and the beast emperor mountain, there was no one left in the wild world capable of contending with the humans. Wherever the ancient city passed, the other races retreated. If it weren't for that heaven-dominating Shin King's message, we wouldn't have been so lucky. The Yi family patriarch stood atop the city walls, looking in the direction of the violet gold god's word. The Yi family has produced heaven-dominating Shin King, and now they have Yi Wuji. They're going to rise to prominence. An old man with white hair and a beard stood behind the patriarch. Next to the old man stood a youth with an ancient sword on his back. This youth was the human cultivator that Yi Wuji had invited to make things difficult for Gu Fei. Qingyi, you have to work hard. Don't let the Yi family completely suppress our Li family. Yes, Qingyi will do her best. The youth with the sword on his back replied. Li Qingyi was a name that had always been mentioned alongside Yi Wuji. The Yi family had produced a pair of genius siblings, while the Li family had produced a genius. Among the younger generation of the Li family, only Li Qingyi was as famous as Yi Wuji. Target equals _ Chapter 1528. Rumble. The human race's ancient city soared through the skies of the wildlands. Many of the foreign races that had good relations with the humans soared into the skies and joined the humans. This was probably the last time the gate of heaven and earth would appear. Some people had already thought of something. This extreme Dao sacred sword was purposely left behind by those people. Since they had already missed the first opportunity, no cultivator would be willing to miss the second one. Buzz. The extreme Dao sacred sword hovered high up in the sky, constantly emitting powerful sword qi. The sword qi was guided by the spatial passage, causing the void to tremble. The Buddhist energy did not appear, causing the experts in the wildlands to heave a sigh of relief. Previously, it was the Buddhist energy that resisted the extreme Dao sacred sword, causing everyone to be unable to approach the gate of heaven and earth. People continued to rush in from all directions, entering the gate of heaven and earth, disappearing into the spatial passage. At this time, on the other side of the spatial passage, a great battle was taking place. The entire heavens and earth shook as the extreme Dao sacred sword clashed. No one wanted to fight with the extreme Dao sacred sword. Once the extreme Dao sacred sword was used, even though this heaven and earth was created by the Buddhist sovereign, it would still be destroyed. The heavenly Buddha Dao was a Buddhist heritage in the mortal world. If it was destroyed, it was equivalent to the end of the Buddhist heritage in the mortal world. The Buddhists would not be able to bear such a loss. Dang! A melodious bell sound rang out from the peak of Mount Meru, spreading throughout the entire heavenly Buddha Dao sacred sword. This was the Buddhist chant bell displaying its divine might. The sound of the bell could shake one's spirit, awakening those who had fallen into a state of frenzy. Buzz! A jade-green Buddhist commandment blade hovered at the peak of Mount Meru, emitting a terrifying saber chi that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was the extreme Dao sacred sword, the green jade commandment blade. At the peak of Mount Meru, There was also a Buddhist lamp that emitted boundless Buddhist radiance, illuminating the entire heavenly Buddha Dao sacred sword. The three extreme Dao sacred weapons clashed against the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern, causing the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern to not dare to act rashly. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave were also very apprehensive towards the Buddhist sections. The appearance of the three great Buddhist weapons made them feel uneasy. How could the Buddhist sects here be so powerful? In the wildlands, the Buddhist sect had long been extinct, but in the heavenly Buddhist Tao, the billions of living beings only respected the Buddhist Tao, not the foreign sects. The Buddhist Tao was the only one here. There was no point in comparing the two. Both sides had their misgivings. The greater demons and ferocious beasts fought amongst the Buddhist experts. This was a storm that came from the desolate wilderness. Every greater demon possessed incomparably powerful combat strength. The great demons and ferocious beasts from the untainted world were all battle-hardened and had rich combat experience. They were beyond the imagination of the great virtues of the heavenly Buddha sect. Roar! With a roar, the green WRM that was fighting with the gold-bodied Luohan swung its tail, sending the gold-bodied Luohan flying as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for the Buddhist's Vajra indestructible body mysterious art, the golden-bodied Arhat's body and soul would have been destroyed by the flood dragon's attack. Kill! The gold-bodied Luohan was incomparably valiant, his golden blood surging to the skies. Wielding the Vajra, he charged over from afar, emitting a saint-grade aura. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, this saint weapon of the Buddhist sect began to awaken. On the Vajra, numerous Buddhist runes appeared, as though a Buddhist saint was awakening. Pang! The powerful flood dragon was directly sent flying by the gold-bodied Vajra, suffering a heavy injury. His entire body was torn apart, almost on the verge of exploding. The physiques of greater demons and ferocious beasts were much stronger than humans. This was an innate advantage. Since the flood dragon's cultivation was successful, his physique was strong. Although he suffered a heavy injury, he did not die. Saint weapon? The flood dragon stared at the Vajra in the hands of the gold-bodied Arhat, shocked. This human's weapon was actually a saint weapon. How was he going to fight this? The gold-bodied Luohan did not hesitate to expend his essence energy to activate this saint weapon. In fact, it was not easy for him. Even if he could defeat the flood dragon, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Shwa! The flood dragon immediately retreated. He was not a match for the other party with a saint weapon. The gold-bodied Arhat rushed forward with the saint weapon in his hand. More and more greater demons were hit by the Vajra, directly exploding into a cloud of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Umph! A cold laugh came from the top of the Beast King Mountain. After that, a violent aura erupted from the peak of the mountain, and the shadow of a beast soared into the sky, pouncing down from the Beast King Mountain. Boom! An ancient beast wielding a white bone clashed head-on with the gold-bodied Arhat. The power of a saint was overwhelming, and the void around them was collapsing. The gold-bodied Arhat with the Vajra was blocked. A saint bone! The gold-bodied Arhat was shocked to the extreme. The other party actually used a bone to block his attack. It seemed to be a large bone, and there were many divine runes of the great Tao imprinted on it. The saint bone was in the hands of a divine ape covered in golden hair. The divine ape's golden fiery eyes were staring at the gold-bodied Arhat. The beast race and the demon race joined forces, and the flood dragon was defeated, but the divine ape came out from the Beast King Mountain. If Gu Fei was here, he would be indescribably shocked to see this divine ape, because this divine ape emitted the power of metal essence, and looked exactly the same as the golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong. The golden spiritual ape clan in the heaven realm had once produced an extreme supremacy. Although there were not many members in the clan, every one of them was a great expert. Especially Yuan Hong, he was the son of a supremacy, and the blood of a supremacy flowed in his veins. The strength of his bloodline was unparalleled. However, this divine ape was definitely not Yuan Hong. Perhaps this divine ape had the bloodline of the golden spiritual ape clan, and had cultivated a metal divine ability. Kill! The The gold-bodied Arhat's fighting spirit was unparalleled. The Vajra in his hand emitted a resplendent Buddhist light, and numerous 10,000 Buddhist seals circled around the Vajra. Bang! The golden Buddhist light directly pierced through the void and slashed towards the golden divine ape. This was the power of a saint, and it was enough to change anyone's expression. The golden divine ape roared angrily, and his body flickered with golden light, as if he had turned into a golden sun. He waved the divine bone in his hand and smashed it forward. All the experts who were fighting nearby turned pale with fright and tacitly retreated far away. This was a battle between saints. Anyone who touched it would be smashed to pieces. The Vajra emitted a saint aura, and the surrounding experts vomited blood as they retreated. Only the golden divine ape remained fearless. Boom! The Vajra and the divine bone collided again, and an earth-shattering sound erupted. The power of saints directly shattered the void, and a black hole was blasted between the two experts. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1529. Indestructible Martial Saint. Chapter 1537. The Crisis of Mount Meru. The Buddhist Vajra used his sacred weapon. It was invincible, but a metal element ferocious beast rushed out from the Beast King Mountain, wielding a sacred bone, and clashed with the Vajra Arhat. The sacred bone in the golden godly ape's hand was definitely the bone of a fallen sacred-level existence. The bone was branded with the divine runes of the great Tao, and it contained sacred energy, which could contend with a sacred weapon. Boom! The sacred bone and the Vajra collided again, and the void instantly shattered. Chaotic chi burst out, and the golden godly ape and the golden Arhat were both sent flying. Rumble! The ground was shaking, and under the impact of the sacred-level power, the ground undulated like a water wave, and deep cracks appeared on the ground. This was a battle of equal strength, and both experts had sacred weapons in their hands, so it was difficult for them to completely suppress each other. Although the golden godly ape had the cultivation of a mighty existence, it did not transform into a human, but fought in its most primitive form and cultivated the supreme beast Tao. Just as the beast race and the demon race joined hands to attack the Buddhist sect, in the depths of a mountain 10,000 li away, Gu Fei and He Tian used all their strength to control the three-boundary monument, and with the help of the violet gold godly sword, they communicated with the wild world, and opened up a space tunnel between the two worlds. Boss, should we move the exit of the space tunnel to Mount Meru? He Tian said with a smirk. He did not have a good impression of those baldies. Not a bad idea. Gu Fei heard this. If they moved the space tunnel near Mount Meru, the Buddhist sect would be in big trouble. With this thought in mind, Gu Fei and Mai Tian immediately joined forces and shot out the Three Boundaries Monument. The Three Boundaries Monument immediately turned into a ray of divine light and rushed out of the mountain. The Three Boundary Monument traveled 100,000 li, and like a meteorite, it fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud bang, a stone monument fell from the sky and landed on a small mountain only a few hundred li away from Mount Meru, and created a huge pit in the mountain. What is that? On Mount Meru, the Buddhist experts guarding the legendary number 1 sacred mountain of Buddhism immediately discovered the existence of the ancient monument and were all extremely shocked. Buzz. At this moment, the void above the three-world monument rumbled. Ancient runes appeared in the void and a pitch-black hole appeared between the heaven and earth. This is, when the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru saw this scene, they were all taken aback. Could it be that the other party was going to attack here? Swoosh. Just as the spatial passageway appeared, a powerful figure rushed out from it. A violent aura immediately filled the air. This was a great demon. Although it had taken human form, its skin was covered with a layer of green scales. Ha! After the great demon rushed out of the spatial passage, he threw his head back and laughed. His voice shook the sky, causing the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru hundreds of miles away to be secretly shocked. I'm finally out, I've finally left that damned place. The great demon was extremely excited, but very quickly he was awakened by the aura of the extreme Tao. On Mount Meru, the aura of the 3 extreme Tao Buddhist weapons caused the great demon to change his expression. This is, The great demon looked around and could not help but cry out. The exit of the Heaven and Earth Gate was actually near the legendary Mount Meru. Mount Meru, the divine mountain where the ancient Buddhist lord achieved his Tao. In ancient times, the invincible name of the ancient Buddhist lord was known by everyone. This great demon was an old antique in the desolate world, and knew many secrets. Sush. Just as the great demon sensed that something was wrong, a Buddha figure rushed out from Mount Meru and quickly flew towards the great demon. Which evil demon dares to trespass on Mount Meru? A distance of a few hundred li was nothing to an almighty expert. They could cross it in an instant. The powerful Buddha figure closed in. This great demon was not a benevolent person, nor did he come from the chaotic dragon cave. He was a loner, and after living for so many years, no one dared to yell in front of him. Bang! The newcomer immediately unleashed a huge golden palm towards the great demon below. The golden Buddha's palm enveloped the entire heaven and earth, emitting a terrifying Buddhist power. You're courting death. Although the great demon had some misgivings, he was not a weakling that could be bullied. He directly clawed upwards, and a green claw shot out from his hand. Boom! The Buddha's hand and the sharp claws collided, causing the void to tremble. The newcomer was sent flying by the Great Yao's attack while the Great Yao was forced to take a step back. Up on Mount Meru, the Buddhist disciples who saw this scene were all shocked. What a good demon! The Buddhist expert shouted, and his body surged with Buddhist aura, emitting a dazzling golden Buddhist aura. He stabilized his body in the void, and then rushed back towards the great demon. However, at that moment, another figure rushed out of the spatial passageway. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The one who rushed out from the spatial passage was neither a human nor a demon, but a fierce beast. Moreover, it was an ancient fierce beast. Scarlet scales like divine flames, a ferocious head, and a body the size of a small hill. This was an ancient beast that looked like an ancient divine beast, the Fire Qilin. This ancient beast did not come from the Beast King Mountain. In its body, there was the blood of the Fire Qilin. Moreover, the bloodline of an ancient divine beast had been activated, causing this fierce beast to show signs of atavism. Fire Qilin? When the great demon saw this fierce beast, he could not help but be shocked. This fellow was even more ferocious than him, and its baleful aura made the great demon's heart palpitate. At this time, the Buddhist expert had already stopped. With the arrival of the Fire Qilin, the situation became very unfavorable for the Buddhists. The arrival of two powerful ancient beasts and ancient demons caused the experts on Mount Meru to become nervous. Swish! Silhouettes flashed, and 3 beams of Buddhist light rushed out from Mount Meru. Each beam of Buddhist light wrapped around a figure, and a Buddhist Vedanta rushed out. However, just as the ancient Fire Qilin beast came out of the space tunnel, another figure appeared in the space tunnel. Another powerful being rushed out of the space tunnel. The experts of the Buddhist sects felt their hearts turn cold. The fiends that came out from the spatial passage were more ferocious and powerful than the previous. All of them had the strength and cultivation of almighties. These were the lonesome old-timers of the wildlands. One by one, they emerged from the spatial passageway, and before long, more than a dozen terrifying figures appeared in the area. All the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru were dumbfounded. More than 10 almighty experts. Such a force was enough to run amok in the entire human realm. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1530. Chapter 1538. The Indestructible Martial Saints Attack. Gu Fei and He Tian moved the exit of the spatial tunnel to a place several hundred kilometers away from Mount Meru. The old-timers of the wildlands rushed out of the spatial tunnel one after another. More than a dozen almighty experts appeared at the same time, their combined might filling heaven and earth as if they were facing an army of thousands upon thousands of men and horses. What's going on? Where did so many experts come from? The experts guarding Mount Meru were flabbergasted. The ancient beasts and primordial demons that had appeared earlier had given them a sense of crisis, but now the enemy's experts were attacking the base of Mount Meru. Rumble! A powerful fluctuation of Buddhist energy erupted from Mount Meru as a golden dragon rushed out from the top of Mount Meru. The powerful pressure caused the group of almighties from the wildlands to be startled. When the golden dragon came close, the dragon's shadow dissipated, and a figure emerged from the Buddha's light. It was a powerful figure, bare-chested, with an enormous golden dragon coiled around his body. The dragon's head was in front of his chest, and Buddhist light swirled around it. The image of a dragon subduing Arhat was faintly discernible. The Buddhist schools. The old-timers from the wildlands were both shocked and enraged. Back in the day, it was the ancient Buddhist lord who had trapped them in the wildlands. Never in their wildest dreams would they have guessed that the Buddhist schools in the wildlands had long since declined, but the Buddhist schools here were flourishing. Even the legendary Mount Meru was right in front of them. The sight of the 3 Buddhist weapons hovering in the air above Mount Meru struck fear into the hearts of the old-timers. However, to their slight relief, the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Caverns forces were fighting and restraining the 3 Buddhist armaments. After learning of the current situation, the dozen old-timers charged at the 2 Buddhist experts, their ferocious auras filling heaven and earth. Rumble. The combined auras of a dozen old-timers caused heaven and earth to shake, as if an army of thousands of men and horses were charging at them. The Arhat subduing dragon let out a roar of rage as the golden dragon imprinted on his body flew up and transformed into an enormous golden dragon that lunged toward the dozen old-timers. It's just a dragon soul. One of the greater demons rushed forward and unleashed a great mystic art. Boundless demonic chi spread out, and within the demonic chi, a gigantic shadow of a beast rushed out, devouring the incoming golden dragon in a single gulp. This great demon's original body was a sky tyrant beast. It had the power to spit out the heavens and cultivated the alive slain method. It was incomparably powerful. However, that huge beast image exploded with a boom, and a golden dragon image rushed out from the body of the sky tyrant beast. This great fiend Batin was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of fiend blood. He was actually defeated right from the start. That golden dragon soul was not ordinary and could injure the fiend race's supreme beings. Sush. The Arhat subduing dragon rushed forward in an attempt to kill great fiend Batin on the spot. His golden fist emitted boundless Buddhist power, as if a golden sun was blooming. However, the ancient fire Qilin rushed forward and directly punched out, colliding head-on with the Arhat subduing dragon. Both experts were sent flying thousands of feet away by the force of their opponent's attack. Preposterous! Great Fiend Baishan's entire body was filled with a mighty demonic chi. He had just suffered a blow, but his injured body was rapidly recovering. In an instant, he had returned to his peak state. He had been careless just now and had severely underestimated the combat strength of the Arhat subduing dragon. That Great Fiend Baishan's killing intent soared to the sky as he directly pounced toward another supreme being of the Buddhist clan. He used the alive slain method, and endless demonic chi shrouded the surroundings. The shadow of a beast appeared in the void. Dominate the heavens and earth. Great Fiend Batin roared angrily. The huge beast that had appeared from the demonic chi immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the supreme being of the Buddhist clan. Sush. The supreme being of the Buddhist clan immediately retreated. He clearly did not have the combat strength of the Arhat subduing dragon. It would be difficult for him to fight against such a great demon. What caused the supreme being of the Buddhist clan to despair was that there were more than 10 powerful existences like Great Fiend Batin. Several great demons rushed forward and used the alive slain method to intercept the supreme being of the Buddhist clan. There was no suspense. There was only one ending for the supreme being of the Buddhist clan, and that was death. Golden Buddha blood sprinkled from the sky and dyed the ground golden. Several ancient beasts and great demons attacked together and directly killed the supreme being of the Buddhist clan on the spot. Although the supreme being of the Buddhist clan on Mount Meru saw this scene, it was already too late to save him. Everyone has the right to punish the heretical demons. Fellow Buddhists, let's do it. A Buddhist chant rang out from Mount Meru. Then an old monk with a glowing face walked out. The old monk stood at the peak of the mountain and raised his hand. A ball of Buddhist light flew out from his hand and instantly enlarged, turning into a transparent light shield that shrouded the group of old antiques. A wave of saint-grade fluctuations spread out from the transparent Buddha light shield. Crap, it's a holy weapon. None of the old antiques that had lived in the wildlands for countless years were simple fellows. As soon as they saw that the situation wasn't right, they rushed out in all directions in an attempt to avoid the Buddhist light shield descending from the sky. However, the Buddhist light shield in the sky seemed to be able to expand without limit. It enveloped the entire area, including the group of old antiques. It's that Buddhist weapon, the glazed Buddhist light shield. One of the old antiques recognized the origin of the holy weapon and was shocked beyond belief. How could this holy weapon still be passed down? The legends about it had long since been destroyed. Even the taming dragon Arhat was enveloped by the Buddhist light shield. Hurry up and let us out, or we'll kill this bald donkey. A great demon roared. The dozen old antiques were both shocked and enraged. They surrounded the taming dragon Arhat, ready to swarm him at any moment. Being stared at by so many almighty experts would cause even a half-sage to shudder, not to mention that the taming dragon Arhat wasn't even a half-sage yet. His cultivation base and strength were at least at the 5th level. This was the strength of an almighty emperor. Sacrificing oneself to slay demons is the fearless spirit of our war Buddha. The old monk at the peak of Mount Meru clearly wouldn't agree to the request of the wildlands old-timers. Very well, then let's do it. The taming dragon Arhat said coldly, then attacked. The other ancient beasts and primal demons followed suit, unleashing all sorts of deadly techniques to drown the taming dragon Arhat. The old antiques were very decisive. There was no way the Buddhists would let them go, so they might as well kill as many of them as they could. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1531. Indestructible Martial Saint. Chapter 1539. Buddhist treasure suppressing the ancient beastin Mount Meru. This elder Buddha clearly had a transcendent status. Heavenly Monk Dharma was the strongest expert of the Heavenly Buddha sect. Following his disappearance, the rankings of the Heavenly Buddha sect had changed. Although this old monk was so old that his brows had turned white, his blood and chi were still exuberant. Buddhist light shone behind his head, forming a light wheel. This was a phenomenon that would appear when one's cultivation reached a profound level. With a light wheel behind his head, it was equivalent to the Bodhisattva and Buddha of legends. This elder Buddha acted forcefully, using his Buddha light to envelop the group of old-timers from the wildlands. He didn't even care about the life or death of the taming dragon Arhat. Rumble. The space that was enveloped by the Buddha light trembled as a dozen old-timers acted at the same time, directly dispersing the golden dragon spirit that had charged out of the Arhat. Then, the taming dragon Arhat suffered a fatal blow. One of his arms was torn off by an ancient beast. Golden Buddha blood splattered everywhere, while the sharp claws of the ancient fire Qilin had already pierced through the taming dragon Arhat's chest. This group of old-timers did not immediately kill the Arhat. Instead, they chose to torture him slowly. The ancient fire Qilin beast even sealed Arhat taming dragon's primordial spirit, then plucked off Arhat taming dragon's head and coldly glanced at Elder Buddha on Mount Meru. The disciples of Buddhism will not die in vain. The Elder Buddha's aged voice came down from Mount Meru. This was akin to watching someone die, and it contradicted the teachings of the Buddhist sect. The experts on Mount Meru were all moved, but no one dared to question the Elder Buddha's decision. After all, if the foreign races were allowed to escape, it would be a huge problem for the Buddhist sect. Very good. The ancient fire Qilin was very straightforward. A ball of divine flames surged out from the right claw that grabbed onto the Arhat's head, and it directly burned the Arhat's head into ashes, destroying both his body and soul. From beginning to end, Arhat taming dragon didn't say a word, let alone beg for mercy. He seemed to be unafraid of death and was unusually calm. At this time, the glazed Buddha light shield was activated. Glazed Buddha fire emerged from the shield and several powerful beings of the alien races were burned by the Buddha fire. Roar! Those who were burned by the glazed Buddha fire cried out in pain. Then they fell to the ground and rolled around, trying to get away from the Buddha fire. However, the Buddha fire seemed to have come from the bodies of these foreign almighty beings. It was impossible to extinguish it. Very soon, the bodies of these foreign almighty beings turned into ashes. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. This, everyone was shocked. No one had expected that the Buddha fire would be so terrifying. Once they came into contact with it, they would be burned to ashes. Everyone immediately took out the weapons and magic treasures that they had refined to protect themselves. Fellow Buddhists, let's join forces to purge these demons. On top of Mount Meru, a few mighty figures of Buddhism who were standing behind Elder Buddha walked out. They used their Buddhist arts and activated the sacred weapon, the glazed Buddha light barrier. Rumble! The space within the shield shook, as though doomsday had arrived. The glazed Buddha fire filled every inch of space. Elder Fu was really going to burn these foreign almighty beings to death. Saint-class Buddhist energy erupted from the glazed Buddha fire shield. This saint weapon of the Buddhist clan was displaying its supreme might, causing the foreign almighty beings to lose their composure. Endless glazed Buddha fire burned towards them. Roar! A scream rang out, as an ancient beast's divine weapon was burned by the glazed Buddha fire. The surrounding glazed Buddha fire continued to burn, turning the ancient beast into ashes. What? The fact that the ancient beast's defensive weapons had been reduced to scrap metal caused all of the old-timers to tremble in fear. After all, even the weakest of the old-timers here were third or fourth stratum almighty experts. They had no choice but to circulate their strength to fight against the glazed Buddha fire. However, the Tao patterns of the Buddhist clan were faintly discernible within the flames, and the power of the great Tao was gathering. This was the power unique to saint weapons, as they were imprinted with the Tao patterns of the saints. However, the glazed Buddha light shield's power was unparalleled. Under the burning of the glazed Buddha fire, many of the old fogies' divine weapons and treasures began to dim. The spiritual energy within the divine weapons and treasures was constantly being erased. This wasn't a good thing. At this rate, they would be destroyed by the glazed Buddha light shield sooner or later. Their souls would be destroyed, and they wouldn't even be able to become ghosts. The ancient fire Qilin beast's body was surging with energy as he circulated his Xian art. A scarlet light shone from his forehead, as though something was about to rush out from there. An aura that was not weaker than the glazed Buddha light shield emitted from the forehead of the ancient fire Qilin beast. This is... On top of Mount Meru, the group of Buddhist powerhouses were extremely solemn when they saw this. The ancient beast was too strong. Could it even shake the glazed Buddha light shield? The glazed Buddha light shield was the strongest Buddhist weapon in the Buddhist clan other than the Buddhist weapons of the extreme Daoist. It was rumored that it had been destroyed during the primordial era. However, no one could have imagined that this renowned Buddhist weapon, the strongest below the extreme Daoist, had always been in the Buddhist clan of the human realm. Boom! There was a huge tremor in the void, and an aura that seemed to come from ancient times rushed out from the forehead of the ancient fire Qilin beast. Within the scarlet flames, there was an item floating. It was a blood-colored stone, emitting a terrifying aura. This stone seemed to contain an incomparably powerful energy. The blood-colored stone was only the size of a fist, but the strength it emitted was enough to repel the stained glass Buddha fire. When the old fogies saw this, they hurriedly moved closer to the ancient fire Qilin. I didn't expect there to be such an expert on Mount Meru. Far in the sky, there were two figures hidden in the void, witnessing the scene in front of them. The strength that the Buddhists had displayed was truly strong. The tables will turn very soon. He Tian, who was standing beside Gu Fei, said coldly. One had to know that these old fogies were only the first batch of experts to enter the heavenly Buddha sect. There were still many experts left in the wildlands. The three boundaries monument stood firmly on the ground. Countless ancient runes surged out from the monument, stabilizing the space between the heavens and the earth. It connected the wildlands to the wildlands, stabilizing the space tunnel. Some people on Mount Meru also noticed the abnormality and tried to destroy the space tunnel. However, all attacks directed at the space tunnel would be converted into energy to stabilize it. The more attacks were directed at the space tunnel, the more stable it became. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1532. The spatial passageway constructed with the power of the three-boundary steel was extremely difficult to destroy. This was bad news for the Buddhist sect, because no one knew what kind of powerful existence was on the other side of the spatial passageway. Someone had broken through the barrier between the two worlds with immense power and attacked the heavenly Buddha path. This was something that had never happened before. Even in the darkest of times, no one could attack the heavenly Buddha path, because this was a world refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. Rumble. The void trembled, and a powerful movement came from the spatial passageway like a tidal wave. This caused the expressions of the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru to change. It's here. Far in the sky, Gu Fei and He Tian were hidden to the side, watching the show. At this time, the true experts had finally appeared, and Gu Fei could already sense a familiar aura. Even Elder Buddha couldn't help but be moved. There seemed to be a peerlessly powerful beast in the spatial passageway, and it was rapidly approaching from the other side. At this time, the group of old fogies enveloped by the Vajra light barrier had strange expressions on their faces. Although the Vajra light barrier was the #1 Buddhist weapon in the Buddhist sect, they didn't know what the blood-colored stone that had rushed out of the blazing Qilin ancient beast's forehead was, but it was able to block this Buddhist weapon. The blood-colored energy enveloped the rest of the old fogies, and no matter how much the Buddhist fire burned outside, it couldn't extinguish this energy. What is this? How can it be so mystical? Far in the sky, Gu Fei and He Tian were also shocked when they saw this scene. It was hard to imagine that a fist-sized stone could have such power. Could it be a divine stone that absorbed the blood essence of a sage? He Tian was a little uncertain. One had to know that the blood essence of a sage wasn't something that just anyone could come into contact with. A sage was incomparably powerful. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair contained terrifying power. If a drop of a sage's blood essence fell on the ground, it could turn an area of 1,000 li into a blood lake. If it hit a cultivator, even a demi-sage would be pierced through. That's possible. The blood-red stone was emitting waves of energy. It wasn't evil, but it wasn't the power of the demon race or the beast race either. It seemed to be the power of the human race. It was unknown where the ancient fire Qilin beast obtained such a divine stone and nourished its Niwen palace. This ancient beast valued this item very much. Boom! At that moment, the spatial passageway shook and a corner of an ancient city rushed out from the spatial passageway. Billions of runes flickered, and a terrifying aura that seemed to originate from the primordial era appeared in the heavenly Buddha path, causing the hearts of the Buddhist almighty figures on Mount Meru to tremble. It's a human. Within the ancient city, people could be seen bumping into one another. However, these were not the outsiders, but the humans. This was an ancient city controlled by the humans, and it had actually been moved over. Buddhism, Mount Meru? A cold voice came from within the ancient city as a figure appeared. At this time, the entire ancient city was sealed by billions of runes. Even a sage would not be able to break out. However, a powerful battle intent that could cause the heavens and earth to lose their color rushed out from the ancient city. Surprisingly, this battle intent was directed at the Buddhist almighty figures on Mount Meru. Shit! The Buddhist almighty figure on Mount Meru could no longer sit still. From the ancient city that came through the spatial passageway, there was actually someone who was filled with hostility towards the Buddhism sect. Moreover, the cultivation of this person who was hostile to the Buddhist sect was so high that it was comparable to the great monk Fa Tian who had disappeared. That was the cultivation and strength of a quasi-sage. The appearance of the ancient city shocked all the Buddhist disciples on Mount Meru. This was too shocking. A huge ancient city was actually moved into the heavenly Buddha path. The entire sky was covered by the ancient city, and the heavens and earth trembled as a terrifying aura engulfed the area. The arrival of the ancient city caused both sides to feel the pressure. However, the experts from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave did not have any enmity towards the people in the ancient city. After all, these two powers were in a standoff with the Buddhism sect and could not afford to be distracted. The appearance of the human race at this time was definitely a variable. Even the ancient beasts and demons from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave did not expect that the gate of heaven and earth would open again. The experts from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave had already guessed that this must be the doing of Gu Fei and the rest, to attract more enemies to the Buddhist land. Mount Meru, the Heavenly Buddha Path. Some of the ancient legacies knew what this place was. The Heavenly Buddha Path cultivated by the ancient Buddhist Lord was the supreme land of Buddhism in the legends of the Buddhist Gate. Those who could enter the Heavenly Buddha Path were all outstanding geniuses. The experts from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave knew that there was definitely a way to leave the Heavenly Buddha Path. Hence, these two powers had no choice but to seek help from the Buddhist sect. While the two powers were in a standoff, no one was willing to engage in a true battle. Otherwise, this Buddhist land would be destroyed. The appearance of the human race caused this battle to be filled with variables. Rumble. The ancient city moved across the sky, and everywhere it passed, the void trembled, as though the heavens and earth were about to collapse. Formation runes began to recede. The ancient city moved towards the distance, not stopping for a moment. Tyrant Shin King is here, things are going to get lively. High up in the sky, Gu Fei and He Tian saw this scene, but they did not make any moves. This was all within their expectations. The more chaotic the Heavenly Buddha Path was, the more advantageous it was for them. Open for me. Within the Vaidurya Buddha light, the blazing Qilin roared, channeling all of its strength into the blood-colored stone in its hand. Immediately, a blood-colored light shot out from the stone, slamming into the Vaidurya Buddha light. Shwa! The blood-colored light successfully pierced through the Vaidurya Buddha light, and the blazing Qilin, along with the other antiques, rushed out from the gap, escaping with their lives. The antiques that rushed out of the Vaidurya Buddha light did not dare to linger any longer, all of them rushing towards the distance. Even the blazing Qilin Buddha light was no exception. Activating the mysterious stone just now had expended a large amount of energy. Moreover, with a saint artifact like the Vaidurya Buddha light, the Buddhist sect was already in an invincible position. Unless that person from before came, no one would be a match for the Buddhist elder on Mount Meru. Having lived for countless years, these antiques knew when to advance and when to retreat. Things that were impossible, they would not do it. They were decisive, without any hesitation. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had already chased after the human race's ancient city. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1533. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as an ancient city moved quickly in the sky. Everywhere it passed, all living beings were terrified. The aura coming from the ancient city was too powerful. It was impossible for such an ancient city to not attract attention. Countless Dao runes circled around and divine light constantly rushed out from the ancient city. The experts of the Yi clan were using all their strength to maintain the ancient city's array. This consumption was incomparably huge. However, the Yi clan's foundation in the wildlands was also incomparably deep. A large number of divine medicines and pills were brought out to replenish the experts of the Yi clan. Pieces of divine crystals containing a large amount of spiritual energy were embedded in various parts of the ancient city, providing the entire ancient city's array with an endless supply of spiritual energy. In the ancient city, there was Heavenly Batian Shin King guarding it to ensure that nothing went wrong. Boom! At this moment, a Buddha figure broke through the layers of divine light and descended from the sky, wanting to enter the ancient city. It was a sloppy monk wearing a tattered kasaya. Scram! Heavenly Batian Shin King stood in the sky above the ancient city and shouted. The terrifying sound waves caused visible ripples to appear in the void. What? The sloppy monk felt a buzzing sound in his ears. He felt a sharp pain in his head and the Buddha light around him dissipated. He was sent flying several miles away. Just one loud roar had sent a peak powerful being flying over 10 miles away. This level of cultivation and strength had shocked everyone who was spying on the ancient city of the human race. There's a quasi-sage in the ancient city. Those who were spying on the ancient city all thought of this. Otherwise, that pinnacle expert of the Buddhist sect wouldn't have been sent flying so easily. The battle prowess displayed by the tyrant Sky Divine Emperor shocked everyone. Even the sloppy monk felt fear in his heart. Just now, he was already injured. Golden Buddha blood seeped out of the sloppy monk's ears and his divine soul was shaken. Who is that? The sloppy monk didn't dare to step forward. The other party was definitely a quasi-sage. Where did these people come from? Up until now, the Buddhist sect still hadn't figured out who these people were who suddenly came out of the spatial passageway. The human race's ancient city flew for tens of thousands of miles in the sky before landing on a mountain, far away from the battlefield. Just as the ancient human city disappeared into the mountains, another extremely powerful aura emerged from the spatial tunnel. Another ancient city rushed out from the spatial tunnel. Billions of divine halos circled around, and every inch of the void in the entire ancient city was filled with Tao patterns. A terrifying saint-level wave spread out from the ancient city. It was as if there was an ancient sage standing guard in the ancient city. Another ancient city. On Mount Meru, Elder Buddha felt his heart twitching. Who was it that had such a grand plan, to actually use such power to attack the heavenly Buddha Tao? Mobilizing this kind of power was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Could it be that someone had been plotting for countless years and only made a move against the heavenly Buddha sect now? Send the news to the Buddha palace. The red-faced Buddha elder said to a middle-aged Buddha beside him. He wanted to invite the Buddhist Vedanta who was cultivating in seclusion in the Buddha palace. Mount Meru. Within the ancient city, a cry of surprise rang out. Someone recognized the divine mountain that had existed since the archaic era and was incomparably shocked. It's really Mount Meru, an old voice came from the ancient city. Amidst the billions of divine lights, two figures appeared in the ancient city and looked at the mountain in the sky. The ancient city exuded an ancient aura. Through the divine light, one could see many powerful figures standing in various parts of the city. This was the terrifying power of a great saint-level expert. Heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Every divine light illuminated the world. Heavenly Buddha Tao, we have entered the heavenly Buddha Tao. The old voice was extremely excited. The heavenly Buddha Tao was the supreme land of Buddhism cultivated by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The Li clan's upper echelons did not expect that the other end of the spatial tunnel was actually the heavenly Buddha Tao. The ancient Buddhist Lord had disappeared for countless years, and this heavenly Buddha Tao had become a place without a master. The guys from the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave are fighting with the Buddhist sects. The Li clan in the ancient city quickly learned of the current situation in the heavenly Buddha Tao. The Beast Sovereign Mountain emitted the divine might of the extreme Tao, confronting one of the Buddhist weapons on Mount Meru. The Chaos Dragon Cave was even more astonishing. It actually withstood the two extreme Tao Buddhist weapons on Mount Meru with its own strength. The extreme Tao dragon's might was vast and mighty, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Fortunately, this was only an extremely weak aura of the extreme Tao that leaked out. The 5 forces of the extreme Tao were restrained as much as possible, carefully maintaining a balance. If the 5 forces of the extreme Tao were to unleash their full power, even the heavenly Buddha Tao would not be able to withstand it and would be destroyed. Go! A loud shout came from the ancient city. Then the entire ancient city flew into the distance. The Li clan had to first establish a firm foothold here before they could compete with other forces. The dark ancient city flew across the sky. The pressure of a great saint-level expert deterred all directions. This ancient city was not as low-key as the Yi clan's ancient city. The great saint-level array formation did not restrain its aura at all. No one dared to have any ideas on this ancient city. One had to know that this was an ancient city protected by the power of a great saint-level expert. The Li clan's ancient city soon disappeared from everyone's sight. The group of Buddhist almighty experts on Mount Meru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The human experts in the ancient city did not show any signs of attacking Mount Meru. Below the extreme Tao supremacy was the great sage. This was the strongest existence apart from the extreme Tao supremacy. If the human experts in the ancient city attracted the power of a great saint-level expert to attack Mount Meru, then the Buddhist sect would be in big trouble. The war was still going on. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave both had extreme Tao orthodoxies. Their origins were not inferior to Mount Meru. After being trapped in the wilderness by the Buddhist lords for countless years, the ancient beasts on the Beast Emperor Mountain and the ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave were filled with resentment. The Buddhist sects in the wilderness had completely declined. The shadow of the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave could be seen. Now that they had entered the Heavenly Buddha Tao, it was time to settle the debt with the Buddhist sections. The Emperor of the Beast Emperor Mountain did not take action, but the ancient beasts under his command were slaughtering the four directions. In the Chaos Dragon Cave, the ancient demon Heavenly Pang and the ancient demon Qilin were watching and did not take action personally. Big brother, that Buddhist lord is really generous. He actually left the three extreme Tao Buddhist armaments behind. The ancient demon Qilin stood in the sky above the Chaos Dragon Cave and said while looking at Mount Meru, "The Buddhist lord is not simple. Could it be that he actually predicted today's events?" The ancient demon Heavenly Peng muttered to himself. If it wasn't for the three extreme Tao Buddhist armaments protecting Mount Meru, this primordial divine mountain would have long been conquered by them. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1534. The three Buddhist weapons hovered above Mount Meru, facing off against the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern. The Buddhist gate's sacred mountain was temporarily spared from the battle. However, the Buddhist temples in other regions weren't so lucky. Boom! An ancient ape as tall as a mountain destroyed a peak with a single punch. More than a dozen Buddhist temples on the peak were not spared. Several hundred Buddhist disciples turned into meat paste in an instant. There was originally a Buddhist almighty expert guarding this place, but that expert was already killed by this ancient ape. This ancient ape was extremely powerful, a desolate ancient species. After killing all the Buddhist disciples here, the ancient ape threw its head back and roared, pounding its chest with both fists like a war drum. The sound traveled for several hundred li, exuding an unparalleled ferocity. In another region, a golden peng stood on top of a mountain, opening its mouth and swallowing a Buddhist almighty expert into its stomach. Swallowing a Buddhist almighty expert alive, this golden peng was truly ferocious. The battles in various regions were intense, and countless Buddhist disciples were killed. Only a few powerful Buddhist almighty experts were still resisting, but the current situation wasn't optimistic for the Buddhist gate. One had to know that those who came from the wildlands were old antiques that had lived for countless years, possessing unparalleled battle prowess. On the other hand, the Buddhist almighty experts in the Heavenly Buddha Gate lived a peaceful life. It was precisely because of this peaceful and comfortable life of cultivating and comprehending the Tao that the Heavenly Buddha sect's almighty Buddhists had no idea what a battle technique was. Although there was a Vajra guardian on Mount Meru, its battle prowess wasn't that strong. The cultivation world was a cruel world where the strong preyed on the weak. There was no room for mercy. A true expert had to be able to withstand the baptism of blood, walking through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Only then were they qualified to be called experts. The Buddhist almighty experts were forced to retreat again and again. Buddhist luminescence shot out from Mount Meru from time to time, as Buddhist almighty experts went to reinforce the Buddhist almighty experts. Although the Heavenly Buddha Gate was a supreme Buddhist land, much better than the wildlands, it still wasn't a true grand heaven and earth. As long as one had the ambition to enter the extreme Tao, they wouldn't be willing to be bound by a refined heaven and earth. What the wildlands' old antiques wanted was a way to enter and exit the Heavenly Buddha Gate. It didn't take long for the old-timers from the wildlands to learn of the Heavenly Buddha Tao sect. On top of Mount Meru, there was an ancient formation that could communicate with the mortal world and the Tao of Buddha, allowing cultivators to enter and leave the divine land of bliss. As a result, the various forces that came out from the wilderness had no choice but to stop their attacks. The Heavenly Buddha Path's array formation was located on Mount Meru. Mount Meru was protected by three Buddhist weapons. No one could break through it. Unless the Buddhist gate was willing to cooperate, otherwise, the wildlands' major forces would be trapped within the Heavenly Buddha Path. The ancient forces of the wildlands had all entered the Heavenly Buddha Tao. This force was not to be underestimated. Even the Buddhist sect had no choice but to restrain itself. The forces in the wildlands were powerful enough to contend with the Heavenly Buddha Path's Buddhist gate. In the end, Gu Fei and He Tian put away the purple gold divine sword and the three-world steel. The spatial passageway disappeared. Some of the forces that were still observing in the wild world lost their chance to come out. The appearance of the two human ancient cities caused the situation to change. No one knew who these forces would support. The war gradually came to an end. The Buddhist gate suffered heavy losses, 7 to 8 Buddhist experts fell. Yet, not a single ancient beast or demon died in the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern. Such a result made the Buddhist experts on Mount Meru's peak palpitate. Buddhist experts, they were not ordinary Buddhists, yet they were killed so easily. We must suppress these heretical devils. One of the war Buddhas shouted out. The losses that the Buddhist sect had suffered this time around were simply too great. It was so great that it was hard for them to accept this. Can we suppress them? There were also voices from the Buddhist gate. The Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern were both inheritances of the extreme Tao. These two places were extremely powerful, having produced paragons before. What should we do? Do we allow these heretical devils to run amok in the Buddhist land? On Mount Meru, there were different voices. However, the ancient beasts and demons of the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern had the same goal. They all wanted to enter and exit the Heavenly Buddha Path's array formation. The war stopped, but the tension in the Heavenly Buddha Path did not ease. On the contrary, it became even more stifling. When night fell, Gu Fei and He Tian arrived outside the Yi family's ancient city. Amidst the mountains, the Yi family's ancient city was located in a valley shrouded in lingering spiritual energy. This was a temporary place to settle down. The Yi family had no plans to take root in the Heavenly Buddha Path. Overlord Shen King personally walked out of the ancient city, welcoming Gu Fei and He Tian into the city. At this time, the ancient city was already filled with people. The residents who had been taken into the Yi family's little world were all released. This ancient human city had a population of 1 million. Gu Fei saw that the people here were all busy with their own affairs in an orderly manner, as if nothing had changed just because they were in a different world. Sometimes, being weak and ordinary was also a kind of happiness. Gu Fei's heart stirred. Since he had embarked on the path of the strong, he was destined to be extraordinary, because the path of the strong was built with blood and sweat. Overlord Shen King directly welcomed Gu Fei and He Tian into the Castellan manor, then sat down as host and guest. Brother Gu Fei, thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, my Yi clan would still be trapped in that small world. Overlord Shen King thanked Gu Fei. It's nothing. We were going to leave that place anyway. Before Gu Fei could reply, He Tian's voice sounded. At this time, this guy once again displayed his frivolous demeanor. He was clad in a divine robe woven from heavenly worm silk, a crown of purple gold and divine jade on his head, and a hand holding a folding fan. His face was handsome, but there was a trace of evil on his face. He was simply a lady killer. When He Tian's peach blossom eyes swept across the few beautiful maidservants, they all blushed and lowered their heads shyly. Soon they entered the main topic. May I know why Brother Gu Fei has come here? Overlord Shen King had lived for countless years, so he naturally knew that the arrival of Gu Fei and He Tian would not be simple. It was hard to say if they were planning something big. Old ancestor, these two are... At this time, a woman in white walked out from behind the screen in the hall. This woman had a graceful figure, and her face was covered with a white scarf. Her whole person had an ethereal aura, and her aura was oppressive. This young lady is? He Tian's eyes lit up at the sight of this woman. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling disdain when he saw He Tian's attitude. Why did this fellow seem like a completely different person after leaving the wildlands? His attitude was like the second old turtle. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1535. Gu Fei and He Tian arrived at the Yi clan's ancient city to pay a visit to Heaven Batian Shen King. Shen King invited them into the city lord's mansion. Just as Gu Fei and Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor were about to get to the main topic, a white-clothed lady with overwhelming spiritual energy walked out from behind the screen in the hall. Greetings, old ancestor. The white-robed woman had a graceful figure. She bowed to heaven Batian Shin King. Her voice was clear and melodious, lifting the spirits of those who heard it. There seemed to be some kind of magical power in her voice. The moment He Tian saw this woman, he became spirited. He fanned himself with a folding fan, pretending to be a gentleman. However, there was a trace of evil on his face. Why did you come out? Heaven Batian Shin King was surprised to see this woman. His tone was displeased. One had to know that he valued Gu Fei very much and was very grateful to Gu Fei. He didn't want any juniors to come out and provoke Gu Fei. This junior was proud and arrogant, never putting the geniuses of the wildlands in his eyes. It would be bad if he offended them with words. Honored guests, how could Yi Wu not come out to greet you? The white-clothed lady's face was covered by a white silk scarf, so her appearance couldn't be seen at all. However, Gu Fei and He Tian both had divine eyes, so they could see through all illusions and point straight to the source. However, when Gu Fei and He Tian tried to see the woman's face, they were shocked. There seemed to be a layer of mist covering her face, preventing them from seeing through it. How is this possible? Gu Fei and He Tian were both a little surprised. One had to know that Gu Fei had cultivated the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, and He Tian had cultivated the Yin-Yang Divine Eye. But even after cultivating these two mystic arts, they still couldn't see through this woman's face. This was quite shocking. However, although Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked, they did not show it on their faces. Yi Wu, you're the pearl of the Yi family. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but take a second look at the woman in white. It was said that she was the pearl of the Yi family and had a natural affinity with the Great Path. It seemed that her reputation was well-deserved. This woman had an ethereal aura that faintly resonated with the Great Path of heaven and earth. Her spiritual qi was oppressive, and she could indeed be called a born Taoism aptitude. So it's Miss Yi. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. He Tian stood up from his seat and smiled at Yi Wu. However, there was a hint of a mischievous smile on his face. And this is? As Yi Wu spoke, she glanced at Gu Fei from the corner of her eyes. When she saw that Gu Fei didn't show any unusual expression, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The human martial Dao was extremely tyrannical. In the ancient city of the Yi family, the most talked-about person in the Yi family was Gu Fei. This was because Batian Shin King had mentioned Gu Fei more than once in front of everyone. Ah well said. I'm Hayden, the darkness of the night and the sky of the day. He Tian waved his folding fan and shook his head, looking exactly like a bookworm in the human world. No one would have thought that such a person was a formation master in the cultivation world. Moreover, he was despicable and shameless. As long as he saw a treasure, he would drool and think of every way possible to get it. When he walked together with Old Tortoise, they were definitely a perfect match. Hee, your name is really interesting. Yi Wu laughed. Although she already knew He Tian's name, she had to respond. Miss Yi Wu, if we get to know each other for a long time, you'll find that I'm more interesting than my name. He Tian stared at Yi Wu and said, this guy wanted to pursue the pearl of the Yi family, and the pearl of the Yi family was an exquisite woman. How could she not understand the meaning behind He Tian's words? Cough, cough. Just when Yi Wu was at a loss, Batian Shin King suddenly coughed twice. He then glanced at He Tian and said, Xiao Wu, sit down too. Yes, great ancestor. Yi Wu floated to the chair opposite Gu Fei and He Tian like a butterfly and sat down. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If this person continued to say some misleading words, she would make a fool of herself. This old thing, He Tian was a little annoyed. Batian Shin King was interrupting him from picking up girls. This guy was not a gentleman. A gentleman would help others achieve their dreams. Come back and sit down. Gu Fei said impatiently. This guy was someone who had seen the world and experienced many storms, but he was still like this. This made Gu Fei feel a little embarrassed. Of course, He Tian was just playing around, so he didn't care about the looks of others. Although he returned to his seat, He Tian's eyes were still wandering around Yi Wu's body. By the way, Brother Gu, you haven't told me why you're here. Batian Shin King looked at Gu Fei and said, He also wanted to know why they were here. One had to know that these two people's methods were really heaven-defying. They could actually connect the two worlds and open a spatial passage between the wildlands and the Buddhist path. This was the gate of heaven and earth that connected the two worlds. What could a person who could break through two worlds not be able to solve? This made the tyrant divine emperor, an overlord of the barbarian wasteland, very curious. Hee, it's not a big deal. I just want to cooperate with you, tyrannical sovereign, and snatch the array on Mount Meru. Gu Fei's tone was incomparably calm. What? Batian Shen King was shocked when he heard this. The pearl of the Yi family, Yi Wu, was so shocked that she almost stood up from her seat. You want to obtain the array that allows you to enter and exit the Buddhist path? Although Batian Shen King was shocked, his eyes also lit up. At this time, all the forces that came out of the wildlands already knew about the existence of this array. The Beast Emperor Mountain, the Chaotic Dragon Cave, and the other powerful tribes that had attached themselves to these two forces all wanted to obtain the array on Mount Meru. However, there were 3 supreme Buddhist weapons hovering above Mount Meru. With the power of the Supreme Tao protecting Mount Meru, no force could break through Mount Meru at this time. If they wanted to obtain the array, they would have to use their wits. Although the Buddhist path is good, it is ultimately someone else's territory. How can a true powerhouse be restricted by a place like this? Gu Fei said, those with the heart of a supremacy couldn't stand being restricted by a place because their stage was the 3 realms and 6 paths. They had to conquer the 9 skies and 10 lands to become an ultimate supremacy. Yi Wu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Fei. Could it be that Brother Gu already has a plan? Batian Shen King knew that these two people were really going to make a big move. Moreover, their target this time was Mount Meru, which was guarded by the 3 supreme Buddhist weapons. At this time, it was almost impossible to take anything out of Mount Meru because it was guarded by the supreme Buddhist weapons. Yes, you only need to bring us to Mount Meru. Gu Fei said calmly. As long as they could reach Mount Meru, he had a 90% chance of obtaining the array. Please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1536. Mount Meru, the legendary ancient sacred mountain where the Buddhas comprehended the Tao. Even in the ancient times, this sacred mountain enjoyed a great reputation, the supreme sacred mountain in the hearts of countless Buddhas. Gu Fei and He Tian had visited this sacred mountain long ago. They had already been there once, so they knew the location of the heavenly Buddha Path's connection array. Knowing that Gu Fei and He Tian wanted to obtain the array on Mount Meru, Shen King and Ye Wu were shocked. After all, this was a sacred mountain protected by a Buddhist weapon. This, Shen King was in a difficult position. Both the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Caves experts were keeping an eye on Mount Meru. Any strange movements at this time would be detected by these forces. Back when the humans had emerged from the wildlands, they hadn't joined the war between Mount Meru, Beast Emperor Mountain, or the Chaos Dragon Cave, nor had they attacked Mount Meru. The matter with the sloppy monk could be said to be a misunderstanding. After all, the Buddhas on Mount Meru were also part of the human race. Thus, according to Gu Fei's calculations, if the human race took the initiative to form an alliance with Mount Meru, they would have a high chance of ascending the mountain. In the end, Gu Fei left the Yi family's ancient city. Boss, do you think this will succeed? Is the Yi family willing to take this risk? On a mountain peak 1,000 li away from the Yi family's ancient city, He Tian asked Gu Fei. Shen King is a person with the heart of a sovereign. Gu Fei said. I understand. He Tian nodded. At this time, his frivolous demeanor had disappeared, replaced with a solemn expression. Subsequently, Gu Fei and He Tian's figures disappeared from the mountain peak. Very soon, the Yi clan of the Wildlands made their move. Shen King of the Tyrant Heavens sent people to contact the Li clan of the Wildlands. The 2 major powers of the human race showed signs of joining forces. This caused the Buddhist sect, Beast Emperor Mountain, and Chaos Dragon Cave to feel uneasy. The human race was a force that could break the current balance. Both sides wanted to rope in the human race, but both sides were hesitant. The Buddhists were hesitant because Shen King of the Heavens had once displayed his killing intent towards the Dharma Gate. That day, he let out a furious roar that shook the 9 heavens and injured the sloppy monk. If it wasn't for the ancient city's array formation, the sloppy monk would probably have been killed by Overlord Shin King's roar. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave were also hesitating. It should be known that the human race of the Desolate Lands had always been at odds with the Beast race and Demon race. The Beast race and Demon race had more or less some grudges with the human race. Several days later, the human race sent an envoy to Mount Meru. Sure enough, the humans are going to ally with Mount Meru. The Big Baldy on Mount Meru is also a human. They come from the same bloodline. Looks like we have to be prepared for the worst. Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave were the first to know about the human race's envoy. The Beast Emperor, Heavenly Pang, and the other experts all felt the pressure. The human race of the Desolate Lands joining hands with Mount Meru was something they didn't want to see. I didn't expect Shin King of the Heavens to move so quickly. In an ancient temple at the foot of Mount Meru, Gu Fei and He Tian transformed into 2 young cultivators and were talking to a young monk who received them. The monk of Mount Meru was very clear about the current situation. If they could rope in the human race, Mount Meru would not be so passive. They could even turn from defense to offense and attack the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave. Gu Fei and He Tian were the envoys sent by the human race. We want to see someone who can speak here. Erebus was very direct. He wanted to go to the peak of Mount Meru, because only the Baldy there had the authority to speak. Small characters like him wouldn't be able to do anything. Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. Allow this little monk to go and report. The young monk invited Gu Fei and He Tian to sit down and then left. This was a simple ancient temple without any fancy decorations. There was only a Buddha statue hanging on the wall, and there wasn't even an incense burner table in front of it. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't talk and sat quietly. They knew that there were countless eyes watching them from the top of Mount Meru. If they weren't careful, they would be seen through. Although Gu Fei and He Tian weren't afraid of being discovered by the people on Mount Meru, if they could use their wits, then they would. They didn't intend to attack unless it was absolutely necessary. Not long after, the young monk came again with a decree from the top of Mount Meru, inviting Gu Fei and He Tian to go to the top of Mount Meru. How did things go so smoothly? Gu Fei and He Tian were a little surprised. Could it be that they were discovered by the monks on Mount Meru? With their current cultivation, not to mention other powerhouses, even half-step saints wouldn't be able to see any clues. They calmly followed behind the young monk and walked out of the ancient temple. Along the way, there were many ancient temples everywhere. Mount Meru had existed for too long. The temples on the mountain were all ancient temples, and each ancient temple was covered with traces of time. There were also many Buddhist pagodas on Mount Meru. These were the burial places of the fallen Buddhist powerhouses. Of course, the majority of the fallen Buddhist powerhouses rarely found their remains. Not long after, Gu Fei and He Tian felt a vast and boundless fluctuation of Buddhist power. The Buddhist palace at the top of Mount Meru emitted a terrifying fluctuation. The 3 Buddhist weapons hovering above the Buddhist palace had some kind of connection with it. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't feel too much pressure since the aura of the extreme Tao had already been restrained. Soon, they were led by the young monk to the top of Mount Meru and arrived in front of the Buddhist palace. At this time, in the Yi clan's ancient city, a group of Yi clan's upper echelons had gathered in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. "Old ancestor, isn't this too risky?" the Yi clan's patriarch said. He was a middle-aged man with white hair and a stocky build, giving off a powerful feeling. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. An old man with white hair and eyebrows said. This old man had a very high seniority. Even the Yi clan's patriarch had to call him granduncle. It's hard to say if that person really has a heaven-defying method. A young man spoke. This young man was Yi Wuji, the rising star that the Yi clan had high hopes for. In this kind of situation, only a junior like him had the right to speak. But offending a Buddhist sect that has a Buddhist weapon, the Yi clan's patriarch was still a little worried. One should know that there were 3 Buddhist weapons on Mount Meru. These Buddhist weapons had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Alright, there's no need to worry so much. It's best if those two overturn the entire Mount Meru. We'll just wait and see. Tyrannical Shen King said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Everyone in the hall could not help but be shocked. To see the first advertisement, please go. Please share. Target equals _ Chapter 1537. Date, November 7th, Gu Fei and He Tian used their identities as human race envoys to ascend Mount Meru. Although there were many Buddhist masters gathered on the mountain, none of them could see through their disguise. What baffled Gu Fei and He Tian was that the Buddhist masters in the Buddha Palace did not receive them immediately. Instead, they arranged for them to stay in a temple next to the Buddha Palace. The atmosphere on Mount Meru doesn't seem right. He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Along the way, they actually did not see a single almighty Buddhist. This situation was very strange. It should be known that all the almighty Buddhists were currently gathered at Mount Meru. I can't sense any Buddhist masters or either. Gu Fei even suspected that they might have been seen through by the experts of the Buddhist sects. However, if they were really seen through, the experts of the Buddhist sects would have already taken action. Wang. At this time, a sudden rumbling sound came from outside. The void rippled, and a powerful Buddhist energy came from the direction of the Buddha Palace. This, Gu Fei and He Tian dashed out from the temple. At this time, the golden Buddha aura illuminated the world. A golden pillar of light rushed out from the Buddha Palace, piercing through the void above the Buddha Palace and into the endless chaos. What are they doing? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. They could feel the boundless Buddhist energy coming from the golden pillar of light. This energy was comparable to the power of the extreme Tao. It's the power of the void. Could it be that the Buddhist masters are trying to guide something over to the heavenly Buddha path? He Tian was, after all, an array formation master. He quickly saw through the clues. Someone was operating a void array to connect the two worlds. Amidst the golden Buddha aura, mysterious ancient runes could be vaguely seen. This was a Buddhist grand array driven by Buddhist energy. The runes were branded in the void. These guys, they actually moved that magical formation into the Buddha Palace. Both Gu Fei and He Tian's expressions changed slightly. Could it be that the almighty Buddhists on Mount Meru were guiding the Buddhists from the human world to reinforce them? In the battle against the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern, the Buddhist League failed to gain the upper hand. Other than the Mount Meru, all the Buddhist temples in the heavenly Buddha sect were destroyed. The ancient beasts and ancient demons wreaked havoc in the world, forcing all the Buddhist experts to Mount Meru. The Mount Meru mountain was on the weaker side, but if they could attract Buddhism masters from the human world to the Blessed Buddha sect, the Buddhism sect's influence would increase greatly, enough to contend against the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern. Especially the current Buddha Lord of the human realm, his cultivation was peerlessly strong. Rumble. The void trembled as a wave of Buddha energy spread out, forming a black hole in the void. At the edge of the black hole, countless array runes could be vaguely seen. The phenomenon on Mount Meru was soon known by all the major forces. Boom! 10,000 li away, a huge mountain rose into the sky. An aura of the extreme Tao spread out from the mountain, shaking the entire blessed Buddha sect. It was as if the extreme Tao beast of the primordial era had awakened. In another direction, an aura of the extreme Tao dragon burst out. A huge shadow of a dragon condensed in the sky, exuding a majestic aura of the Chaos Dragon. What are those baldies on Mount Meru doing? On the Beast Emperor Mountain, from the extreme Tao Beast Emperor Palace, a chilling voice came out. In the sky above Mount Meru, 3 Buddhist weapons hovered in 3 different directions, guarding the mountain. Buzz. The green jade ring saber was shocked. After sensing the aura of the extreme Tao from the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern, the deity inside the Buddha saber woke up. Ding! The Buddha bell rang, changing every inch of the void in the blessed Buddha sect. The Buddhist lullaby bell also woke up, vibrating with a peaceful Buddhist hymn. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp was the last to wake up. Although the lamp was only the size of a soybean, it emitted a tricolored Buddhist light that illuminated the entire world. The awakening of the three Buddhist weapons made the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern not dare to act rashly. Although the power of the extreme Tao was overwhelming, the terrifying pressure was completely retracted. Otherwise, the billions of lives in the heavenly Buddha path would suffer a calamity. Even so, Gu Fei and He Tian on Mount Meru still felt the great pressure. At this time, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from the pitch-black space passage. A peerless character was crossing over. When Gu Fei and He Tian felt this aura, they were shocked to the extreme. They never thought that the person could come out from that place. Could it be that not only could that formation connect to the human realm, but it could also allow people to enter and exit the 9 heavens? The ancient Buddhist palace on Mount Meru had 9 layers. Each layer was a world of its own. Hence, it was also known as the 9 heavens of the Buddhist palace. Even so, this was still a huge surprise to Gu Fei and He Tian. Rumble! The spatial passageway trembled. A powerful aura surged out from the black hole, shaking the heavens. This was an exceptionally powerful figure that was currently crossing realms to come over. Everyone in the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern could feel this aura coming from the space passage. How could there be such an existence in the Buddhist sect? The voice of the Beast Emperor was heard from the peak of the Beast Emperor Mountain. The expert crossing over had a cultivation base and realm that surpassed the half-step saint realm. This was a quasi-saint. A demi-saint has crossed over. An old voice came from the Chaos Dragon Cavern. At the same time, in an ancient human city in the mountains, a Shen king suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the void as he looked towards Mount Meru. A quasi-saint of the Buddhist sect? In the ancient human city, every disciple of the Yi clan heard this voice. This was the voice of their old ancestor. There was a quasi-saint in the Buddhist sect? The aura of a sage to be spread out in all directions from the peak of Mount Meru. The peaceful Buddhist power caused all living beings to have an impulse to convert. The aura of a quasi-saint spread out in all directions from the peak of Mount Meru. The peaceful Buddhist energy caused the hearts of all living beings to have the urge to convert. Things have gotten complicated. He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Things have gotten complicated. Even Gu Fei was moved. He didn't expect that the Buddhist sect's supreme experts in the Buddhist palace were here to receive that person. This was a variable that even he didn't expect. What should we do? He Tian stared at the black hole above Mount Meru. That person's arrival had disrupted their plans. Given that person's cultivation base, they were in danger of being seen through. This was Mount Meru, a place where all the great monks of the heavenly Buddhist sect were gathered. If their identities were seen through, it would be a disaster for them. 4th floor. I immediately closed my eyes and sat down cross-legged, trying my best to comprehend. At that moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into my body, gradually forming a huge sun character in my mind. It grew bigger and clearer. The true energy in my body surged. Traces of blood seeped out from the surface of my body. My lips parted, and a bright, blood-red F*** character shot up to the sky. Soon after, a strong light shone from the horizon, tearing through the boundless darkness. After a long time, a clap of thunder resounded, and a F*** resounded through the heaven and earth, echoing for a long time. The Xiantian and Xiantian Qi circled around my body for a long time. I waved my hand and the primordial chaos appeared. There was no sky, no earth, no light, only darkness. My eyes opened and shot out a golden ray. Within the golden ray, there were 2 words, F*** me. How long has it been? 10 years? 100 years? Or 10 million years? Finally, 4 words appeared in the darkness, comment successful. At this moment, my heart calmed down. I sat in meditation for a long time. Unknowingly, I discovered that my cultivation had increased by quite a bit. I sneered and decided not to stay here any longer. Raising my head to the sky, I roared and waved my sleeves. With a step, I disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind the voices of all living beings. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1538. Date: November 0. Sage to be Buddhist expert had crossed over. causing Gu Fei and He Tian to be moved. They already knew who was going to enter the heavenly Buddha path, and they were very familiar with the terrifying aura coming from the black hole. The golden pillar of light froze the heaven and earth, and the ripples coming from the pitch-black spatial passageway were getting stronger and stronger. An extremely powerful existence was rapidly approaching. Boss? In front of the Buddha palace, He Tian looked at Gu Fei anxiously. Since he couldn't outwit them, he would just snatch it. Gu Fei stared at the black hole in the sky and said coldly. A powerful battle intent rushed out of his body. Swish. He directly opened up his inner world and a figure walked out from it. Boom. Sage-tier energy ripples exploded on Mount Meru, and a terrifying pressure swept out in all directions, startling all the Buddhist experts in the first heaven of the Buddha palace. What? Someone is coming up the mountain! Exclamations came from the first heaven of the Buddha palace, and some Buddhist experts immediately rushed towards the palace gates. It was not a small matter for someone to come up Mount Meru. Rumble. The tightly shut gates of the Buddha palace slowly opened, and at this moment, that peerlessly powerful figure had already rushed into the black hole in the sky. What? An aged voice came from the Buddha palace. The person who came up Mount Meru had actually entered the spatial passageway and was going to kill the returning expert. Sage-tier ripples caused all the Buddhist experts to feel a chill in their hearts. One had to know that there were no more sages in this world. Could the world have changed? This person had become a sage. No one knew that the peerlessly powerful figure was Gu Fei's Immortal Dao's sacred physique clone. The spatial passageway immediately emitted terrifying sage-tier ripples, and Gu Fei's Immortal Dao's sacred physique clone was already fighting with that peerless expert who had crossed over worlds. Kill! Gu Fei didn't need to conceal his aura anymore, and the aura of a mighty sovereign burst out from the peak of Mount Meru. He took a big step forward and directly punched at the palace gates that were slowly opening. Bang! The door of the Buddhist palace shook violently as if it had been hit by a huge mountain. Even with the support of Buddhist power, the door was still smashed open by a huge force. A figure behind the door was sent flying backward, golden Buddha blood spurting out of his mouth. Gu Fei strode into the Buddhist palace in a domineering manner. His powerful blood and qi formed a huge dragon above his head, and the aura of primal chaos filled the air. His yin and yang true force transformed into chaotic true force. At this moment, although the chaotic true force in his body was not strong, it was still not a small matter. In terms of physical strength, no one in the same realm could compare to Gu Fei. He Tian followed behind Gu Fei and entered the Buddhist palace. He saw a magic array floating above the first layer of the Buddhist palace. The golden Buddhist light came from the magic array and broke through the first layer of the Buddhist sky, opening a spatial tunnel above Mount Meru. This magic array was the one that Gu Fei and He Tian wanted to obtain to enter and exit the heavenly Buddha path. At this moment, a terrifying saint-class energy poured down from the spatial tunnel, and the entire magic array was shaking as if it would collapse at any moment. Humans from the wilderness! How dare you! An aged voice sounded, and the Buddha elder walked out and greeted Gu Fei and He Tian. The Buddha elder's body was circulating with golden light, and it was emitting a powerful aura. Moreover, the Buddha elder's body was faintly emitting a saint-class energy fluctuation. This old man wasn't a pinnacle almighty, but a half-sage. When He Tian sensed the aura from the Buddha elder, his expression immediately turned ugly. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. A Buddhist chant came from the Buddha elder's mouth. This was the Buddhist chant of exorcism, and it contained the supreme power of the Buddhist Tao. Gu Fei and He Tian immediately felt their divine soul trembling, and their souls were almost pulled out. Gu Fei roared, and his voice shook the entire first layer of the Buddha palace, suppressing the Buddha elder's Buddhist chant. When the Buddha elder saw that Gu Fei could suppress his Buddhist chant of exorcism with a single shout, he couldn't help being startled. This human almighty wasn't simple. Since you refuse to convert, then this old monk will have to subdue the devil. The aged voice didn't have the slightest emotion, and it was incomparably cold. In the Buddha elder's eyes, Gu Fei and He Tian had become demons that needed to be suppressed. Gu Fei didn't say much and directly punched at the Buddha elder in front of him. There were no terrifying fluctuations, and no powerful astral energy surged out. It looked ordinary, but the void in front of the fist collapsed from the pressure. This punch that could turn something rotten into something magical had even moved the Buddhist half-sage. This kind of fist art was a method that evolved Tao energy for one's own use. It was ordinary, but it could unleash supreme combat power. Boom! Buddha energy surged from the Buddha elder's body, and a golden wheel emerged from his body. It interweaved with the power of the Buddhist Tao and blocked Gu Fei's fist. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with the golden wheel, and the void between the two was instantly torn apart. The golden wheel collapsed, and the Buddha elder took 3 steps back. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's upper body only swayed a few times, and he didn't take a step back. This shocked all the Buddhist experts that were rushing over. There was actually someone who could block Buddha elder's attack. Who was this person? Was he a human half-sage? How was it possible that he wasn't a half-sage? Very quickly, all the Buddhist experts were shocked because they sensed from Gu Fei's aura that Gu Fei wasn't a half-sage. He was only a 5th layer almighty. How is this possible? It's too heaven-defying. A 5th layer almighty was actually able to contend with a half-sage. What kind of concept was this? He was able to challenge someone of a higher level, and he even seemed to have the upper hand. This was simply a legend, something that had never happened before. It had to be known that the gap between a 5th layer almighty and a half-sage was just too huge. It was so huge that it was impossible to bridge. However, this human almighty was challenging everyone's understanding. Do it. Gu Fei sent a voice transmission to He Tian. They didn't come here to have fun. They had to obtain the array to enter and exit the heavenly Buddha path. This was the reason why they took the risk to come to Mount Meru. Swish! The yin-yang divine light rushed out from He Tian's glabella towards the array in the sky. He used the yin-yang divine eye to scan the array and imprint it into his heart. As long as He Tian saw it once, he would be able to set up the array. This was the means of an array grandmaster. Quickly stop him! The Buddhist experts naturally knew what He Tian was doing. They immediately rushed over and attacked He Tian. All kinds of Buddhist artifacts immediately smashed at Gu Fei and He Tian from all directions. G target equals _blank. Chapter 1539. All kinds of Buddhist implements bloomed with the brightest Buddhist light. The entire world shook and was shrouded in Buddhist light. All the Buddhist powerhouses attacked together. Even He Tian could not help but be shocked. But he did not stop. The yin-yang divine eye between his eyebrows bloomed with divine light. The power of yin and yang intertwined to form the power of the great path. He carefully imprinted the runes of the spell formation in the sky into his mind. However, this spell formation that could connect the two worlds was not that simple. It had the shadow of the extreme path runes. It was a quasi-extreme ancient spell formation laid down by a supreme figure. Come at me! Gu Fei shouted. His fists bloomed with dazzling stellar qi. The law of chaos was vast and mighty. With just one punch, he smashed a Buddhist commandment blade into pieces. The golden fragments were like thousands of golden divine lights, shooting out in all directions. Even the nearby Buddha armaments were affected, unable to unleash their true power. Boom! A Buddhist seal dropped thousands of Buddhist qi, pressing down from the sky. The void was collapsing, displaying a powerful suppressive force. This was a Buddhist weapon refined by a pinnacle powerhouse. The combat power of a pinnacle powerhouse was many times stronger than that of an ordinary powerhouse. This made Gu Fei very serious. Bam! Gu Fei displayed his martial arts combat skills. He simply and directly punched upwards, his fist directly colliding with the Buddhist seal that was pressing down from the sky. The Buddhist seal was sent flying high into the sky by Gu Fei's punch. Dense cracks appeared on the Buddhist seal, and it was almost shattered by Gu Fei's punch. The Buddhist treasure was closely related to one's body. The Buddhist seal suffered a great impact. The owner of the Buddhist seal also vomited blood and fell back. Kill! Gu Fei was unparalleled. He fought in all directions with his fists. The dozen or so Buddhist implements that were smashing towards him were either smashed on the spot or severely injured, almost crippled. What? The dozens of almighty Buddhists who attacked Gu Fei and He Tian were all shocked to the extreme. This man's combat power was truly heaven-defying. He was actually able to block the attacks of dozens of almighty Buddhists by himself. Rumble. Chaotic energy swirled around Gu Fei's body, making him look like a god of war who had emerged from the chaos. The powerful energy that emanated from his body caused the surrounding void to tremble. The power of chaos. Elder Fo's eyes narrowed. The person in front of him was incredible. He had actually cultivated chaotic force. Out of all the powers, it was the most difficult to grasp. Boom! Boundless Buddhist power surged out of Elder Buddha's body. A round of divine light emerged from behind Elder Buddha's head, and a Buddha shadow emerged from Elder Buddha's body. Great Buddha hand. Elder Buddha's hoarse voice sounded. Then, like an ancient Buddha of war descending, he directly stretched out his hand and pressed it towards Gu Fei. A powerful force that made one's heart palpitate surged out from Elder Buddha's hand. Bam! The Buddha's hand covered the sky and crushed down from the sky. The void was torn apart, and the terrifying fluctuation of Buddhist power destroyed everything. This was the power of a half-step saint. Gu Fei's eyes were like lightning. He rushed into the sky and directly used the heaven-covering hand. This was a confrontation between Buddhism and martial arts. The two forces collided in an instant. Boom! The entire world seemed as if it was about to collapse. A terrifying power surged out in all directions, causing the Buddhist almighty figures in the surroundings to be sent flying. Gu Fei and Elder Buddha clashed head-on. The power of a half-step saint was too powerful. The moment Gu Fei's big hand collided with Elder Buddha's great Buddha hand, the clothes on his upper body turned into flying ashes. The muscles and bones on Gu Fei's arms were vibrating, and the powerful physical power was released. The violent power directly broke through the great Buddha hand and hit Elder Buddha. What? Elder Buddha was shocked. He still underestimated the combat power of this person. An extremely tyrannical physical body coupled with the chaotic divine power. Such an opponent was too terrifying. Even a powerful Buddhist half-step saint was forced back by Gu Fei's punch. The almighty Buddhists who saw this scene nearby were all dumbfounded. A person at the fifth heaven actually forced back a half-step saint. All of this was so unreal. It was unbelievable, but they had to believe it because such a thing was obvious to all. The muscles and bones of Gu Fei's upper body vibrated, and a faint chaotic divine light wandered on his body. His whole body seemed to be made of chaotic divine iron, full of power. Buddhist half-step saint is nothing more than this. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered, and his battle intent was like a rainbow. He looked in all directions disdainfully. With his own strength, he shocked all the almighty Buddhists in the first heaven of the Buddha palace. Umph! A cold snort came from above. Elder Buddha, who was forced back by Gu Fei, attacked again. Around Elder Buddha's body, there were many Buddhist commandment blades condensed. These were Buddhist commandment blades condensed with supreme Buddhist power. Each Buddhist commandment blade emitted a powerful fluctuation of Buddhist power. Swish! As Elder Buddha waved his hands forward, countless Buddhist commandment blades floating around him immediately emitted a bright Buddhist light, turned into peerless blade light, and slashed at Gu Fei. As a Buddhist half-step saint, he was actually forced back by a person who was only at the fifth heaven of the Almighty. This was definitely a humiliation for the highly respected Elder Buddha. Even Elder Buddha, who had cultivated for countless years, felt his face burning and ashamed. The other party's cultivation realm was not comparable to his, but the strength of the other party's combat power was faintly suppressing him. Gu Fei opened and closed his fists and directly rushed forward. Every punch could shatter dozens of golden saber chi. The shattered saber light turned into countless light rain and dissipated between heaven and earth. At this time, the saint-level fluctuation coming from the spatial passage in the sky became more and more powerful. Gu Fei's immortal path sacred physique avatar was fighting with the peerless figure who crossed the boundary. How can this be? The connection between Gu Fei and his primordial spirit had never been broken. He could feel everything that the immortal path sacred physique avatar could feel. The person in the spatial passage was wearing a Daoist robe, and it was this Daoist robe that protected the person. Otherwise, the Immortal Path's sacred physique avatar would have killed this guy long ago. The situation is not good. Hurry up, we have to retreat. While Gu Fei was fighting with Elder Buddha, he transmitted his voice to He Tian below. The situation in the spatial passage was not optimistic. Although the Daoist robe on the person who crossed the boundary was not eye-catching, it began to emit the aura of the extreme Dao. It's almost done. He Tian replied. At this time, his yin-yang divine eyes had already been activated to the limit. Countless runes interweaved in his eyes, seeing through the source. All the runes that made up the spirit formation in the sky were forcefully imprinted in his mind. This was a secret technique that could temporarily remember anything he wanted to remember. The runes of the spirit design in the sky were too many and complicated. Only this secret technique could be used to completely memorize it. Please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1540. A spirit array that could cross between two worlds was definitely extraordinary. It was not something that an ordinary person could arrange. The spirit array on Mount Meru was not created by an ancient Buddhist lord, but by a quasi-supremacy of the Buddhist sect. Even a great sage would find it difficult to arrange such a formation, unless it was an extreme Tao supreme or a quasi-supreme. Although this formation was not an extreme Tao ancient formation, it was still a quasi-supreme ancient formation. Such a formation would make anyone's eyes red with greed, especially those ancient beasts and ancient demons trapped in the Heavenly Buddha Path, Beast Emperor Mountain, and Chaos Dragon Cave. Only in the true great heaven and earth could one comprehend the flawless great Tao. In the Heavenly Buddha Path, there was no flawless great Tao. Even if there was, it was only the Tao of an ancient Buddhist lord. An extreme Tao supreme could only be born in the true great heaven and earth. Damn it! At this time, He Tian's yin-yang divine eye had been operated to the limit. A stream of blood flowed down from the divine eye between his eyebrows, and countless Tao patterns intertwined in the divine eye. A quasi-supreme level formation was too mysterious and complex. He Tian had not reached that level of cultivation. Although he just forcibly memorized the formation patterns of the formation, his divine eye almost couldn't bear it. Boom! At this time, a terrifying fluctuation of Buddhist power came from the spatial passage, and a wisp of extreme Tao aura came out from the spatial passage. Bam! With a muffled sound, a figure fell from the spatial passage in the sky, and endless golden Buddhist light filled every inch of space in the spatial passage. The pitch-black spatial passage was illuminated by the Buddhist light. Inside, a Buddha figure emerged, exuding an endless auspicious aura, as if an ancient Buddhist lord had descended. Damn it! Gu Fei was taken aback. His immortal Dao's sacred physique avatar was beaten out of the spatial passage, and that person actually had the cultivation and strength to resist the power of a sage. Go! Gu Fei shouted and directly punched Elder Buddha back, then rushed down. At this time, there was no time to care so much. He had to retreat first. Success! At this critical moment, the yin-yang divine eye in He Tian's forehead finally managed to imprint the complete pattern of the formation in the sky into his mind. Where do you think you're going? Elder Buddha and a group of Buddhist mighty figures chased after Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei's immortal Dao's sacred physique clone roared and burst forth with saintly power, sending the group of Buddhist experts flying. Even Elder Fo coughed up a mouthful of blood as he retreated. Gu Fei and He Tian followed closely behind as the clone of the immortal Dao's sacred physique rushed out of the Buddha palace. The sound of Buddha's exorcism rang out from the spatial passageway in the sky. It was as if countless Buddhas were chanting sutras. The moment this Buddha's voice appeared, the entire world became peaceful. Even Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. After hearing this Buddhist chant, his battle intent actually began to subside, and his state of mind actually gradually became tranquil. This feeling surprised him. This kind of power was enough to turn evil into peace, and it could even enlighten demons. Gu Fei and He Tian weren't ordinary people. How could they be so easily enlightened? They directly soared into the sky and rushed out of Mount Meru. At this time, all the forces knew that a great change had occurred on Mount Meru. The experts of Beast Sovereign Mountain and Chaos Dragon Cavern had come, but with the 3 supreme Buddhist armaments guarding Mount Meru, no one dared to be presumptuous. I didn't think that the one who broke into Mount Meru was actually him. The experts of the various forces were incomparably shocked. Some of them recognized Gu Fei and He Tian. These two were the ruthless people who had turned the wildlands upside down, causing headaches for everyone there. Those big baldies on Mount Meru are going to be out of luck. Old Antique whispered. These old antiques had already experienced Gu Fei and He Tian's means. Moreover, Gu Fei also had a saintly avatar. Rumble, all of Mount Meru shook as Gu Fei and He Tian rushed out of Mount Meru. Fluctuations of saintly power spread out from the Buddhist palace. Soon after, a figure rushed out from the Buddhist palace. At this time, the peerless powerhouse that had crossed worlds finally appeared in the spatial passage. It was a monk dressed in sloppy monk robes. A powerful aura emanated from the monk's body. There was a faint aura of a sage lingering around the monk's body. A quasi-sage. Only half-saints and quasi-sages had the aura of a sage. Such existences had already surpassed the realm of almighty existences and possessed some of the aura of a sage. Outside of Mount Meru, the experts were alarmed. The appearance of a quasi-sage wasn't a good thing. One had to know that a quasi-sage represented invincibility. In a world where sages were extinct, quasi-sages were the strongest existences in the world. Gu Fei and He Tian, as well as the immortal Dao Saint Avatar, rushed out of Mount Meru and disappeared into the distance. The almighty existences on Mount Meru didn't dare to chase after them. One had to know that the immortal Dao Saint Avatar was bringing up the rear. Killing almighty existences was as easy as flipping one's hand. Chasing after them was the same as throwing their lives away. The monks on Mount Meru weren't that stupid. I didn't expect to see that monk Heavenly Dharma. Gu Fei and He Tian rushed out for thousands of miles before stopping. The battle just now was extremely tense. The monks on Mount Meru weren't asking for help from the mortal world, but to receive Heavenly Dharma. Shouldn't that guy be trapped in the wildlands? He Tian was astonished. He thought of a possibility. The formation that could connect to the mortal world could connect to the 9 Buddhist heavens. This day was destined to not be peaceful. Heavenly Dharma had returned, and not only that, the Beast Lord and Demon Lord of Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave had also appeared. The Savage Beast Lord and the Chaos Demon Lord had disappeared for a long time. No one would have thought that they would return together with Heavenly Dharma. Moreover, the 2 invincible existences in the wildlands seemed to have converted to Buddhism and became its protectors. To the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave, this was definitely a piece of shocking news. No one had thought that such a situation would occur. The Savage Beast Lord and the Chaos Demon Lord were both quasi-sage existences. How could they have converted to Buddhism? The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave were thrown into disarray by this sudden change. How can our Lord convert to Buddhism? That's not our Lord. Very soon, the Beast Emperor Mountain announced that the Savage Beast Lord was no longer recognized by the Beast Emperor Mountain. Following that, the Chaos Dragon Cave drew a clear line between itself and the Chaos Demon Lord. The Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cavern were places that had produced Extreme Supremes in the past. They possessed Extreme Supremes' legacies. How could they possibly submit to other forces? The conversion of the Savage Beast Lord and the Chaos Demon Lord was an absolute humiliation to the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave. Please share, target =_. Chapter 1541. The Savage Beast Lord returned and wanted to return to the Beast King Mountain. However, the Beast King Mountain would not accept the return of the Beast Lord who had converted to Buddhism. A great battle was inevitable. The opponent was a sage-to-be from the Beast clan. He was extremely powerful and his original body was an ancient beast with the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Roar! On this day, an earth-shattering roar was heard outside the Beast King Mountain. A golden dragon was hovering in the sky and an extremely powerful draconic might was released, causing the entire area to shake. This was a golden war dragon with the bloodline of a real dragon. It was so powerful that it was unbelievable. Its huge dragon claws could crush a mountain. Golden Dragon, if you don't leave now, you can stay here forever. A cold voice came from the peak of the Beast King Mountain. A beast shadow loomed in the Beast King Palace at the peak of the mountain. An aura that was not weaker than the Golden War Dragon spread out from the beast shadow. The Golden War Dragon was extremely shocked. He had only left for 100 or 200 years. He did not expect that the opponent he had defeated in the past had broken through to such a level. You what? Get lost if you know what's good for you. The ancient beast in the Beast King Palace did not give the Golden War Dragon any face. An extremely dangerous aura spread out from the Beast King Palace. How dare you? The Golden War Dragon was furious. After all, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. He directly attacked. A dragon claw turned into a shadow and grabbed at the peak of the Beast King Mountain. Bang! A beast fist came from the Beast King Palace. The power of a sage-to-be was vast and mighty. An invincible fist will make the world lose its color. Boom! The golden dragon claw and the beast fist collided, causing a loud explosion. The entire Beast King Mountain shook. The dragon claw was directly shattered by the beast fist. After the beast fist shattered the dragon claw, it actually continued to attack the Golden War Dragon outside the mountain. It was unstoppable. This fist will shocked the Golden War Dragon. The Golden War Dragon was the savage beast lord. However, he had disappeared for 200 years. When he reappeared, he had already become a protector of Buddhism. This was unacceptable to all the ancient beasts on the Beast King Mountain. As the successor of the orthodoxy of the extreme path beast monarch, how could he convert to Buddhism? The Golden Battle Dragon had already lost the right to be the master of the wild beasts. All the ancient beasts would no longer recognize him as their master. In the eyes of the ancient beasts of the Beast Emperor Mountain, only the king of the beasts was legitimate. Swoosh! The Golden Battle Dragon was shocked by the battle prowess of the Beast Emperor and immediately retreated. Boom! The beast fist struck out directly, smashing the space where the Golden Battle Dragon was. Even the chaotic chi was struck out. At this moment, the power of the fist was finally released. Extreme Beast Emperor Fist, how is this possible? The Golden Battle Dragon was extremely shocked. He had never expected the Emperor of the Beast Kings to have cultivated such an extreme fist technique. His opponent's battle prowess was too strong, causing him to feel immense pressure. Swoosh! At that moment, the silhouette of a beast rushed out from the Beast Emperor Palace at the peak of Beast Emperor Mountain. It was a strange beast with a blurry body, as if it was born to be close to the void. I will defeat you fair and square. The voice of the Emperor of the Beast Kings spread throughout the sky and earth. He needed such a battle to consolidate his position in the Beast Emperor Mountain. He wanted to become the true master of the beasts. The Emperor of the Beast Kings wanted to establish his might. At that moment, the entire Beast Emperor Mountain was filled with beasts. Even some ancient beasts that had been in seclusion for many years came out. All the ancient beasts were watching. Defeat me! The Golden Battle Dragon laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He was the master of the beasts and had once ruled all the beasts in the wild. And this Emperor of the Beast Kings was just a defeated opponent. Although the Golden Battle Dragon spoke casually, he did not let his guard down at all. This Emperor of the Beast Kings was no longer the same as before. He had actually crossed the threshold. What made the Golden Battle Dragon most worried was that this opponent of his had actually cultivated an invincible fist technique like the Extreme Beast Emperor Fist. This was an unparalleled offensive technique created by the Extreme Beast Emperor. In the Extreme Beast Emperor Palace on the Beast Emperor Mountain, there was a complete inheritance left behind by the Extreme Beast Emperor. That was the unparalleled orthodoxy of the Beast Emperor. Beast lords who were qualified to enter the Beast Emperor Mountain were qualified to enter the Beast Emperor Palace to comprehend the unparalleled Beast Dao. The Extreme Beast Emperor Fist had not been cultivated by the Golden Battle Dragon, but the Emperor of the Beast Kings had succeeded. I'll make you cry later. The Extreme Beast Emperor's illusory figure emitted a monstrous battle intent. A pair of beast fists emitted powerful energy waves. It was like a fist that could split the heavens as it attacked the Golden Battle Dragon. The unparalleled offensive technique created by the Extreme Beast Emperor was incomparably terrifying. The Extreme Beast Emperor's fists drew upon the power of the Great Tao. The powerful force was enough to shatter everything. Dragon soars to the 9th heaven. The golden battle dragon shouted loudly. His 10,000-meter-long body soared into the sky. The aura on his body skyrocketed, and his strength soared. This was an offensive technique of the dragon race. It could stimulate the bloodline of the battle dragon in one's body and increase one's combat strength to the limit. This was a combat technique of the dragon race. It originated from the bloodline inheritance and was not the inheritance of the Extreme Beast Emperor. However, the golden battle dragon had the bloodline of the ancient true dragon flowing in his body. To a certain extent, this was also a kind of supreme bloodline. The inheritance contained in the bloodline was not necessarily inferior to the inheritance of the Extreme Beast Emperor. Rumble. The powerful forces of the two sage-to-be collided. The entire world was pierced, and the void was shattered. This was a battle of equal strength. The two experts of the Beast clan had new and old grudges together. Both of their eyes were bloodshot. All kinds of killing techniques emerged one after another. In the end, golden dragon blood sprinkled from the sky. The golden battle dragon retreated, and the Emperor of the Beast Emperor returned to the Beast Emperor Palace at the peak of the Beast Emperor Mountain. I didn't expect it to be a situation where both sides suffered. A figure appeared in the distant sky outside the Beast Emperor Mountain. This person was Gu Fei. How could he not come to watch the battle between the two experts of the Beast clan? After all, the lineage of the Beast Emperor Mountain had the inheritance of the extreme path. After Gu Fei and He Tian broke out of Mount Meru, they found a secret place. He Tian began to deduce the formation that could connect to the human world. This formation was extraordinary. It was definitely the work of a sage-to-be. He Tian couldn't set up this formation in a short time. It would take him a lot of time to deduce it. At this time, with the return of heavenly monk Dharma, the situation of the entire heavenly Buddha sect changed. The savage beast lord and chaos demonic lord who had disappeared for 200 years actually submitted to heavenly monk Dharma. The strength of the Buddhist sect suddenly increased. With the existence of three sage-to-be, the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave didn't dare to act rashly. Please share. Chapter 1542. The Wildlands Beast King wanted to re-enter the Beast Sovereign Mountain and fought with the Beast Sovereign. In the end, he was defeated and had no choice but to retreat. The battle between the Golden Battle Dragon and the Emperor of the Beast Emperors was earth-shattering. This was a battle between sage-to-be, and many experts had come to watch the battle. Among these experts were Gu Fei and Divine Emperor Ba Tian. Who would have thought that not only did the Beast Sovereign get rid of the death chi in his body, he even profited from the disaster and broke through to the quasi-sage realm. The Tyrant Sky Deity Sovereign was not mistaken. The Beast Sovereign was already a quasi-sage. Back then, when the Peerless Demon God broke into the Beast Sovereign Mountain, the Beast Sovereign was injured by the Peerless Demon God and poisoned with corpse poison. The corpse poison on the evil god's body wasn't an ordinary one. Even Sky Tyrant God Emperor was injured by the evil god when he was suppressing the immature evil god. The death chi contained in the corpse poison made Sky Tyrant Deity Emperor hover between life and death. Even his cultivation fell from the sage-to-be realm, and he was almost at the end of his rope. If he had Gu Fei's help, Ba Tian Shen King would really be in danger. The Beast Sovereign Mountain's extreme Tao inheritance is incredible. Gu Fei glanced at the huge mountain floating in the sky and said indifferently, "The reason why the Emperor of the Beast Emperors was able to expel the deathly aura from its body was probably because the Emperor of the Beast Emperors had used extreme strength." Gu Fei's intrusion into Mount Meru caused the wilderness's human race to completely break off relations with the Buddhist sect. One had to know that Gu Fei and Erebus had ascended Mount Meru with the identity of the wilderness's human race's emissaries. The Wildlands human race and Gu Fei had joined forces. The Yi clan and Li clan already knew that Gu Fei had obtained an array to enter and exit the heavenly Buddha path. He Tian was already calculating it. With He Tian's array formation cultivation, laying out this array was only a matter of time. The humans of the wildlands were waiting, but no one knew about this news. The people of the Buddhist sect didn't believe that He Tian could set up an ancient Buddhist array that was set up by a quasi-honorable. The reason why Gu Fei and the others rushed into Mount Meru was to snatch away that receiving array. Because great monk Fa Tian returned in time, Gu Fei and the others left empty-handed. However, great monk Heavenly Fa's ambition was too great. He actually wanted to subdue the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave. These were two superpowers that possessed supreme inheritances. Gu Fei and Batian Shin King disappeared in the sky. A few days later, the Chaos Demon Lord also made his move. The Chaos Demon Lord wanted to gather his trusted subordinates, but there weren't many ancient demons who were willing to follow him. However, it had to be said that the Chaos Demon Lord's methods were indeed better than the Savage Beast Lord's. Some of the ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave were actually persuaded and left the Chaos Dragon Cave. Heavenly Peng and Qilin were both shocked and furious. The Chaos Demon Lord constantly appeared in the vicinity of the Chaos Dragon Cave. This was a threat to all the ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave. The Chaos Demon Lord had already converted to the Buddhist sect and was no longer a demon lord. However, the situation in the Chaos Dragon Cave was different from the Beast Emperor Mountain. Even though Heavenly Peng's cultivation had reached the peak of the half-sage realm, he still couldn't break through. The group of ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave was actually blocked by the Chaos Demon Lord. Other than a small number of ancient demons who sought refuge with the Chaos Demon Lord, the rest of the ancient demons weren't willing to follow him. They joined the Buddhist sect and became the Buddhist sect's protectors. To put it nicely, they were the Buddhist sect's protectors. To put it bluntly, they were the Buddhist sect's thugs and claws. The Chaos Dragon Cave's Grand Array was fully activated. The Chaos Demon Lord didn't dare to barge in. This was the power of the extreme Tao. The Chaos Demon Lord knew how terrifying this power was. The Chaos Dragon Cave would never submit to the Buddhist sect. Heavenly Peng had no choice but to shut himself in, attempting to break through in the depths of the Chaos Dragon Cave. Once he succeeded, he wouldn't need to fear the Chaos Demon Lord anymore. Both the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave were at a disadvantage. The ancient beasts and demonic beasts didn't dare to venture out. As a result, the Buddhist sect's momentum grew stronger. Buddhist experts began to appear in the heavenly Buddha sect's territories. The wilderness's human race was also protecting themselves, not participating in the battle. The human race had Heaven Hegemon Shin King and Gu Fei. Even MT Shumi's great monk Fa Tian didn't dare to act presumptuously. Great monk Fa Tian knew that Gu Fei had a saint weapon of the extreme Tao on him. If he pushed Gu Fei too far, it wouldn't be good for him. In the Yi family's ancient city square, divine lights would shoot out from time to time. He Tian was doing his best to deduce the Buddhist sect's connection array that had been branded into his heart. He Tian was surrounded by a large number of divine materials, surrounded by lingering spiritual energy. Those were the waste materials of divine materials, but even if they were waste materials, they still contained spiritual energy. They were many times better than those immortal crystals that contained spiritual energy. There wasn't a single Yi family disciple who wasn't jealous, but none of them dared to go pick them up, afraid that they would disturb He Tian. Heaven Hegemon Shin King had already passed down the order that no one from the Yi family was allowed to disturb He Tian. If anyone dared to disobey the order, they would be directly expelled from the Yi family. Pang! A muffled sound rang out. He Tian was inscribing array runes on a piece of divine jade when it suddenly exploded. He Tian frowned. He failed again. That's the 9th heaven divine jade. The Yi family disciples in the distance all felt that it was a pity. A rare piece of divine jade turned into dust just like that, and the huge amount of spiritual essence it contained dissipated in the void, wasted in vain. He Tian took out another piece of chaotic refined gold and began to inscribe array runes on it. However, this piece of chaotic refined gold was also destroyed by He Tian. There was a mistake in the array runes, and this piece of chaotic refined gold also exploded. Setting up an array was not an easy thing to do. There must not be a single mistake when setting up the array runes, otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. What a wastrel! Even some of the Yi family's higher-ups couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw that He Tian had destroyed countless divine materials. However, he had too many divine materials, as if there was no end to them. It was as if he could have as much as he wanted. Time trickled by. He Tian stood on the square of the Yi family's ancient city, constantly experimenting and deducing. After consuming a large amount of divine materials, the embryonic form of the array was finally laid out by He Tian. Although it was only in embryonic form, it wasn't far from success. Gu Fei also returned to the ancient city. At this time, the situation in the Heavenly Buddha sect had developed to a point where it was almost out of control. Extreme Daoists were constantly confronting each other. The Buddhist sect's influence was overwhelming, forcing the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern to retreat into the mountains. The desolate human tribe became the target of the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cavern. Emissaries from the two superpowers kept coming to visit, wanting to invite Heavenly Tyrant Shin King to come out of seclusion. Heavenly Tyrant Shin King was unwilling to attack the Buddhist sect at this time, so he didn't agree to the alliance. However, Gu Fei was different. He didn't have any misgivings. He walked out of the ancient city and intercepted the primal chaos demon lord outside the Chaos Dragon Cavern. He wanted to challenge a demi-saint. He's crazy, he actually dares to challenge a demi-saint. No one was optimistic about Gu Fei's chances, but Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow as he stared at the primal chaos demon lord in front of him. He wanted to use the demi-saint to temper himself. So what if it's a demi-saint? I'm invincible. Gu Fei is very confident. Watch the first advertisement. Please share. Chapter 1543. The Primal Chaos Demon Lord was an invincible expert who dominated an area of the Wildlands. He had the cultivation of a quasi-sage and was extremely powerful. However, a supreme expert like him had actually converted to Buddhism. No one knew what had happened that caused a supreme expert to convert to Buddhism. None of the quasi-sage experts were willing to be ordered around by others. They were extremely arrogant. However, Heavenly Monk Fa Tian was able to make these existences that once looked down on the Wildlands convert to Buddhism. So you're Gu Fei. Amidst the monstrous demonic chi, a pair of incomparably sharp eyes could be seen. The Wildlands Demon Lord was sizing up the human in front of him. A supreme expert at the 5th heavenly layer. Did this guy come here to die? However, the Wildlands Demon Lord did not let his guard down. On the contrary, his fighting spirit soared. How could such a person come here to die? This person must have some sort of backing. The Wildlands Demon Lord was aware that Gu Fei had a clone of the immortal Dao Saint physique. However, even if Gu Fei had a clone that had been upgraded, the Wildlands Demon Lord was not afraid. So you're the Demon Lord. Gu Fei stood high up in the sky, calmly looking at the roiling demonic chi in front of him. His tone was surprisingly calm, without a trace of nervousness. The Primal Chaos Demon Lord was originally a golden bird. When she took human form, she was actually a beautiful and charming woman. Gu Fei was very surprised. He did not expect that the Primal Chaos Demon Lord, one of the 3 overlords of the Wildlands, was actually a woman. Very well. A voice that was unclear whether it belonged to a man or a woman rang out amidst the monstrous golden demonic chi. Following that, the Primal Chaos Demon Lord made her move. Boundless demonic chi condensed into a golden claw in front of her and grabbed at Gu Fei. This was the power of a quasi-sage. The golden claw tore through the void, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. In an instant, it reached Gu Fei. This is the power of a quasi-sage. Gu Fei used the 8 directional void steps, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot. His real body soared into the sky as an extremely powerful force erupted from his body. Boom! Monstrous chi and blood rushed out from Gu Fei's body. Above his head, there seemed to be a huge dragon, soaring through the 9 heavens. In this process, his aura instantly rose to the peak. Eat my fist! Gu Fei roared out. He would not go easy just because his opponent was a woman. He used his full strength right from the start. Chaotic force turned into yin and yang as his 2 fists pulsed with 2 completely different energies. His left fist was as black as ink, and there was an endless black fog rising from it. His right fist, however, was like a divine sun, emitting a terrifying white light. His fists revolved, like the samsara of yin and yang. A yin-yang Dao diagram appeared between his fists. The principles of yin and yang collided with each other, causing the strength of his fists to rise exponentially. Rumble! Gu Fei displayed an invincible fist intent, shattering the heavens and the earth as he punched towards the Chaos Demon Lord below. Layers of demonic aura dispersed under his fists. The Chaos Demon Lord was secretly shocked. This human's combat prowess was actually so strong. This was truly out of her expectations. How could a supreme existence with a cultivation base of the 5th layer have such combat prowess? Although she was shocked, the Chaos Demon Lord did not back down. Swish! Behind her, a pair of golden wings unfurled. After that, the golden feathers on her wings all soared into the sky, transforming into rays of golden light that pierced towards Gu Fei. Every single feather was a shocking golden rainbow, shattering the void and piercing through the heavens and earth. It was absolutely terrifying. Gu Fei roared in anger. Light shot out from his eyes as his fists directly collided with the thousands of golden rainbows. The heavens and earth trembled as a patch of golden rainbows was shattered by Gu Fei's fists. However, a powerful force indeed sent Gu Fei flying. Those golden rainbows were like peerless heavenly swords, each of them containing terrifying power. Although Gu Fei destroyed a patch of golden rainbows, the sleeves on his arms were completely shredded by the golden rainbows. Scars crawled all over his arms. The power of a quasi-sage is truly terrifying. Gu Fei only felt waves of intense pain coming from his arms. Even though his physical body had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, he was still injured. Moreover, the golden demonic aura even penetrated into his arms through his wounds. He shook his arms and a powerful martial art force erupted. Sizzling sounds could be heard as rays of golden divine light rushed out from his arms. The demonic aura that had invaded his arms was immediately expelled. What? This time, the Chaos Demon Lord was truly shocked. Her opponent had actually only suffered a small injury from her attack. This made her very surprised. One should know that even a pinnacle supreme existence was like an ant in front of a quasi-sage. They could be squashed to death with a single finger. However, this ant seemed to be unusually strong. Clang! The pair of golden wings on the Chaos Demonic Lord's back flapped once again. This time, the power of the Great Way erupted from her wings. The golden feather that had just flown back turned into thousands of golden rays of light once again, soaring into the sky and piercing towards Gu Fei. This time, Gu Fei sensed something strange. Under his martial path heavenly eye, the speed of all the golden rainbows that were piercing towards him slowed down. He was shocked to find that each golden rainbow contained a demonic mark of the Great Tao. The mark condensed the power of the Great Tao. This was the divine light of the Great Tao that pierced through the sky. Damn it! Gu Fei knew that if he did not use this power, he would most likely be killed on the spot. A thunderous explosion sounded from within his body as divine marks of the Great Tao began to appear on his skin. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a peerless sacred weapon. This was a sacred weapon in human form. Die! Gu Fei pounced down from the sky and directly shattered the golden rainbows. He charged towards the Chaos Demon Lord who was shrouded in golden demonic aura. At this moment, the power of the Great Tao was added to his body, making him incomparably powerful. The golden rainbows that contained the power of the Great Tao were destroyed by his fists. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Chaos Demon Lord and directly punched at the Chaos Demon Lord's chest. The Chaos Demon Lord was extremely shocked. She never imagined that Gu Fei would be so powerful. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of her. The Chaos Demon Lord sneered. Her pair of jade-like hands turned golden as if they were cast from immortal gold. She moved forward to block. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with the Chaos Demon Lord's hands. Gu Fei only felt a strong force coming from the Chaos Demon Lord's hands. His fist seemed to have landed on an immortal divine mountain and could not move the Chaos Demon Lord at all. The Chaos Demon Lord's cold voice rang out. Then, golden demonic marks of the great Tao appeared on her golden palms. An even more powerful force erupted at this moment. What? This time, Gu Fei was truly shocked. He felt a great sense of crisis. Please share. Chapter 1544. Near the Chaos Dragon Cave, Gu Fei was fighting against the Chaos Demon Lord, who was at the Quasi-Sage realm. Both sides went all out from the start. Gu Fei displayed his invincible martial arts techniques and charged towards the Chaos Demon Lord, throwing a powerful punch at him. Gu Fei had used all his strength in this punch. His essence, qi, and spirit were all at their peak. This was the strongest attack he had ever unleashed after breaking through to the fifth heaven of Almighty Realm. Rumble. Divine markings of the Great Path appeared on his arms and the power of the Great Path surged on his fist. The void collapsed as he punched. However, the Chaos Demon Lord only used a pair of jade-like hands to block Gu Fei's powerful punch. Moreover, the Chaos Demon Lord's true strength only exploded after blocking Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei roared angrily. His muscles and bones let out a series of explosive sounds. The strength of his physical body and the chaotic true power were all stimulated. The clothes on his upper body were instantly torn apart by the powerful force that rushed out from his body. Boundless power surged crazily into his fist. Boom! In an instant, Gu Fei's figure was enveloped by the golden demonic light emitted from the Chaos Demon Lord's hands. Then, a figure flew out from the golden light. Too powerful, Gu Fei had to admit that the Quasi-Sage realm was still an insurmountable mountain for him. There was still a huge gap between him and the existence of a Quasi-Sage realm. He was sent flying by the power of the primal Chaos Demon Lord. The powerful force directly impacted his martial body, causing the bones in his arms to shatter. The primal Chaos Demon Lord pressed her lily-white hands on his chest. Then his chest caved in. His entire body was almost broken into two by the Chaos Demon Lord's palm. Gu Fei was seriously injured, but his martial body was incomparably strong, so he did not lose all his combat strength. He was sent flying thousands of feet away, but in a breath his collapsed chest immediately recovered to its original state. The shattered bones in his arm were rapidly recovering. In just a few breaths, most of the injuries on his body had already healed. This was the strength and terror of a mighty martial body. The chaotic force in Gu Fei's body surged as his muscles, bones, and flesh healed at a visible rate. In just a short moment, he had completely recovered. Vigorous blood and qi surged around Gu Fei's body. His life force was so strong that even the Chaos Demon Lord was incomparably shocked. This human was incredible. We can't let him live. The Chaos Demon Lord wanted to kill. The battle prowess that this human had displayed was way too heaven-revolting. Within the same cultivation state, there was probably no one who could be a match for him. If he didn't eliminate this human now, he would become a huge threat once he truly matured. The primal Chaos Demon Lord's killing intent rose, and he immediately took action. A figure like the Chaos Demon Lord was decisive in killing and directly attacked. Rumble! The Chaos Demon Lord turned into a golden bird, spreading his wings and flying high. The entire heaven and earth were shaken by the vast and mighty demonic power that emanated from his body, causing the void to collapse. Millions of demonic marks appeared on the body of the golden bird. The Chaos Demon Lord had used his full strength to activate the power of the Great Tao. This was a quasi-sage, and his understanding of the Great Tao had already reached a level that others could not hope to reach. Countless demonic marks appeared. The Chaos Demon Lord was about to unleash his strongest attack to completely annihilate this human who dared to challenge him. However, at this moment, Gu Fei crushed a piece of divine jade in his hand. A divine light surged from his body, instantly engulfing him. Swoosh! The void was collapsing, and countless runes appeared on the ball of divine light that was wrapped around Gu Fei. In an instant, the ball of divine light escaped into the void and disappeared. What? The Chaos Demon Lord was dumbfounded. His opponent's movements were so fast that he actually escaped the instant he was about to unleash his killing move. Roar! The Chaos Demon Lord roared angrily. He was both shocked and furious. This human was decisive in killing. His cultivation and temperament were heaven-defying and far surpassed his peers. There was no one like him in the demon race. However, Gu Fei had already borrowed the power of the formation to escape into the void. Even if the Chaos Demon Lord's killing intent was monstrous, it would be difficult for him to pose a threat to Gu Fei. At the same time, a teleportation formation in the Yi family's ancient city suddenly lit up. Rays of divine light rushed out from the teleportation formation, and the void above the teleportation formation rippled like water. There's movement. The two Yi family disciples guarding the teleportation formation were shocked and rushed towards the governor's palace. However, just as the two Yi family disciples were halfway there, a figure had already rushed out of the governor's palace. The figure instantly flew over the heads of the two Yi family disciples and appeared outside the teleportation formation. It's our ancestor. The two Yi family disciples were shocked by the figure. However, when they saw who it was, they were shocked again and hurried forward to greet him. However, the figure did not pay any attention to the two Yi family disciples. The two Yi family disciples stood behind the figure and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Swoosh! At this moment, the void above the teleportation formation suddenly shook violently. A figure passed through the ripple-like void and fell out of the void. Brother Gu, Badian Shen King waved his hand and Gu Fei floated out of the teleportation formation. It was as if an invisible hand had pulled him out. Gu Fei landed on the ground and exchanged a few words with Badian Shen King. Then he turned around and left. He entered the secret room specially prepared for him to comprehend the insights he had gained from the battle with the Chaos Demon Lord. Impressive, he actually managed to escape from the Chaos Demon Lord. Badian Shen King stared in the direction where Gu Fei had disappeared. His eyes flickered. When he heard that Gu Fei was going to challenge the Chaos Demon Lord, even he was shocked. One must know that the Chaos Demon Lord was a quasi-sage. In this world where sages were extinct, a quasi-sage was an invincible existence. Gu Fei was going to challenge the invincible Demon Lord. Badian Shen King did not think highly of Gu Fei. He thought that even if Gu Fei managed to escape from the Chaos Demon Lord, he would definitely be severely injured. However, when Gu Fei returned, he was extremely shocked. Gu Fei's blood and qi were extremely vigorous and he did not suffer any injuries at all. Badian Shen King was extremely surprised that Gu Fei managed to escape unscathed. Badian Shen King stood there for a long time before returning to his governor's mansion. Many people in the Yi family knew that Gu Fei had challenged the Chaos Demon Lord. When they found out that Gu Fei was actually able to escape unscathed after challenging the Chaos Demon Lord, everyone was in disbelief. At this moment, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the ground in the secret room and started to recall every single detail of his battle with the Chaos Demon Lord. He did not let go of any detail. He had a plan, and that was to continuously challenge quasi-sages before Mahakala successfully comprehended the profoundness of the guiding formation of the Buddhist sect. The primal Chaos Demon Lord was the first quasi-sage he had challenged. Who would his next target be? Please share. Chapter 1545. In a secret chamber in the ancient city of Yi, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the floor and slowly recalled his battle with the Chaos Demon Lord. There was nothing in the secret chamber, not even a prayer mat. Furthermore, there was no light in this place. Once the door was closed, it was pitch black inside. The walls of the secret chamber were engraved with great Tao runes, and even a half-saint would find it difficult to break through. This was a secret chamber specially prepared for cultivators to cultivate in. Otherwise, if someone were to make a breakthrough in their cultivation in the city, the newly born energy would burst out of the secret chamber and spread to the surroundings. That would definitely be a disaster. Although the battle with the Chaos Demon Lord was short, Gu Fei possessed the martial Dao Heavenly Eye, which could see through all illusions in the world and point to the source. Although the killing technique displayed by the Chaos Demon Lord was terrifying, it wasn't untraceable. Gu Fei wanted to use the Chaos Demon Lord's technique to comprehend his own technique. This was a reference, not an imitation. The current Gu Fei needed to deepen his understanding of the Tao if he wanted to improve his cultivation. The Chaos Demon Lord's understanding of the Tao had already reached a level that others couldn't hope to reach. She was only one step away from comprehending her own Tao and becoming Tao. However, it was this step that the Chaos Demon Lord couldn't truly take. She was stuck at this bottleneck for countless years and had no choice but to take the risk and enter the depths of the wildlands. Gu Fei's mind gradually entered a mysterious state. In his mind, there seemed to be another him fighting with the Chaos Demon Lord. He was simulating the battle between him and the Chaos Demon Lord over and over again. He didn't miss a single detail. After repeated simulations, he realized that he could actually hold on for a while longer when fighting with the Chaos Demon Lord. The Chaos Demon Lord's understanding of the Tao wasn't something that Gu Fei could compare to. However, when one's power was strong enough, even the Tao could be suppressed. Gu Fei's martial body was incomparably strong. Coupled with the power of the chaotic genuine qi, the two complemented each other and formed a powerful battle force. It was this battle force that allowed Gu Fei to challenge experts with higher cultivation realms than him. The primal Chaos Demon Lord gave Gu Fei a huge amount of pressure. Only with this kind of pressure could Gu Fei continue to advance bravely, becoming stronger and stronger. But this time, his opponent was a demi-saint, which was different from his previous opponents. If Gu Fei didn't have something to rely on, he would never challenge such an existence. However, if his cultivation base and strength were to increase by another level, even a sage-to-be wouldn't be able to do anything to him. For the next few days, Gu Fei closed his door, not taking a step out. By this time, the news of Gu Fei challenging the Chaos Demonic Lord had already spread throughout the Heavenly Buddha sect, shocking all the experts present. Many people knew that Gu Fei was only a fifth heaven almighty, but he was able to escape unscathed from a fight with the Chaos Demon Lord. Such a battle record could be said to be heaven-defying. If this person grows up, in the primal Chaos Dragon Cave, ancient demon Heavenly Peng only said half a sentence before falling silent. Why didn't their demon race have such a genius? On the Beast Emperor Mountain, a long sigh came from the extreme Tao Beast Palace. Could it be that Gu Fei's rise is already unstoppable? On Mount Meru, heavenly monk stood in front of the ancient Buddha Palace, looking in the direction of the ancient human city. His eyes flickered. The primal Chaos Demon Lord, who had already become a Buddhist protector, was extremely depressed. That battle was simply a humiliation to her, causing her to lose all face. If Gu Fei hadn't escaped in time, she was 90% sure that she could have killed him on the spot, because she hadn't used her true killing move yet. The next time we meet, no matter how heaven-defying you are, I will tear you to pieces. On Mount Meru, under a Bodhi tree in the first heaven of the Buddhist palace, a beautiful figure exuded a baleful aura, which was incompatible with the auspicious Buddhist aura around her. The battle strength that Gu Fei displayed was shocking and unbelievable. No one had ever dared to challenge a quasi-sage when they were only at the fifth heaven, because such a crazy move was undoubtedly courting death. In the eyes of all cultivators, a quasi-sage and a quasi-sage were two different existences. A quasi-sage stood high in the ninth heaven, looking down on the world, invincible. On the other hand, a quasi-sage was merely an ant on the ground. However, the appearance of Gu Fei overturned the understanding of all cultivators. It turned out that an ant could also challenge a giant dragon. This was the truth, not a joke. Even if some people didn't want to believe it, it had happened. And the protagonist of this matter, Gu Fei, sat in the secret chamber of the Yi clan for 10 days straight. In these 10 days, the outside world seemed calm, but in reality, undercurrents were everywhere. The Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave didn't make any big moves. The return of the barbaric Beast Lord and the Primal Chaos Demon Lord caused the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave to feel apprehensive. One must know that these two supreme beings of the barbaric wilderness knew the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave like the back of their hands. The humans of the barbaric wilderness also didn't make any moves. With tyrannical Shin King overseeing the Yi clan's ancient city, no one dared to provoke him. However, The current situation was dominated by the Buddhist sections. One had to know that the Buddhist sects had 3 supreme Buddhist weapons and 3 quasi-ascension existences overseeing Mount Meru. On the other hand, the human race, beast race, and demon race only had 2 quasi-sages, the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave. If they were to fight for real, even if the 3 parties joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Buddhist sect. As for the human race, the appearance of a Gu Fei caused everyone to feel apprehensive, especially the Buddhist sect. Great monk Fa Tian knew that Gu Fei definitely didn't have a good impression of the Buddhist sect. The peace in the heavenly Buddhist sect didn't last long. On a morning 10 days later, the door to Gu Fei's secret chamber opened and a figure walked out. Gu Fei had come out of seclusion. This time, his aura had changed a lot. His entire person was much more restrained. At first glance, he simply looked like an ordinary person. After 10 days of enlightenment, although Gu Fei's cultivation and strength didn't increase, his state of mind had improved a lot. His understanding of the heaven and earth Tao had also deepened. Quasi-sages were truly terrifying. Even after thousands of simulations, Gu Fei still couldn't see the profound meaning of the Tao from the Primal Chaos Demon Lord's killing technique. Experts who could sever their Tao would cultivate a Tao that was most suitable for them. Moreover, it was unique. Only the Primal Chaos Demon Lord could understand the Tao of the Primal Chaos Demon Lord. Gu Fei almost walked into a dead end. Rather than peeping at the Tao of others, he might as well comprehend his own Tao. With this enlightenment, his path to becoming an expert became even more resolute. He didn't intend to stop. He directly left the ancient human city and came to the vicinity of Mount Meru. For the next few days, Gu Fei lingered around Mount Meru. He used the heaven and earth energy to isolate his aura. No one could sense his presence. On this day, a golden light rushed out from the peak of Mount Meru and flew towards the Primal Chaos Dragon Cave. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. Primal Chaos Demon Lord. After seeing the golden light, Gu Fei's eyes instantly emitted a dazzling light. He directly used the 8 Desolation Void step and chased after it. Please share. Chapter 1546. The Chaos Dragon Cave was once one of the 3 most powerful forces in the Wildlands. It once produced a true dragon of the extreme Tao and stood on equal footing with the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Wildlands Ghost Domain. However, this powerful force with a true Tao inheritance was now in a terrible predicament because of a quasi-saint beast. What made all the ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave depressed was that this quasi-saint beast used to be their lord. The Chaos Demon Lord used to rule the demon race in the Wildlands. Even the ancient Peng, ancient Qilin, and other powerful ancient demons had to listen to her. Back then, the Chaos Demon Lord was the supreme emperor of the Chaos Dragon Cave. No ancient demon dared to disobey her orders. But now, the emperor of the Chaos Dragon Cave was no longer recognized by the ancient demons of the Chaos Dragon Cave because their demon lord had actually converted to Buddhism. However, the Chaos Demon Lord was still the strongest demon in the Wildlands. As a quasi-saint, she knew everything in the Chaos Dragon Cave like the back of her hand. The ancient Peng and the other ancient demons did not dare to let their guard down. They activated the extreme Tao formation of the Chaos Dragon Cave to block the Chaos Demon Lord outside. If the Chaos Demon Lord entered the Chaos Dragon Cave, it would definitely be a terrible disaster for the demon race. No one in the Chaos Dragon Cave was a match for the Chaos Demon Lord. The Chaos Demon Lord would regain control of the Chaos Dragon Cave. Swoosh! At this moment, a ray of golden light flew over from the sky. A loud shout immediately rang out from the Chaos Dragon Cave. A terrifying energy ripple spread out from the Chaos Dragon Cave. Rumble! The entire Chaos Dragon Cave shook. Extreme Tao Dragon Chi rose. Tens of thousands of dragon shadows rushed out from the pitch black hole. Endless extreme Tao formation runes appeared. With the arrival of the golden light, the extreme Tao energy in the Chaos Dragon Cave was awakened. It was as if a true dragon of the extreme Tao was awakening in the black hole that was spewing chaotic dragon chi. At this moment, the golden light that flew over from afar dissipated. A beautiful woman with golden light flowing around her body appeared. This woman was the Chaos Demon Lord. She had arrived near the Chaos Dragon Cave. However, the extreme Dao energy in the Chaos Dragon Cave had awakened. Even someone as powerful as the Chaos Demon Lord did not dare to approach. One must know that this was the extreme Dao energy. Sky Peng, Qilin, quickly open the formation and let me in. The Chaos Demon Lord sent a voice transmission to the Chaos Dragon Cave. She wanted to return to the Chaos Dragon Cave, but no one responded, as if they couldn't hear her at all. Preposterous! The Chaos Demon Lord was infuriated. She was the Demon Lord of the desolate demon race, yet she was betrayed by her subordinates. This caused the Demon Lord of this generation to feel incomparably furious. To be able to become a quasi-sage, the primal Chaos Demon Lord was definitely a ruthless character. She sat down in the void and began to channel her mystic arts, intending to use her supreme mystic arts to open up the extreme Dao Great Formation. Rumble! The entire extreme Dao Grand Array trembled. Demon Lord Hundu wanted to use his own strength to stop the extreme Dao Grand Array. She used a trace of the extreme Dao Grand Array's power. However, just as the extreme path formation began to tremble, an even more powerful energy rippled out from the Chaos Dragon Cave. The entire extreme path formation immediately began to operate rapidly. The Chaos Demon Lord used her mystic arts to activate the power of the extreme Dao Grand Array in an attempt to take control of the extreme Dao Grand Array. However, the ancient demon in the Chaos Dragon Cave did not agree to it. The vast and mighty chaotic dragon Qi instantly severed the connection between the extreme Dao Grand Array and the Chaos Demon Lord. At this moment, a figure walked over from afar. He strolled leisurely and soon arrived in front of the Chaos Demon Lord. He looked at the Chaos Demon Lord with a smile. Swoosh! The Chaos Demon Lord immediately stood up when she saw this person. Her beautiful eyes flickered with sharpness and a chilling murderous intent filled the air. I didn't think that you would dare to appear in front of me. The Chaos Demon Lord's tone was extremely cold, as if she was looking at a dead person. The young cultivator opposite her couldn't help but feel shocked. Why wouldn't I dare to appear in front of you? The newcomer sneered. Although the other party was a quasi-sage, the newcomer wasn't afraid at all. His face was calm, but no one knew what he was thinking under his calm expression. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The primal Chaos Demon Lord had been feeling stifled and didn't know how to vent her anger. Now that this person had arrived, a terrifying power suddenly exploded from her body. With a schwa sound, a pair of golden wings spread out from her back. Buzz! The void trembled. Golden Dao runes rushed out from the Chaos Demon Lord's body and branded in all directions before disappearing into the void. The newcomer couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. This Chaos Demon Lord actually used Dao runes to seal the entire void to prevent him from escaping. This young cultivator was Gu Fei, who had been chasing after the Chaos Demon Lord. At this moment, many figures appeared in the Chaos Dragon Cave. Some ancient demons were dumbfounded when they sensed Gu Fei's arrival. This human really doesn't know what's good for him. The ancient demons in the Chaos Dragon Cave were still not optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. Previously, Gu Fei was already very lucky to be able to escape from the Chaos Demon Lord. This time, the Chaos Demon Lord had already sealed the surrounding void and cut off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Gu Fei couldn't escape even if he wanted to. No one believed that an almighty could break through the void that was sealed by a quasi-sage's great Dao demon runes. The entire void had already turned into an invisible cage. You're dead this time. A cruel smile appeared on the Chaos Demon Lord's beautiful face. There was no room for mercy in the cultivation world. Even in the Buddhist sects, there were arhats who could subdue demons. Although the Chaos Demon Lord admired Gu Fei's courage, such a heaven-defying character couldn't be allowed to grow. He had to be nipped in the bud. Not necessarily. Gu Fei laughed. Even the extreme Dao formation couldn't trap him, let alone a quasi-sage's great Dao demon runes. Of course, the current situation was different from the time he was in the extreme Dao formation. In this place, it was difficult for him to awaken the power of the extreme Dao sacred weapon. Die! The Chaos Demon Lord couldn't be bothered to say more. She immediately attacked. Her jade-like hands turned into a sky full of palm shadows that enveloped the entire sky. Every palm shadow was faint and illusory, as though it was an illusion. The terrifying power crushed the void between the heavens and earth, displaying its terrifying might. Phew! Gu Fei didn't care about the layers of palm shadows in front of him. All he did was throw a punch. There were no ripples of energy, nor were there any Dao patterns on his fist. However, his punch seemed to follow the trajectory of the great Dao. The entire sky and earth shook along with his fist. Please share. Chapter 1547. Gu Fei challenged the Chaos Demon Lord once again. In the eyes of the Chaos Dragon Cave's ancient demons, this was undoubtedly suicide. The Chaos Demon Lord had sealed the void of the heavens and earth. Even a half-saint would find it hard to escape, let alone an almighty. This human race almighty was undoubtedly in a desperate situation. Swish. The Chaos Demon Lord didn't want to waste any more time with Gu Fei. She immediately attacked. A pair of slender hands instantly turned into countless palms that bombarded towards Gu Fei. Every palm shadow was faint and illusory. An ordinary person naturally wouldn't be able to see through the Chaos Demon Lord's move. However, Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary person. Under the scanning of the martial path Heavenly Eye, the layers of palm shadows disappeared. In front of Gu Fei's martial path Heavenly Eye, only a pair of palms slapped towards him. Gu Fei's punch seemed like a casual punch. There weren't any shocking energy fluctuations, nor was there any dazzling radiance. It was just an ordinary punch. However, Gu Fei's punch seemed to follow the trajectory of the great Dao. As he punched out, the entire heavens and earth shook. The great Dao energy of the heavens and earth was drawn and frantically gathered towards his fist. What? The Chaos Demon Lord was shocked. She never expected Gu Fei to be able to throw out such a punch. This punch displayed his understanding of the great Dao of the heavens and earth, drawing the great Dao energy of the heavens and earth for his own use. Although this punch of Gu Fei's seemed ordinary, it was an extremely powerful punch. With this punch, the heavens and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Bam! The thousands of palm shadows disappeared. The Chaos Demon Lord's slender hands collided with Gu Fei's right fist, emitting a dull thud. Great Dao demon marks appeared on the Chaos Demon Lord's hands. The great Dao energy instantly erupted and clashed with the great Dao energy on Gu Fei's fist. A battle at this level was extremely dangerous. Once one was injured by the opponent's energy of the Grand Dao, then it would be extremely difficult to recover, and it might even leave behind future injuries that would affect one's cultivation. The two of them were locked in a stalemate for a while. Gu Fei let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying backwards. Both of his arms exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The other party's power of the Great Path was incredibly powerful, and it was difficult for him to contend against it. You won't be so lucky this time. The Chaos Demon Lord immediately chased after him. The golden wings on her back flapped continuously, and rays of resplendent golden light flew out from her back, piercing towards Gu Fei in front of her. Every ray of golden light was a demonic mark, and they contained terrifying divine laws of the Great Path. If they were hit, even a saint would be injured. This was an attack of Dao power. One must know that the Chaos Demon Lord was a demi-sage and was infinitely close to becoming a demonic sage. He already had some of the aura of a demonic sage and was only a step away from attaining the Dao. I still can't beat him. Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, his injuries were not light. At this moment, countless rays of golden light had already pierced towards him. However, at this critical moment, a ball of divine light surged out from Gu Fei's body and enveloped him. Swoosh! A powerful force erupted from Gu Fei's body. This force directly tore through the void of the heavens and earth that was sealed by the Chaos Demon Lord, and he once again escaped into the void. What? This time, the Chaos Demon Lord was truly shocked. How could his opponent actually break through the void that she had sealed with the demonic marks of the Great Path? Although it was hard to believe, the truth was right before her eyes. The Chaos Demon Lord retracted the golden divine light formed from her feathers and roared angrily towards the sky. Her voice shook the 9 heavens. She was furious. This was the second time that her opponent had escaped from her hands. However, she still could not do anything and could only watch as her opponent escaped. Swoosh! The teleportation array in the ancient human city lit up again. A figure fell out of the void. This time, Xianxia King did not appear. Even the Yi clan disciples guarding the teleportation array had disappeared. This time, Gu Fei's injuries were not light. His arms were invaded by the Chaos Demon Lord's Dao power. His arms could not withstand the power and turned into a mist of blood. His injuries were attached with the opponent's Dao power. It was difficult for Gu Fei to recover. He entered the secret chamber and began to heal. This kind of injury caused by Dao power was very difficult to heal. If an ordinary person was injured by Dao power, they would not be able to recover and would suffer endless torture. However, Gu Fei was not afraid. The resources he possessed were unmatched by any other cultivator. He directly entered his own inner world. This piece of divine land was surrounded by spiritual qi. Every place here was much better than those grotto heavens in the human world. This was a sacred place suitable for cultivators to cultivate. After Gu Fei entered his inner world, he directly walked into the depths of this world and came to the side of a divine spring of life. The breath of life from this divine spring made all the pores on his body relax. The rich life essence automatically drilled into his body. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly jumped into the divine spring of life in front of him and disappeared in the divine spring of life. This time, Gu Fei stayed in the divine spring of life for more than 10 days before the Dao energy that invaded his body was gradually erased. As the Dao energy that invaded his body was erased, Gu Fei's body was tempered to become even stronger. Over the past 10 days, the endless life essence had been constantly cleansing his body. His arms had been completely repaired and they were even stronger than before he was injured. The Dao patterns that were imprinted on the solid body constantly emitted Dao power. The chaotic energy in his dantian was also condensed. Gradually, countless Dao patterns wrapped around Gu Fei, forming a cocoon. The power of the Great Path was vast and mighty in his inner force. It was as if a Dao embryo was being born. Above the divine spring of life, there was a vague divine sound of the Great Path that resonated with the Great Path. This strange phenomenon only lasted for more than 10 days. Then, the divine sound of the Great Path stopped. The Dao patterns that surrounded Gu Fei's body also retracted into his body. Gu Fei's body floated up from the depths of the divine spring of life. Splash! With a splash, Gu Fei broke out of the divine spring of life. Then he stood beside the divine spring. A powerful aura emanated from his body. After this tempering, his martial body had taken another step forward. A powerful force filled every inch of his muscles, making him feel as if he was filled with power. Roar! Gu Fei roared at the sky. The entire inner world shook, causing all the creatures in the world to be terrified. This time he had gained a lot. At the very least, his martial body had been tempered to become more powerful. However, his cultivation level was still at the 5th heaven of Almighty. After Gu Fei came out of the inner world, he immediately received a piece of news. He Tian was about to set up the Buddhist teleportation matrix that could connect people across worlds. Am I going to leave from here? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He was finally going to return to the human realm. Please share. Chapter 1548. On the square of the ancient human city. Wu Fei Zhongwen? From time to time, rays of divine light would shoot out from the net. He Tian had been concentrating on the Buddhist path's great guiding array. For the past half a month, he hadn't rested at all. He had expended a large amount of divine materials, some of which were extremely rare in the world, but he had wasted them, turning them into a pile of dust. After half a month's worth of research, He Tian had finally figured out the operating state of the great guiding array. He began to inscribe more formation runes on the divine materials. He Tian had reached a crucial point. Even the heavenly tyrant Shen King was standing at the side of the square, paying close attention to his progress. The Yi clan's upper echelons were incomparably nervous. If they could control the heavenly Buddha Path's array, the heavenly Buddha Path wouldn't be able to trap them anymore. After being trapped in the wilderness for so many years, They were about to return to the true great heaven and earth. All the wilderness humans were extremely excited. No one was willing to be bound by a small great heaven and earth for life. Only the true great heaven and earth was the home of an expert. In order to become a paragon, one had to conquer the 3 worlds and 6 Daos. An extreme Dao paragon could only be born in the true great heaven and earth. During this period of time, Gu Fei's injuries had completely healed. Coming out from his inner world, he didn't pay much attention to He Tian's progress. He directly left the ancient human city. This time, he didn't find a quasi-saint to challenge alone. This time, he wanted a great battle. A small number of experts from the Beast Sovereign Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave submitted to the Savage Beast Lord and Chaos Demon Lord. Among these ancient beasts and demons, there were even powerful half-saints. Gu Fei stood guard outside Mount Meru. He didn't attack the ordinary Buddhists, instead, he waited patiently. After waiting for several days, there was no movement from Mount Meru. On the 8th day, a figure finally rushed out from Mount Meru. When Gu Fei saw that figure, he was instantly invigorated. He immediately chased after it. It was a great demonic beast with a powerful half-saint cultivation. Since there was an insurmountable gap between him and the sage-to-be, Gu Fei set his sights on the sage-to-be. Where's the tiger going? Flying at high speed ahead was a tiger demon. This tiger demon was different from ordinary tiger demons. It was an ancient demon that had cultivated to the half-step saint realm. Gu Fei carefully followed behind the tiger demon. The tiger demon did not notice anything strange at all. Soon they were thousands of miles away. The tiger demon was very careful. It seemed to be afraid of being followed. From time to time, it would suddenly stop or suddenly rush into the forest below. It would only come out after a while. After confirming that no one was chasing after it, the tiger demon continued to move forward. An hour later, the tiger demon entered a large mountain. Gu Fei followed the tiger demon from a distance. He was very curious as to why the tiger demon would come to this barren mountain. What was his motive? Soon, the tiger demon entered a valley. Gu Fei carefully followed it. He sensed a few powerful auras in the valley. Gu Fei carefully snuck into the valley and hid behind the rocks. Then he looked into the valley and saw that after the tiger demon entered the valley, 3 figures surrounded by demonic auras quickly came out to greet it. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he could not help but be surprised. There were actually 3 great demons waiting for the tiger in this valley. This tiger was one of the experts of the demon race that had sought refuge with the Chaos Demon Lord. Even among the demon race, the cultivation of a half-saint was one of the top experts. Brother Tiger, you're finally here. The 3 of us have been waiting for you for more than 10 days. Among the 3 great demons, a tall and skinny man said to the tiger demon. The 3 Xianlong brothers are indeed loyal. The tiger demon was overjoyed to see that the other party did not miss the appointment. What Xianlong? It's just 3 black flood dragons? Gu Fei snickered in his heart. The 3 great demons that came out of the valley were black flood dragons. However, the 3-headed black flood dragon's cultivation base and strength were also very shocking. They were actually at the peak of the almighty realm. This caused Gu Fei to be secretly shocked. Could it be that such a great demon wanted to escape from the Chaos Dragon Cave? The tiger demon was a subordinate of the Chaos Demon Lord. Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed something. Brother Tiger saved our lives in the past. Of course, we 3 brothers will follow your lead. The tall and skinny man said. His 2 brothers also agreed. Yes, we will always remember Brother Tiger's great kindness. A short and fat middle-aged man wearing a green robe said. The 3 black flood dragons had all turned into human figures and were dressed like Daoists. Those who did not know the truth would think that the 3 of them were the legendary true immortals. Let's talk inside. The tiger demon said and walked into the depths of the valley with the 3 great demons. There was a pavilion there with a small stream flowing in front of it. The scenery in the depths of the valley was not bad. These guys really know how to enjoy themselves. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a little surprised when he saw this. These greater demons were actually experts, which made him feel a little strange. After all, these fellows weren't humans. A demonic half-saint and 3 almighty demons. Very good. Gu Fei's figure disappeared on the spot. Brother Tiger, when we left the Chaos Dragon Cave this time, we were discovered by Tian Peng. He chased us out and almost never saw you again. After sitting down in the pavilion, the 4 great demons began to talk. Something like that actually happened? The tiger demon was shocked to hear this. He had secretly instigated the 3 Xianlong brothers to betray him. This was something that absolutely no one knew, but Tian Peng actually found out. Fortunately, the 3 Xianlong brothers cultivated a great mystique that allowed them to escape from Tian Peng at the critical moment. Tian Peng was extremely powerful and was an expert second only to the Chaos Demon Lord in the Chaos Dragon Cave. After the Chaos Demon Lord was expelled from the Chaos Dragon Cave, Tian Peng became the strongest ancient demon in the Chaos Dragon Cave. The 3 Xianlong brothers were extremely lucky to be able to escape from Tian Peng. The tiger demon and the 3 Xianlong brothers were talking in the pavilion. Just as they were about to leave, a person suddenly appeared in the valley. What? The tiger demon and the 3 Xianlong brothers were shocked. They actually did not sense this person's arrival. This made them feel uneasy. Could it be that this person's cultivation was higher than theirs? It's you? When the tiger demon saw the appearance of the person, he was shocked again. This person was actually the human almighty who dared to challenge the Chaos Demon Lord. The 4 great demons in the pavilion stood up abruptly. Monstrous demonic aura erupted. With a boom, the entire pavilion was sent high into the sky by the demonic aura from the 4 great demons. Chapter 1549. Date: November 12th. Gu Fei tailed the tiger demon under the Chaos Demon Lord and arrived at a valley, where he blocked the indestructible martial lord of the 4 demon clans who were making contact. The 4 demon clans all had powerful backgrounds. The tiger demon was a demi-sage demon clan while the 3 Xian dragon brothers were pinnacle almighties. With such a force, even in the heaven realm, they could conquer a territory and become the overlord of a region. You're courting death. The tiger demon roared angrily as demonic powers surged from his body. A powerful demi-sage aura surged from his body, causing the entire void to tremble. The indestructible martial lord. Gu Fei stared coldly at the tiger demon in front of him and said, "Who's courting death?" "Brother Tiger, how about us brothers pluck off his head and give it to you?" The eldest of the 3 Xian dragon brothers said as a cold, murderous aura surged from his body. "Be careful." The tiger demon warned the 3 Xian dragon brothers before taking 2 steps back. He wanted to let the 3 Xian dragon brothers test out this human almighty first. The demi-sage demon was very careful. To be able to become a demi-sage demon clan, one must be extremely talented. Otherwise, they would not have such cultivation and strength. He's just a 5th heaven almighty and he dares to appear in front of us. The second of the 3 Xian dragon brothers said sinisterly. Swoosh! A pair of black dragon head scissors appeared in the hands of the eldest of the 3 Xian dragon brothers. This was a magical weapon that the 3 Xian dragon brothers had cultivated and it was called the Black Dragon Scissors. The second of the 3 Xian dragon brothers held a heavenly halberd in his hands. This was an almighty divine weapon. The pitch-black halberd was engraved with demonic patterns. This was the famous mysterious dragon halberd of the demon clan. This famous demon clan divine weapon had once tasted the blood of a pinnacle almighty. A pinnacle almighty had been impaled to death by this halberd. The 3rd brother of the Xian dragon clan did not have any weapons in his hands. However, Gu Fei could sense a dangerous aura from his body. The 3 great demons charged towards Gu Fei together. Their powerful auras pressured Gu Fei to the point of suffocation. These were 3 pinnacle existences. In the heaven realm, such an existence was enough to be called an emperor. Kill the indestructible martial highness. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei left an afterimage on the spot and pounced towards the 3 powerful demons in front of him. Swoosh! 2 beams of black light shot out from the black dragon scissors in the hands of the black dragon boss at almost the same time, transforming into 2 black dragons that intertwined and charged towards Gu Fei. Almighty divine weapon? Gu Fei immediately waved his fist and smashed towards the 2 dragon silhouettes. On his fist, the chaotic true power surged, and the 2 dragon silhouettes were smashed apart. Bam! Gu Fei's fist smashed fiercely onto the black dragon scissors. The ferocious fist force exploded in an instant. The black dragon boss only felt his hands shake, and the black dragon scissors in his hands flew out. A sharp pain spread from his hands to his brain. What? The black dragon boss was taken aback. He did not expect the other party's fist to be so powerful. The power contained in the fist was so strong that it caused his hands to break apart. Before the second and third brothers of the mysterious dragon clan could react, Gu Fei's fist had already smashed into the chest of the first brother of the mysterious dragon clan. Bam! The black dragon boss's entire body was smashed into pieces. 1,000 feet long black dragon roared. The black dragon boss had been beaten back to his original form. The huge black dragon's corpse fell from the sky, and the void seemed to be raining blood. Boss. The second and third brothers of the Black Dragon clan had never imagined that their eldest brother's physical body would be destroyed by this human mighty figure just like that. Moreover, even their eldest brother's primordial spirit could not escape. In other words, the Black Dragon boss's body and primordial spirit had actually been destroyed by a human almighty being who was only at the fifth heaven of almighty cultivation. He killed the boss. The Black Dragon brother's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were revealed. They were a pair of dragon claws covered with pitch-black dragon scales. This was a sign that he was about to transform into a dragon. Among the Black Dragon brothers, the Black Dragon boss was not the strongest. The strongest was actually the third brother. Although the serpent had the word dragon in its name, it was not a dragon. It was not easy for the black serpent to transform into a dragon. The third brother of the Black Dragon brothers had clearly taken that step. You deserve to die. The Black Dragon brothers seemed to have gone mad. The black dragon halberd in his hand emitted a blinding black light and pierced towards Gu Fei. It was as if a black dragon had come to life in his hand. This divine weapon actually emitted a trace of dragon might. Gu Fei laughed coldly. His martial body was incomparably strong. He directly went forward and grabbed the black dragon halberd. Then he exerted force and with a snap, the black dragon halberd was actually broken by him. Gu Fei instantly rushed forward and stabbed the halberd into the Black Dragon brother's chest. Boom! At this moment, the void trembled. A pitch-black dragon claw tore through the void and grabbed towards Gu Fei. A terrifying dragon chi was emitting from it. Gu Fei's battle intent surged and his blood was boiling. He directly struck out with his palm and blocked the black dragon claw. Then he raised his leg and kicked the head of the Black Dragon brother who was trying to retreat, causing it to explode. He was a martial artist. His close combat skills had reached the point of perfection. Anyone who got close to him would be in danger. Indestructible martial honorable. What was a martial artist best at? It was close-quarters combat. In the ancient times, martial artists were not extinct yet. All cultivators, be it the demon clan or the demons, did not dare to let a martial artist with a high level of cultivation get close to them. Once a martial artist with a high level of cultivation got close to them, it meant death. The Black Dragon brother was also dead. His head was crushed by Gu Fei's kick. His primordial spirit could not escape. Another demon clan pinnacle power was killed. Gu Fei easily killed the two demon clan pinnacle power in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the tiger demon in the distance wanted to help, but it was too late. A tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. The shadow of a ferocious tiger appeared between the heavens and the earth. A gust of strong wind blew the sand and rocks in the valley. The tiger demon was shocked and angry. His opponent's combat strength was really so heaven-defying that he could kill two demon clan pinnacle power in an instant. This was a miracle. Rumble! The tiger demon made his move. A huge shadow of a ferocious tiger pounced down from the sky. A pair of tiger claws grabbed at Gu Fei. The strong power of a half-sage caused the void to tremble and collapse. The demon clan half-sage made his move. It was different from the Black Dragon brothers. The half-sage drew the Dao energy from the heavens and earth. It was as though the heavens and earth were crushing down on Gu Fei. Gu Fei forced the Black Dragon brother to retreat. The martial Dao energy in his body was circulating crazily. He struck out with the yin-yang reincarnation fist. The pure yang energy bloomed on his right fist. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering sound, Gu Fei's fist collided with the tiger demon's claws. The two powerful forces collided with the indestructible martial lord. Gu Fei only felt that the two tiger claws were as heavy as a primordial divine mountain. Under the impact of the tiger demon's power, cracks appeared on his right fist, and blood began to seep out with a bloody glow. Bam! The ground beneath Gu Fei's feet exploded. Both his feet sank into the ground. The entire ground undulated like waves, trembling from the impact. Gu Fei let out a roar. His right fist, which was blocking the tiger demon's claws, emitted a dazzling radiance. It was as though a divine sun had appeared in the valley. The pure yang energy was exploding continuously. What? The Black Dragon Brother was dumbfounded. This human was actually able to block the tiger demon's furious attack. This was unbelievable. The tiger demon was a half-sage of the demon clan. The Black Dragon Brother couldn't accept the fact that 2 of the 3 Black Dragon Brothers had died in such a short period of time. The Black Dragon Brother had already retreated far away when the tiger demon made his move. The strength of a half-sage was not something that he could withstand. Even if it was released, it would take his life. Is this human really that strong? It was impossible for the experts of the Demon Clan in the Chaos Dragon Cave not to know about Gu Fei's challenge to the Primal Chaos Demon Lord. However, only a few of the higher-ups of the Demon Clan had seen Gu Fei in action. The others had never seen Gu Fei challenge the Primal Chaos Demon Lord. Some people didn't believe this at all. They thought that it was an exaggeration or that there was no such thing. One had to know that there was no comparison between a 5th heavenly layer mighty expert and a half-sage. A half-sage could kill a 5th heavenly layer mighty expert countless times over with a single finger. The one who was the most shocked was the tiger demon. His strength was actually blocked by the other party. This was something that had never happened before. How could a mighty expert have such combat strength? Destroy the invincible martial lord. A dazzling divine light shone from Gu Fei's body. The primal chaos force turned into the yin-yang force. The yin-yang true force circulated in his body. The two forces intertwined, collided, and fused again. The changes in the two forces caused the two forces to rise continuously. Kill! Gu Fei roared furiously. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his right fist, and an even more powerful force rushed out from his fist. The 2 tiger claws that were blocking Gu Fei's fist were crumbling. What? The tiger demon's expression changed. How could his opponent's strength be so strong? This was beyond his imagination. A 5th heavenly layer mighty expert definitely didn't have such strength. You want to compete with me in strength? Gu Fei's fist shone with 1,000,000 rays of light, shattering the tiger claws. He shot into the sky and headed for the tiger demon's real body with unparalleled strength. Anyone would find it hard to stay calm when faced with such a monster. The tiger demon retreated. Gu Fei's attack was too fierce. Moreover, his opponent's battle techniques were extremely terrifying. He definitely couldn't let his opponent get close to him. Once he did, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Gu Fei had the fastest movement technique in the world. He used the 8 desolate void steps and seemed to have entered the void, raising his speed to the extreme. He took a few steps and caught up to the tiger demon. Then, his entire spiritual force was raised to the extreme as he punched the tiger demon. Chapter 1550. The invincible martial saint's battle prowess was heaven-defying. Gu Fei's battle prowess was heaven-defying. After consecutively killing the eldest and second brother of the 3 mystical dragon brothers, he immediately went up against the half-sage demon. This was a ferocious primordial tiger that had attained the Tao and cultivated to become a half-sage demon. His cultivation was extremely powerful, but when faced against Gu Fei's martial arts and battle techniques, the ancient demon had no choice but to be cautious. Eat my fist! Gu Fei's aura instantly soared to its peak as he threw a powerful punch at the tiger demon. This punch contained all of his essence, qi, and spirit. As the punch was thrown, the entire space in front of it trembled. Boom! Unable to withstand the powerful force that erupted from Gu Fei's fist, the entire space collapsed and shattered, turning into a terrifying destructive force that surged towards the tiger demon. The tiger demon let out a furious roar and no longer retreated. He slammed his tiger claws forward, and an extremely terrifying demonic force surged from his claws. Tiger stripes appeared on the tiger claws. Each stripe emitted a dazzling divine light, as if they had charged out from the tiger demon's claws. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided fiercely with the tiger claws. This time, he had directly collided with the tiger demon's body, and a powerful force was transmitted from the tiger demon's claws. Thud! 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 Gu Fei could not control his body and was knocked a few steps back by the force. With every step he took, the space beneath his feet would tremble, and ripples of space could be seen spreading from his feet. A powerful force wreaked havoc between Gu Fei and the tiger demon, forcing the tiger demon to take 3 or 4 steps back from the impact. He was shocked to the extreme. It seemed that this human cultivator was truly heaven-defying, to be able to fight evenly with him. After all, he was a half-sage, while this guy was only a 5th-layer human cultivator. Tiger devours heaven and earth. The tiger demon shook its body and transformed into its true form. A savage yellow tiger appeared between heaven and earth. This was an ancient beast that was even taller than a mountain ridge. Roar! The tiger demon roared at the sky and opened its mouth at Gu Fei. A heaven-devouring force erupted from the tiger's mouth, wanting to devour Gu Fei in one gulp. Gu Fei only felt his body tighten as he was enveloped by the heaven-devouring force that came from the tiger's mouth. His entire body flew towards the tiger's mouth. Humph! You want to swallow me whole? Gu Fei allowed the heaven-devouring force to pull him into the tiger's mouth and didn't resist at all. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was swallowed by the tiger demon. Then, the power of a half-step saint realm condensed in the tiger demon's body. He wanted to refine Gu Fei. He killed this human cultivator named Gu Fei just like that? In the distance, the third of the 3 Xianlong brothers was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, his eldest and second brothers had been beaten to death by this human. How could an expert who could kill 2 pinnacle experts in an instant be defeated by the tiger demon so easily? The third of the 3 Xian dragon brothers felt a little uneasy. Ha! The ferocious tiger shook its body and transformed into a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man laughed heartily. He didn't expect that he would be able to make such a great contribution on this trip. Killing Gu Fei was equivalent to removing a huge threat for the Chaos Demon Lord. However, at this moment, the tiger demon's expression changed. He realized that Gu Fei, who he had swallowed into his stomach, was still alive. How is this possible? The tiger demon couldn't believe that the human cultivator he had swallowed into his stomach hadn't been destroyed by the demonic power condensed in his body. This was something that had never happened before. Even an opponent who was also a half-step saint would only last for a short while after being swallowed into his stomach before being refined by him in the end. However, the tiger demon realized that his half-step saint realm power couldn't break through the layer of divine light around his opponent's body, let alone refine this human. Swallow me into your stomach? You're courting death. Gu Fei's voice resounded in the tiger demon's mind. This scared the hell out of him. Not only was his opponent not refined, but he was also not threatened at all. The fact that his opponent was unharmed shocked the tiger demon to the extreme. Bam! Gu Fei threw a punch. The violent fist force wreaked havoc in the tiger demon's body. This punch almost shattered the tiger demon's internal organs. The tiger demon roared in pain. His body had suffered a great impact. Gu Fei's punch just now had almost pierced through his body. Swoosh! The tiger demon's glabella suddenly split open. Then, a demonic light rushed out from the glabella and entered his stomach. A middle-aged man with monstrous demonic aura appeared in the tiger demon's body. The tiger demon used the primordial spirit technique and formed another version of himself. He rushed into his body and wanted to kill Gu Fei, who was causing trouble in his body. Tiger stripes rushed out from the middle-aged man's hands. Every tiger stripe was emitting the divine sound of the Great Path. This was the power of the Great Path that had turned into a supreme killing move. Gu Fei sneered. He sat cross-legged in the void and his chaotic true power quickly gathered in his glabella. His glabella emitted a purple-golden divine light. Swoosh! A purple-golden sword rushed out from Gu Fei's glabella and crushed the countless tiger stripes that were rushing at him. It even killed the middle-aged man that the tiger demon had conjured. What? When Gu Fei killed the middle-aged man, the tiger demon felt a great impact. His body swayed a few times and he almost fell to the ground. A trace of blood seeped out of his glabella. Using the primordial spirit technique in front of me is simply showing off. After the purple golden sword killed the middle-aged man that the tiger demon had conjured with his primordial spirit power, it flew back to Gu Fei and entered his glabella. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the primordial spirit sword of the way. Although the tiger demon's primordial spirit transformation was brilliant, how could it compare to the supreme secret technique of the immortal path created by the supreme Dao ancestor? Gu Fei did not hesitate. In the next moment his chaotic true power exploded. This was an unimaginably powerful force. The tiger demon roared in pain. His entire belly was bloated. He desperately channeled the demonic power of a half-sage, trying to suppress Gu Fei in his belly. However, the force that erupted from Gu Fei's body was too powerful and unstoppable. The tiger demon's body made a sonic boom and his bones were breaking. The tiger demon let out a blood-curdling screech. Then, with a boom, his entire body exploded. His entire person instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 1551. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. A bloody mist appeared in the sky as a terrifying power exploded out. The power that descended from the sky caused the ground to tremble. This, the third brother of the mysterious dragon sect, was dumbfounded when he saw this. A half-sage's physical body had been destroyed by someone else? No one would believe such a thing even if it was told to others. Who would believe that a semi-sage's body would explode because of a person who was only at the 5th heaven of Almighty Realm? A figure walked out from the bloody mist. It's over. The third brother of the mysterious dragon sect turned around and fled without hesitation. What a joke! This freak could even kill a half-sage. If I don't leave now, I'll be waiting for him to kill me. The third brother of the mysterious dragon sect didn't want to take revenge anymore. He needed strength to do so. Without strength, it wouldn't be revenge, but death. However, Gu Fei wouldn't let the third brother of the mysterious dragon sect leave so easily. Swoosh! He stepped forward in the air using the 8 desolate void steps. With a single step, he caught up to the third brother of the mysterious dragon sect and attacked without hesitation. The yin-yang reincarnation fist shook the heavens and the earth. The black dragon sect's third brother turned pale with fright. Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to land on his back, his body suddenly became faint and illusory. Gu Fei was taken aback. The third brother's body seemed to have turned into thin air. He felt as if his punch had landed on thin air. The third brother of the mysterious dragon sect cultivated a secret technique and tried to neutralize the force of Gu Fei's punch. However, the force of Gu Fei's punch wasn't that easy to neutralize. The third brother of the mysterious dragon sect was sent flying thousands of meters away as his body turned solid. The third brother of the mysterious dragon sect spat out a mouthful of blood as his body suffered a huge blow. This human was too monstrous. This kind of strength shouldn't appear on a almighty. Gu Fei's battle prowess had already surpassed almighty beings and broken through the restraints of the almighty being realm. Just as Gu Fei sent the mysterious dragon third brother flying with a punch, the bloody mist behind him didn't dissipate. Instead, it rapidly converged towards the center. A figure appeared in the void. That person was the demonic race's demonic half-saint, the primordial ferocious tiger, whose body had been destroyed by Gu Fei's tyrannical power. It wasn't easy to kill a half-saint, and it required special methods to kill a half-saint. Gu Fei ignored the tiger demon behind him as he chased after the third brother of the mysterious dragon clan. With the 8 desolate void steps, the third brother of the mysterious dragon clan couldn't escape at all. Once Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps, he possessed the fastest speed in the world. Without any suspense, The moment Gu Fei used his yin-yang reincarnation fist, the third brother of the mysterious dragon clan was only able to block a few punches before he was smashed into smithereens by Gu Fei. You deserve to die. A roar came from behind Gu Fei. At this moment, the tiger demon had already completely restored his body. His demonic chi soared into the sky as he charged towards Gu Fei. A large flag appeared in the tiger demon's hand. He waved the flag fiercely with both hands, and a terrifying astral wind swept out from the flag. This astral wind was extremely powerful, and it even caused the void to shatter. It's your good fortune to die under my Tiger Emperor flag, the tiger demon said fiercely. When his body was destroyed by Gu Fei, he had consumed a lot of yuan qi. Reconstructing one's body was no ordinary divine ability. Tiger Emperor flag? Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny. This wasn't a magic treasure refined by a half-saint, nor was it a true holy weapon. It was really laughable that the tiger demon wanted to kill him with just this thing. Let's see who will kill who. Gu Fei shouted and directly turned around to attack. His fists bloomed with yin-yang divine light, and a yin-yang Dao diagram appeared behind him. The yin and yang evolved, and the resulting power was incomparably terrifying. There seemed to be a world evolving between Gu Fei's fists. This was a manifestation of the great Dao. What? The tiger demon was a half-saint, so his knowledge was extraordinary. When he saw Gu Fei's combat strength, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Was this guy really only at the fifth heavenly layer? Rumble. The two forces collided. Gu Fei's fists hit the flag until it was on the verge of collapse. The astral wind from the flag couldn't even get close to Gu Fei's body. Damn it! The tiger demon frantically urged his demonic chi. All the Dao patterns on the Tiger Emperor flag lit up, triggering the great Dao of heaven and earth. A peerless and terrifying aura spread out from the Tiger Emperor flag. It's time to fight for real. Gu Fei's aura also skyrocketed. His body was shrouded in a layer of primal chaos divine light, but behind him, a yin-yang Dao diagram was faintly discernible. The martial Dao true force he cultivated was very marvelous. It could be transformed into yin-yang true force, and yin-yang true force could be transformed into 5 elements true force. One had to admit that the tiger demon was a good opponent. At least, in Gu Fei's opinion, engaging in a life or death battle with such an opponent was much better than taking the risk of challenging a half-saint. A true martial artist had to experience countless life or death battles in order to grow. Bang! Endless demonic chi surged out. A demon flag shook the world and shattered the void. The earth trembled and many nearby mountains collapsed. The entire region was thrown into chaos. This was an evenly matched battle. The tiger demon's Tiger Emperor flag slaughtered everything in its path, but Gu Fei didn't show any weakness. His fists shattered the void, and the Tiger Emperor flag found it hard to suppress him. They fought as they moved, destroying everything in their path. The more the tiger demon fought, the more shocked he became. This human supreme expert was incredible. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. The power in his body seemed inexhaustible. Is this the battle power of a half-saint? This was the first time Gu Fei engaged in a true life or death battle with a half-saint. Moreover, it was with his own strength, without any external help. He didn't use an extreme sacred weapon, nor did he use his immortal Dao's sacred body avatar. This time, he was fighting with his own strength, contending against a demonic half-saint. The tiger demon was peerlessly powerful, standing at the peak of the cultivation world. In the entire cultivation world, there weren't many people who could defeat this demonic half-saint. Gu Fei could be proud of himself. He actually jumped levels to challenge a half-saint, and they were evenly matched. If it was an ordinary supreme expert, even a peak supreme expert would have been killed by this tiger demon. Bang! Gu Fei was swept away by the Tiger Emperor flag. His entire body flew away, and a trace of blood seeped out of his mouth. However, the moment he was swept by the Tiger Emperor flag, he also punched the tiger demon's chest. Gotcha! The tiger demon's chest immediately caved in. Gu Fei's fist was extremely powerful. The power of this punch was so great that even a mountain would explode. Good. Very good. Gu Fei stopped his retreat in the air and stabilized his body. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Chapter 1552. The battle between Gu Fei and the half-step saint of the demon race shocked the tiger demon greatly. This was just a human cultivator at the 5th layer of the almighty realm. This was simply a miracle, a myth. A human cultivator at the 5th layer of the almighty realm could actually fight against a half-step saint. This was something that had never happened before. Could it be that this guy has talent comparable to a young extreme supreme? The tiger demon couldn't help but be shocked, because the battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed was really too amazing. Even the legendary extreme supreme was no better than this in their youth. Extreme Dao supremacy was a legendary existence. Some people could become extreme Dao supremacy at a young age and display heaven-defying talent. However, this was not absolute. There were some extreme Dao supremes who, in their youth, kept a low profile and walked forward step by step, without much of a dazzling performance. However, in the end, they left everyone behind and cultivated the supreme Dao fruit. There was no doubt that this human almighty belonged to the former. He was extremely talented and had already shown off his talent at a young age. He had the aura of a sovereign. Kill. Such an existence could not be left alive. If he was allowed to grow, the demon race would be suppressed by him. At any time, only one sovereign could be born. Rumble. The Tiger Emperor flag shook violently, and a terrifying force spread out from it. The void was annihilated, the earth was shattered, and even the chaotic energy was hit out. The destructive energy swept towards Gu Fei in an earth-shattering manner. The tiger demon was going all out. He circulated his demonic power with all his might. Tiger stripes appeared on his body, and the Tiger Emperor flag in his hand burst out with a dazzling demonic light. This guy, even Gu Fei was moved by the fact that a half-step saint of the demon race was going all out. He used the universal void steps and quickly retreated, but there was a great force pulling him towards the Tiger Emperor flag. What? Countless tiger stripes rushed out from the Tiger Emperor flag. These were the demonic stripes of the great Dao cultivated by the tiger demon. Countless demonic stripes interweaved, and the flag turned into a pitch-black hole. The tiger demon displayed its ultimate killing technique, wanting to swallow Gu Fei into an unknown void. This was a killing technique of the half-step saint level. Even the void was torn apart. The power of the great path was vast and mighty. Gu Fei was dragged by a heaven-devouring power into the black hole. Roar! Gu Fei roared. Divine patterns of the great path rushed out from his body. These were the patterns that he had cultivated, and they could condense the power of the great path and use it for himself. He wanted to rush out, but he found that his body seemed to be entangled by invisible Dao patterns. For a moment, he couldn't break through that great suction force. This guy, Gu Fei, was taken aback, but he didn't hesitate to use one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Dao, the Ascension secret art. A peerlessly powerful aura erupted from his body. The void trembled, and a violent force swept across the world, directly breaking free from the suction force that enveloped him, and then shot up into the sky. The great hand covers the sky, Gu Fei roared, his voice shaking the heavens. A huge black hand covered the heavens and the earth as it slammed downwards, causing the void to collapse and the chaotic energy to be blasted out. The black hole formed by the Tiger Emperor flag was directly wiped out by the giant black hand. The tiger demon suffered a great impact and was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, coughing up a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? The tiger demon's ferocious eyes revealed a trace of fear. The opponent's battle prowess had suddenly increased by 10 times. Such power was difficult to resist, not even a half-step saint. This power had already surpassed the shackles of the Almighty. This was a forbidden power that broke through the limits of cultivation. Could this be the legendary? The tiger demon was extremely shocked. Tiger demon was shocked to the extreme. This kind of power was so strong that even a half-step saint would find it hard to suppress it. Gu Fei's palm had seriously injured him. Roar! The tiger demon roared. His whole body was surging with demonic power, and the injuries on his body were healed in an instant. However, his expression was somewhat weary, and his momentum had weakened. If it wasn't for the protection of the Tiger Emperor flag, Gu Fei's palm would have destroyed his body. At this time, cracks appeared on the Tiger Emperor flag. The tiger demon was shocked again. The magic treasure that he had refined for countless years was destroyed by Gu Fei. The Tiger Emperor flag was a half-step Saint Divine weapon. Gu Fei's power was enough to resist a half-step Saint Divine weapon. Gu Fei was like an invincible god of war descending from the ninth heaven. At this time, the essence, qi and spirit of his body had soared to a limit, beyond the limits of cultivation. He punched out and the stars in the sky shook. The powerful fist energy shook the world, and the invincible fist intent made the world lose its color. Gu Fei's fist pushed forward like 100,000 ancient divine mountains, blocking all the tiger demon's escape routes. He punched out to force the tiger demon to fight him head-on. The tiger demon knew that he couldn't dodge this punch, so he had no other choice. At this moment, all the demonic power in his body was activated. Countless tiger stripes emerged on his body, and the power of the great Tao crazily gathered towards the Tiger Emperor flag in his hand. Countless demonic patterns rushed out of the flag. Roar! A tiger roar resounded, and the phantom of a primordial tiger emerged on the Tiger Emperor flag. A fierce aura spread out from the Tiger Emperor flag, sweeping across the world. Rumble! The power that erupted from the Tiger Emperor flag this time was too powerful. The fierce tiger seemed to want to rush out from the flag. The powerful force caused the entire void to crack and collapse. This was the terror of a half-step saint when he went all out. The wrath of a half-step saint was enough to destroy an area. The terrifying fluctuations spread out, alarming many experts, and some people quickly came to this area. Who's fighting? Such fluctuations, it's definitely a battle between half-step saints. The ancient beasts and ancient demons in the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaotic Dragon Cave were all alarmed. Many powerful existences appeared near the battlefield, watching this battle. It's the tiger from the Chaotic Dragon Cave. Didn't this tiger betray the Chaotic Dragon Cave? Someone recognized the tiger demon's origin, and they were all extremely shocked. This tiger demon was a primordial tiger that had attained enlightenment and transformed into a human form. He was an expert in the Chaotic Dragon Cave. However, the return of the Chaos Demon Lord caused the ancient demons in the Chaotic Dragon Cave to be divided. A few ancient demons wanted to welcome the Chaos Demon Lord back. However, the Chaos Demon Lord had already converted to Buddhism, and most of the ancient demons were unwilling to serve the Chaos Demon Lord as the supreme of the demon race. Therefore, a few ancient demons in the Chaotic Dragon Cave left the Chaotic Dragon Cave and submitted to the Chaos Demon Lord. This tiger demon was the leader of the few ancient demons. The tiger demon was incomparably powerful, and even the ancient demons Heavenly Peng and Qilin were wary of him, unwilling to fight with him. In the end, they let him lead the few ancient demons out of the Chaotic Dragon Cave. Unexpectedly, at this time, this tiger demon was actually fighting with someone in the mountain, and the whole area was turned into ruins. It was incomparably terrifying. No experts dared to approach, and they all watched from afar. Rumble. At this moment, a ferocious tiger bigger than a mountain surged out from the Tiger Emperor flag in the tiger demon's hand, and an extremely fierce aura spread out. This was an incomparably powerful Tiger Emperor, and it directly pounced towards Gu Fei. This was a ferocious tiger formed from countless interweaving demon marks, and as it pounced, the whole world shook. Bang! Gu Fei threw a punch. It looked like a casual punch, but it contained boundless power and an indomitable and terrifying momentum. In the face of absolute power, any magical power or killing technique was useless. Gu Fei's punch directly blew up the head of this ferocious tiger formed from countless interweaving demon marks. There was no suspense. Under the invincible power of the Ascension secret technique, the Tiger Emperor flag was shattered, countless demon marks dispersed, and a magic treasure that had been refined by a half-step sage for countless years was directly destroyed. Bang! After the momentum of Gu Fei's punch smashed the Tiger Emperor flag, it did not reach its end. Half of the tiger demon's body turned into a bloody mist, and it was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. What? In the distance, the people watching the battle were all dumbfounded. They never thought that the tiger demon would be defeated, and so miserably, with half of its body blown up. Who was this tiger? It was a half-step sage of the demon race, an existence that stood at the peak of the cultivation world, and was incomparably tyrannical, invincible under the quasi-sage realm. Who was this human? How could he defeat such an expert? Could it be that the heavenly tyrant Shin King personally took action? But that person was full of vitality, and he was young. He was definitely not the heavenly tyrant Shin King. An existence that had lived for countless years was easy to distinguish from an existence that had lived for hundreds of years. Even if one's appearance did not change, the traces of time would more or less appear on a person's body. In the eyes of some experts, Gu Fei was too young. "Eat another punch of mine," Gu Fei shouted and threw another punch at the tiger demon. He used the 8 Desolation Void steps, which was the ultimate of the world. With just one step, he had already caught up with the flying tiger demon. No, the tiger demon roared in despair. Half of its body had already been smashed by this human expert. If this human punched it again, it was afraid that both its body and soul would be destroyed. But Gu Fei was decisive, without any hesitation. Boom! A black hole was punched through the void, and the remaining half of the tiger demon's body was smashed into dust under his fist. Not even a bloody mist was left. Roar! Just as Gu Fei's punch destroyed the tiger demon's body and soul, a terrifying roar came from the direction of Mount Meru, and an aura so powerful that it could make all living beings tremble swept over. It's her! Gu Fei was shocked. He had killed the tiger demon and provoked a peerless expert. At this time, the time limit of the secret ascension technique was about to end, and he knew that he was no match for that person. Swish! Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. Taking advantage of the time limit of the secret ascension technique, he directly used the ultimate of the world movement to leave. Chapter 1553. Roar! With a roar, heaven and earth shattered. The person who came was enraged. The tiger demon's death in battle was definitely a huge storm. It should be known that the one who died was a half-step saint of the demon race. Gu Fei, I want you to die. Endless demonic aura enveloped the heaven and earth. The Chaos Demon Lord had arrived, but it was already too late. Gu Fei was about to leave after killing the tiger demon. All the experts who were watching the battle were frightened and retreated immediately. No one dared to provoke the furious Chaos Demon Lord. The Chaos Demon Lord's expression was extremely ugly. Swish! She directly soared into the sky and rushed towards the ancient city of Yi Clan. She knew that Gu Fei was there. The reason why she didn't attack was because she was worried about Ba Tian Shin King in the ancient city. It should be known that Ba Tian Shin King was the invincible Shin King of the Wildlands. He had beaten the experts of the Beast Emperor Mountain and the Chaos Dragon Cave to the point that they had to retreat when they saw his shadow. Countless years had passed, and no one knew what level Ba Tian Shin King's cultivation had reached. But now, the Chaos Demon Lord couldn't care less. Gu Fei had actually killed her half-step saint of the demon race. How could she let this matter go so easily? There's going to be a good show to watch. All the experts were paying attention. The Chaos Demon Lord was peerlessly powerful. He was a demi-saint of the demon race, and his cultivation was only half a step away from that of a demi-saint. However, Ba Tian Shin King was also an invincible Shin King of the human race. When these two experts met, a battle was inevitable. This was a battle between demi-saints. Gu Fei didn't know that he had provoked a terrifying enemy for the Yi clan. However, he acted according to his heart and had no scruples. Even if he knew that killing the tiger demon would completely anger the Chaos Demon Lord, he still killed it without hesitation. Rumble! In the heavenly Buddha path, many living beings saw a golden divine bird flying across the sky. The heaven and earth shook, and the powerful aura caused all living beings to tremble. In the mountains, in the Yi clan's ancient city, in the city lord's mansion, a man suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of divine light shot out of his eyes, several meters long. At this time, He Tian had reached a critical juncture. He had already evolved the Buddhist sect's great guiding formation countless times, and he began to set it up on the square of the ancient city. Swish! That person immediately rushed out of the city lord's mansion. He Tian could not be disturbed while he was deducing the formation. If all his previous efforts were wasted, then all his previous efforts would be for naught. Rumble! The ancient city was shaken. The higher-ups of the Yi clan were alerted as well. A powerful expert was charging towards the ancient city. The ancient city's formation had been activated. Beams of divine light rushed out of the ancient city, interweaving into a huge net that enveloped the entire ancient city. This was the ancient city's defensive formation. The ancient city of the human race had existed for countless years and was protected by a great saint-level formation. Even if a sage came, he might not be able to break into the ancient city. Gu Fei, come out and meet your death. A furious roar reverberated throughout the mountains, startling the birds and beasts in the mountains and causing them to flee in panic. A golden divine bird descended above the mountains. The powerful aura of a quasi-sage almost caused the heavens and earth to collapse. The void was shaking, and the earth was trembling. This was the anger of a quasi-sage. Swish! That golden divine bird was about to swoop down, but at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the divine bird and intercepted it. It doesn't matter who comes today, I want Gu Fei's life. The golden divine bird was even bigger than a mountain. This was a shadow condensed from golden demonic energy, not the true body of the divine bird. Amidst the endless golden demonic energy, a graceful figure stood there, her eyes flashing with golden light. Behind her, there was a pair of golden wings flapping. Fight or retreat? The person who came was very straightforward. A shocking battle intent rushed out of his body. The domineering aura of heaven and earth was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time, causing the world to lose its color. Bat-Ian Shin King. The peerless demon lord sensed a dangerous aura from the figure and couldn't help but become serious. She wouldn't let her anger get to her head. At the level of the chaos demon lord, even if she was furious, she would instantly calm down when she encountered an opponent who could truly threaten her. Without any hesitation, and without too many words, the Chaos Demon Lord directly attacked. Boom! A demonic energy wave so powerful that it made one's spiritual soul tremble burst out of her body, and a pair of golden wings spread out behind her. Clang! Like 100,000 heavenly swords vibrating, the golden feathers on the wings of the Chaos Demon Lord all turned into rays of dazzling golden sword light, soaring tens of thousands of feet and piercing towards Bat-Ian Shin King in front of her. Each ray of golden light contained the power of the great path cultivated by the Chaos Demon Lord, and within each ray of golden light, there was a demonic mark of the great path faintly visible. This was a divine sword of the great path. Facing the extremely ferocious attack, Bat-Ian Shin King just stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Bang! The void trembled, and a huge palm appeared in front of Bat-Ian Shin King. Then, all the golden sword light that pierced towards him was blocked. The huge palm was like an insurmountable mountain, and no matter how many sword light pierced through it, it didn't budge at all. Even the sword light that contained the power of the great path couldn't do anything. What? The Chaos Demon Lord was shocked. The divine ability displayed by Bat-Ian Shin King was truly astonishing. The great path didn't appear, but it blocked all the attacks. Thousands of golden feathers danced in the air, and then all flew back towards the Chaos Demon Lord. Bat-Ian Shin King really lives up to his reputation. The Chaos Demon Lord was secretly shocked. This was a powerful opponent. Although he had fallen from the demi-saint realm, his understanding of the great path had already reached an unattainable level. Such an existence was only one step away from enlightenment, and then becoming a saint. Stand down. Bat-Ian Shin King stood with his hands behind his back. The domineering aura on his body was no longer earth-shaking, and had been restrained. This was a sign that he had returned to his natural state. The Chaos Demon Lord sneered. Although this human demi-saint was powerful, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat the Chaos Demon Lord. They were both demi-saints, and it would be very difficult to determine a victor. Golden Crow slaughters saints. The Chaos Demon Lord roared, and his entire body emitted millions of golden lights. That golden demonic aura was like a heavenly fire, sweeping out in all directions and instantly enveloping the entire heaven and earth. Amidst the endless golden demonic aura, a golden bird floated and emitted a powerful saint-level power. What? At this moment, Batian Shin King was finally moved. The opponent's power had already broken through the shackles of the demi-saint realm, and this was the true power of a saint level. I didn't expect you to be a descendant of the Golden Crow. Batian Shin King was incomparably shocked. The Golden Crow was said to be born from the Sun Star, and was an innate divine bird. When the Golden Crow truly matured, it would at least be in existence of the great saint realm. Unexpectedly, the Chaos Demon Lord actually had the bloodline of the Golden Crow. Chapter 1554. Date: November 16th, Gu Fei killed the Tiger Demon subordinate of the Chaos Demonic Lord. The Chaos Demonic Lord was enraged and charged towards the Yi family's ancient city. He wanted to drag Gu Fei out and tear him to pieces. A demonic half-sage and 3 demonic peak experts were killed by Gu Fei. The entire heavenly Buddhist sect was in an uproar. A 5th heavenly layer expert killed a demonic half-sage. It was a miracle. The enraged Chaos Demonic Lord charged towards the Yi family's ancient city. Shen King, who was guarding the ancient city, had no choice but to take action. At this time, He Tian's plan to approach the Buddhist Grand Array had reached a critical juncture. As long as He Tian successfully set up the Great Receiving Array on Mount Meru, the human race of the wilderness would be able to return to the human race. The tyrant Sky Divine Emperor would never allow the primal Chaos Demon Lord to approach the human race's ancient city. Thousands of miles away from the human ancient city, Shen King intercepted the Chaos Demonic Lord in the sky above the mountain. Unavoidably, Shen King and the Chaos Demonic Lord finally fought. This was a battle between demonic sages. The ancient beasts of the Beast Emperor Mountain and the great demons of the Chaos Dragon Cave appeared. In the distant sky, a mass of Buddhist light floated over. The Buddhist Vedanta on Mount Meru also appeared. Rumble. At this time, the Chaos Demonic Lord used his supreme divine technique. Endless golden demonic energy swept out in all directions and engulfed Shen King in an instant. This was no ordinary demonic energy. It was the solar essence fire. The Chaos Demonic Lord had the bloodline of the primordial divine bird, the Golden Crow. This was the power of his bloodline. Countless demonic runes appeared in the golden demonic energy. They interweaved into the runes of the heavens and earth, drawing upon the power of the great Tao. He wanted to refine Shen King into the solar essence fire. Clang! The sound of a sword resonated through the 9 heavens. In the endless sea of golden flames, a ray of sword light shot up to the sky. It broke through the layers of flames and slashed out. Shen King made his move. The Overlord's sword was unsheathed. An unstoppable and terrifying sword chi slashed out. Countless golden demonic runes shattered under the sword light. With a sword in hand, it could break through all divine techniques. Alright, let's see how long you, Tyrant Shen King, can protect that kid. The murderous voice of the primal Chaos Demon Lord came out from the sea of fire. The endless solar essence flames retreated like the tide. The primal Chaos Demon Lord turned into a beam of flame and disappeared in an instant. No one knew what had happened in the sea of fire. The Chaos Demon Lord had actually retreated just like that. Sky Overlord Shen King stood upright with his sword in hand. The domineering aura on his body had already been withdrawn, but the Overlord sword in his hand was still emitting a domineering aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate. What's going on? How did the primal Chaos Demon Lord lose so quickly? The experts who were watching the battle from afar were stunned. They wanted to see a fierce battle, but it ended like this. No one had thought that such a scene would happen. Is Batian Shen King going to become a sage? In a ball of Buddhist light on the horizon, a tall monk wearing an old kasaya muttered to himself. In the eyes of such an expert, the primal Chaos Demon Lord had been driven away by Sky Overlord Shen King. Could it be that Sky Overlord Shen King's cultivation was stronger than the primal Chaos Demon Lord? The combat strength that Sky Overlord Shin King had displayed made the experts from all sides fearful. No one dared to look down on the human race. In the end, Sky Overlord Shin King returned to the human race's ancient city. The experts from all sides gradually dispersed. Thousands of miles away, a figure stood on the peak of a mountain. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. She was a beautiful woman who looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Sky Overlord Shin King, the woman in white, stretched out her hand. On her jade-like palm, there was a bloodstain. Golden blood seeped out from that bloodstain. Everyone thought that a battle between quasi-sages would erupt. However, this battle that could shake the world did not happen. Some people were disappointed, while others were glad. The higher-ups of the Yi family heaved a sigh of relief. The invader turned out to be the primal chaos demon lord. He was an invincible existence. If Sky Overlord Shin King had not been in the ancient city, the Yi family would have been in big trouble. When the people of the Yi family found out that it was Gu Fei who had provoked this big enemy, everyone in the Yi family fell silent. Even if they were dissatisfied, no one dared to voice it out. It should be known that this guy was a freak who could even kill demi-sages of the demon race. Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the 5th heaven, but he could kill demi-sages. What kind of concept was this? Even the legendary extreme grade supremes did not have such a battle record when they were young. This is an existence qualified to aspire to the extreme grade supremes. An old man of the Yi family said. Everyone in the Yi family was shocked. They realized that Gu Fei's potential was absolutely limitless. As long as he could become a sage, perhaps even a great sage would not be able to suppress him. Being invincible in the same realm was not a legend. It was a real thing. What did it mean to be invincible in the same realm? Gu Fei was a good example. The Yi family wanted to befriend Gu Fei. The higher-ups of the Yi family believed that Gu Fei had limitless potential. Befriending such an existence would bring unimaginable benefits to the Yi family. As the protagonist of this incident, Gu Fei returned to the ancient city of the human race before the sky turned dark. He entered the secret chamber that the Yi family had prepared for him. Gu Fei was completely focused on cultivation. He wanted to improve his cultivation base. According to the goal he had set, he wanted to improve his cultivation base by a small realm before leaving the heavenly Buddha path. 3 days later, Gu Fei came out of seclusion again. This time, he looked for Sky Overlord Shin King. Then, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the depths of a mountain in the heavenly Buddha path. This fluctuation lasted for a short while before disappearing. This fluctuation alarmed many experts. However, by the time they arrived, the place had already turned into ruins. Someone was fighting here, destroying a part of the mountain. Mountains collapsed, rivers dried up, and lakes evaporated. Terrifying scars were left on the ground, and the aura of a Saint Realm expert had yet to dissipate. Experts who sensed this aura couldn't help but turn pale. The experts fighting here were at least half-saint existences. Only half-saint existences could exude the aura of a Saint Realm expert. In the battle with Sky Overlord Shin King, Gu Fei returned with heavy injuries. His injuries were severe, almost losing half of his life. However, this battle was worth it. After returning, he immediately went into seclusion. This guy is crazy. The Pearl of the Yi family, Yi Wu, paid close attention to Gu Fei's every move. Gu Fei's crazy cultivation method made her heart palpitate. This freak, in order to improve his cultivation base, he was willing to throw away his life? One had to know that an existence like Sky Overlord Shin King, even if he didn't want to hurt Gu Fei, once he made a move, it was impossible for Gu Fei to come out unscathed. However, what shocked Yi Wu was that Gu Fei only stayed in the secret chamber for 10 days. Then, he reappeared in front of her, full of vigor, and challenged Sky Overlord Shin King again. Does this guy have a problem with being tortured? Yi Wu couldn't understand. Chapter 1555. Overlord Shin King was peerlessly powerful, and Gu Fei was simply looking for trouble by challenging him. However, Gu Fei challenged Shin King again and again. In the beginning, he lost miserably, and his martial body was severely injured. However, the more he fought, the braver he became. The more he fought, the lighter the injuries on his body. The experts of the Yi clan were incomparably shocked. Although Gu Fei was looking for trouble, his combat strength was gradually increasing. When they realized this, Yi Wuji, Yi Wu, and the others of the younger generation of the Yi clan were extremely envious. However, they did not dare to challenge Overlord Shen King. Only a freak like Gu Fei would dare to challenge a peerless existence like Overlord Shen King. He was using Shen King's hands to train his martial body. In front of Overlord Shen King, Gu Fei could attack as much as he wanted without any scruples. He knew that unless he used his extreme saint weapon, he would not be able to hurt Shen King at all. However, Overlord Shen King would not really kill Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei was severely injured, it was only in his martial body. His life force was incomparably vigorous. Even if someone cut him into 8 pieces, he would still be able to recover. In the next month, Gu Fei and Overlord Shen King fought more than a dozen battles. Gu Fei's martial body became more and more powerful, and the chaotic qi in his body surged like thunder. Every time he punched, every time he kicked, Gu Fei's body would emit a faint sound of thunder. Rumble! On a martial arts field of the Yi clan, 2 figures flashed quickly. Waves of powerful energy spread out and collided with each other, causing the entire martial arts field to shake. This wasn't an ordinary martial arts arena. The entire martial arts arena was branded with saint-level Dao patterns. At this moment, under the impact of the power released by the 2 experts, the entire martial arts arena's Dao patterns lit up. There was a figure shrouded in chaotic qi, and his fists were radiating yin and yang divine light. His fists were transforming yin and yang. An invincible fist intent spread out from the black and white fists. Gu Fei punched out with a fist of extreme yang energy. Like a surging river, it rushed towards the figure in front of him, shaking the void with a single punch. All right. The man in front also punched out. This punch contained an overbearing aura. This was the tyrant fist, pressing forward with indomitable will. In the entire ancient city, there was only one person who could use this kind of punching skill. That person was Tyrant Shen King. Shen King of the Heavens cultivated the immortal Dao, but during the battle with Gu Fei, he actually created a type of hegemonic fist. This fist technique didn't have any moves, only fist intent. The hegemonic fist collided with Gu Fei's yin-yang reincarnation fist. When the 2 forces collided head-on, the invincible fist intent, when released, even Gu Fei would be injured. The hegemonic fist directly collided with Gu Fei's fist of extreme yang, and Gu Fei's fist was immediately deformed. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and sparkling and translucent blood splattered. The immortal Dao divine body of the quasi-saint level was too powerful, and even Gu Fei's martial body was injured. Tyrant Shen King didn't use his full strength, but even though he showed mercy, he still injured Gu Fei. Bang! Gu Fei flew out and hit the wall thousands of meters away. The Dao patterns on the wall surged and completely dissolved the force of the collision. This martial arts field wasn't an open-air one, but an enclosed one with a radius of thousands of meters. Only such a martial arts field could allow Gu Fei to fight freely. What a domineering fist! Gu Fei was shocked. Between breaths, the flesh and bones on his deformed fist surged, and in an instant, it completely recovered. Even the blood that had flowed out flowed back into the wound. Your life force is too vigorous, said Tyrant Shen King. Gu Fei's martial body had an extremely vigorous life force. This was the person with the strongest life force he had ever met. Gu Fei's qi and blood were comparable to that of the primordial dragon. Hee, only with a strong life force can one not die, said Gu Fei. At this time, his fist once again burst out with dazzling white divine light. Again! Tyrant Divine Emperor frowned. This abnormal guy had already fought with him for half an hour. Could it be that he still wanted to continue fighting? He was really a madman. Gu Fei's cultivation method was too abnormal. In the past month, he didn't know how many times he had been injured, and all the bones in his body had probably been broken. Fight! Gu Fei was like a god of war descending. His battle intent was still like a rainbow. He took a step forward, and the whole martial arts arena shook. It was like a giant taking a step. Boom! An extremely powerful aura burst out from his body, and a circle of transparent ripples could be seen with the naked eye with him as the center, spreading out in all directions. At the moment when Gu Fei took a step forward, lines of Dao patterns emerged from his body, crawling all over his body. His whole person was like an unsheathed holy sword, incomparably sharp. He slowly pushed his fists forward, and the entire void in front of his fists shook. The power of yin and yang intertwined, and a yin-yang divine diagram appeared in front of him. His right fist emitted a dazzling white light, and his left fist was as black as ink. The yin-yang divine diagram appeared, and Gu Fei's fists were the two Tai Chi eyes on the yin-yang divine diagram. Endless power of yin and yang surged out from the Tai Chi eyes on the yin-yang divine diagram. Such a battle technique had already surpassed the scope of a technique. Seeing Gu Fei use this technique, Batian Shinking's eyes lit up. This was a martial arts battle technique that had been lost for countless years, and he didn't expect someone in the world to still be able to use it. It seemed that this guy had obtained the inheritance of a supreme martial ancestor. Batian Shinking used his finger as a sword and directly pointed forward. A sword ray shot out from the tip of his finger, breaking the void and cutting open the world. No one knew that although Batian Shinking cultivated the immortal Dao, his strongest technique was the immortal sword Dao. With a sword in hand, he could break all techniques and divine abilities. This sword attack of Batian Shinking could not be described as stunning, but it stabbed at the weakness of Gu Fei's fist technique. With just one sword, it broke the point where the power of yin and yang converged, making it difficult for the power of yin and yang to intertwine. Boom! Gu Fei only felt his hands tremble, and his fists involuntarily flew to the sides. The yin-yang divine diagram collapsed, and the center was wide open. Batian Shinking took a step forward and punched Gu Fei's chest, causing Gu Fei to fly back again and hit the wall. Ugh! Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. On his chest, there was a fist imprint. The fist imprint had sunk into Gu Fei's chest, shattering his bones and injuring his martial body. Fortunately, it was not a life-and-death battle, otherwise, this punch of Batian Shinking would have destroyed Gu Fei's body and soul. This was the battle strength of a quasi-saint, and it was difficult for Gu Fei to resist. Chapter 1556. One had to admit that Batian Shinking was too powerful. One had to know that the Dao pattern that Gu Fei cultivated was imprinted on his bones. Even with the protection of the Dao pattern, it was still shattered. It was imaginable how powerful Batian Shinking's punch was. Gu Fei took a deep breath and began to retract his battle intent. I'm done. Batian Shinking smiled. His punch was enough to shatter a semi-sage weapon. After receiving this punch, Gu Fei's bones and tendons were shaken and his body went limp. It was impossible for him to continue fighting for a while. At the same time, Batian Shinking was secretly shocked. The legendary martial physique was truly worthy of its reputation. Gu Fei's martial physique was the most powerful physique he had ever seen. I'm done. Gu Fei's bones and tendons were shaken. How could he continue fighting? He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to circulate his mystic art to heal his injured body. Batian Shinking's last punch was incomparably powerful. The fist mark on his chest couldn't be healed. Batian Shinking didn't say anything. He left the martial arts practice field and went to the ancient city of Guangqing. At this time, the square was filled with a type of divine jade. This divine jade contained fire qi, and the fire qi formed the shadows of phoenixes on the outside of the divine jade. Fire Phoenix Divine Jade. Batian Shinking's knowledge was extraordinary. He could tell the origin of this divine jade at a glance. This was a rare divine material. Legend has it that it was formed by the blood of the divine phoenix. At this time, He Tian actually laid countless fire phoenix divine jades on the ground. The entire square was filled with fire qi as though there were many flying phoenixes. He Tian was using this peerless divine material to set up the formation. Wow, so many fire phoenix divine jades. Where did he get them? Even Batian Shinking was amazed by He Tian's generosity. As for the rest of the Yi clan, they were already dumbfounded. There were thousands of pieces of fire phoenix divine jade on the square. This was definitely a divine treasury, comparable to the entire collection of the Yi clan. This kind of divine treasury was very tempting. However, no one dared to covet these fire phoenix divine jades. He Tian's entire body was surrounded by Dao patterns. His entire body was a formation. Countless array patterns rushed out from his hands and entered the fire phoenix divine jade on the ground. Only a divine material like the fire phoenix divine jade could be imprinted with the array patterns of the Great Guidance Array on Mount Meru. Within each piece of fire phoenix divine jade, there were countless Dao patterns faintly visible. The runes on each piece of fire phoenix divine jade resonated with each other, interweaving to form a large array. On the square, lines of runes began to wander. He Tian had really laid out the ancient array on Mount Meru. At this time, he was extremely serious, not daring to be careless in the slightest. This person's cultivation in array formations is incredible. This was the Supreme Shun King's evaluation of He Tian. This person could actually lay out a quasi-supreme array. This made the Supreme Shun King feel that it was inconceivable. Finally, we can return to the great world. The Supreme Shun King turned around and left. He was very much looking forward to the Yi clan of the Wildlands. They had been trapped in the Wildlands for countless years. The Yi clan's upper echelons were incomparably nervous. At this time, anyone could see that He Tian was about to succeed. As long as the Great Guidance Array was successfully laid out, they would be able to return to the Great World. However, the final array patterns were too abstruse. Sometimes, He Tian couldn't even imprint a single array pattern on the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade below after a long time. The Li clan's upper echelons also came. The Yi clan and Li clan had already formed an alliance. With the two clans working together, they could protect themselves even against the Beast Sovereign Mountain or the Chaos Dragon Cave. This person, Li Qingyi, stood on a tall building beside the plaza. She stared at the figure floating above the plaza. Her eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. A genius appeared in the Li clan of the Wildlands, and a pair of geniuses appeared in the Yi clan of the Wildlands. These three people were the rising stars of the human race. At such a young age, they had already cultivated to become supreme existences. However, after meeting Gu Fei and He Tian, Li Qingyi and the others realized that there was always someone above them. Compared to Gu Fei's freakishness, Li Qingyi and the others felt that their talent was not even worth mentioning in front of Gu Fei. Even that He Tian, who was together with Gu Fei, was someone that Li Qingyi and the others couldn't defeat. On a mountain peak 300 miles away from the ancient human city, a slender figure stood against the wind. Her clothes were whiter than snow, but there was a faint layer of golden light around her body. This was a woman who couldn't be any more beautiful. At this moment, the sky above the ancient human city was a sea of red. There was a faintly discernible fiery bird soaring in the sky. It looked like a fire phoenix and exuded a divine beast aura. What's going on? Why is there a divine beast in the ancient human city? The strange phenomenon that appeared in the ancient human city alarmed many powerhouses. This woman was the Chaos Demon Lord, who had been roaming around the ancient human city. Although Shun King Badian had chased away the Chaos Demon Lord, Gu Fei had killed the #1 expert under the Chaos Demon Lord. The Chaos Demon Lord would definitely not let Gu Fei off. Moreover, Gu Fei had also killed the 3 Black Dragon brothers in addition to the Half-Saint realm. However, Gu Fei didn't show any signs of leaving the ancient human city. The ancient human city was protected by a great sage-level array formation. Even the Chaos Demon Lord, who was at the quasi-sage level, wouldn't dare to barge in. The Chaos Demon Lord hadn't left for a month. The human race is making a big move. Some powerhouses were attracted by the strange phenomenon in the sky above the ancient human city. The faintly discernible fire phoenix in the sky above the ancient human city gradually became clearer as time passed. The aura of the fire phoenix spread in all directions, as if a real fire phoenix had descended from the 9 heavens. 9 days passed, and the aura of the fire phoenix spread out from the ancient human city. It was as if a real divine beast was gradually awakening in the ancient human city. The aura of the divine beast was vast and mighty. Even the ancient beasts of the Beast Emperor Mountain appeared. Some people saw the figure of the savage beast lord appear near the ancient human city. The ancient demons of the Chaos Dragon Cave also came. All the powerhouses were shocked when they saw the fire phoenix in the sky above the ancient human city. There are no fluctuations of life. This isn't the power of a real divine beast. Could it be that someone is using the legendary divine material to do something? It seems that only the legendary Fire Phoenix Divine Jade formed from the Fire Phoenix Divine Blood can contain the Fire Phoenix essence. Some old antiques saw through something, but how many Fire Phoenix Divine Jades were needed to gather such a vast Fire Phoenix essence? There were no absolute secrets in the world. Soon, some powerhouses learned of a piece of news. This news shocked all the forces, and all the powerhouses couldn't sit still anymore. An almighty powerhouse of the human race had set up an array formation in the ancient human city. The array formation was actually the great receiving array of Mount Meru. In other words, once it was successful, the human race would be able to freely enter and exit the heavenly Buddha path. Please share. Chapter 1557. He Tian sets up a formation in the ancient city of Yi family. The Fire Phoenix Essence Chi contained within the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade was gradually activated. A huge Fire Phoenix appeared in the sky above the ancient city. Shut up. The entire sky was dyed red, as if there was a fire in the sky. A Fire Phoenix soared in the sea of fire. This type of irregular scene was rarely seen throughout the ages, startling everyone. In the vicinity of the ancient city of the human race, there were more and more experts. Big figures were appearing and disappearing, and all the experts were staring at people. Everything that happened in the ancient human city. But the human race's ancient city was protected by a great saint-level formation. Even if a quasi-sage cultivated the heavenly eye, it would still be difficult to see through it. When they entered the ancient city, no one knew what was going on inside. Something has changed. At this time, in the sky above the ancient human city, the He Tian Hun billions of formation patterns blossomed from his body as he used the formation to communicate with the heavens and the earth. This time, it attracted the power of the great Tao. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Hundreds of millions of formation patterns appeared around him. From time to time, formation patterns would be drawn into his hands. Up, and then into the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade below. Lines of runes flowed on the ground, and a powerful wave of energy surged out. His aura was vast and mighty. Did he really succeed? At this time, Gu Fei also walked out. Over time, his gains have been enormous. His cultivation has improved. He had already reached the peak of the fifth firmament of the Almighty. It was possible for him to break through to the sixth firmament eminence. The sixth minor realm of Almighty was already within reach. Just one step away. This time, He Tian had put in a lot of effort. He obtained the Fire Phoenix Divine Jade from the land of the Phoenix Perishing Dragon in the Heaven Realm. All of them were taken out. Only this kind of divine material could bear the mark of a quasi-supreme being. The final formation pattern was very abstruse and complex. He Tianbu, they had to be very careful not to make any mistakes. If there was a mistake, the consequences would be dire. On the plaza of the ancient human city, the Fire Phoenix Essence Chi rose. Teng, He Tian used the power of the Fire Phoenix to replace the Buddhist power. Then, the formation began to operate. Crimson Fire Chi condensed in the sky above Guangqing. A Fire Phoenix sword, born of heaven and earth. It was the aura of an innate divine beast. All beasts within a 10,000-mile radius of the ancient human city. The aura of an innate divine beast made all the beasts tremble. Humans were all terrified, suppressing them innately. Only ferocious beasts and great demons who had cultivated to a certain level could, to resist the pressure of this divine beast. Can we really succeed? More and more experts gathered outside the ancient human city. That's right. Even the Buddhist Vedanta had arrived. Someone saw heavenly monk Dharma's figure. You really overestimate yourself. How can my Buddha's formation be so weak? How could it be so easily stolen? A mighty figure of the Buddhist sect said something like this. The receiving formation on Mount Mi was a great formation. The great Buddha, who had the qualifications to aspire to the position of the extreme Tao supremacy, laid down endless. Throughout the ages, no one had been able to set up a new Buddhist formation that could connect to the outside world and the heavenly Buddha path. The Vedantas of the Buddhist sects are not optimistic about the ancient human cities. The Almighty who had set up the formation. It must be known that this was the Buddhist school of Buddhism. Not even a great virtue could replicate the great gate of guidance. Some people had tried to set up arrays before, but they all failed in the end. However, He Tian was different from ordinary people. He had countless rounds of experience. This time, he was a formation grandmaster, a master of countless generations. His cultivation base was gradually manifesting on his body. Every time he went through a reincarnation, He Tian's cultivation base and strength would be reduced to a minimum. However, He Tian's understanding of the great Tao wouldn't change. Every time he went through a reincarnation, his understanding of the great Tao wouldn't change. Every time he went through a reincarnation, his experience was accumulating. He Tian cultivated a supreme technique that could seize the fortune of the heavens. Heavenly art. Even Gu Fei couldn't see through He Tian, but he could. What was certain was that He Tian had many secrets. He had mastered the incomplete extreme Tao array and could set up a corner of it. An incomplete extreme Tao array. The Buddhist receiving array on Mount Meru was merely a quasi-supreme ancient array, but He Tian's cultivation base had reached a limit. He had spent countless efforts, but in the end he still managed to set it up. It was set up. Boom! Just as He Tian imprinted the last array pattern, the entire array immediately emitted a bright fire. Light. Thousands of pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade contained Fire Phoenix Essence Energy. Light. Thousands of pieces of Fire Phoenix Divine Jade contained Fire Phoenix Essence Energy. A bird's cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Endless Fire Phoenix Essence Energy condensed into a Fire Phoenix. It was as if a real phoenix was being reborn from the fire. It was as if he had been reborn from the fire, and a powerful aura appeared. The Fire Phoenix soared into the sky and directly broke through the ancient city's seal array. The void shattered. A ball of fire in the ancient city. The Fire Phoenix soared into the sky and directly broke through the ancient city's seal. The flaming phoenix charged straight into the sky. Rumble. Countless red array patterns interweaved. A spatial passage appeared in front of all the experts. The passageway appeared in front of all the experts. Everyone was stunned. No one thought that this would be the result. The few Buddhist great virtues were even more dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded. It was hard for them to accept such a conclusion. How is this possible? Soon, a vast and boundless aura of heaven and earth came out from the spatial passage. This was the power of the outside world. The power of heaven and earth came from the other end of the spatial passage. It came. The true great heaven and earth. That aura of heaven and earth was different from that of the heavenly Buddha Tao. The power of heaven and earth was the law of heaven and earth of the perfect great heaven and earth. The embodiment of it directly suppressed this world. Only the true great heaven and earth had a flawless great Tao. Only the true great heaven and earth had a flawless great Tao. The great Tao of heaven and earth could suppress all man-made heaven and earth. There was no doubt that this was a passage leading to the outside world. Rumble. Outside Mount Meru, a huge mountain was moving. The power of the extreme Tao surged out from the mountain. A blurry beast shadow appeared between heaven and earth. That incomparably huge beast shadow supported the great mountain. It strode in the direction of the ancient city of the human race. In the other direction, a pitch-black chaos cave soared into the sky. Boundless primal essence energy surged and surged, one after another. The great dragon charged out of the cave of chaos, with the power of 10,000 Daoists. It was not a real chaos divine dragon, but a mix of chaos dragon chi. Tens of thousands of dragons were soaring. This was unforgettable. The ancient demon in the chaos dragon cave also moved. The passage connecting to the human world had appeared. At this time, no one could sit still. The ancient city of the Li clan emitted billions of divine light. The ancient city rose from the ground, and a great wave of divine light, the fluctuation of a sage, spread in all directions. Those old fogies from the wilderness were the first batch of experts. The spatial passage rushed out from the ancient city of the human race. The section outside the ancient city was no longer protected by the ancient city's array formation. With the protection of the ancient city's array formation, everyone could enter. This group of old fogies, in the ancient city of the human race, when Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. These guys had been trapped in the wilderness for countless years. Now, the passage to the outside world had appeared. Of course, they couldn't wait to return to the human world. Even He Tian hadn't expected such a situation. At this time, he was already on the verge of collapse. Gu Fei kept it into his inner world. Chapter 1558. Rumble. An ancient human city rushed over from afar. Mighty and mighty, the terrifying undulations of a great sage were so terrifying that the entire world seemed to be engulfed by them. The might of a great sage spread out in all directions. Endless formation patterns were swirling around, a dark mass of ancient buildings. The city blocked half the sky, and everyone retreated. Even a sage-to-be was no exception. The Li clan's ancient city was protected by a great saint-level formation. Even if a sage were to arrive, he would have to retreat. The ancient city quickly shrank, and then rushed into the spatial tunnel. In the Dao, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. All the experts were stunned. However, in the next moment, all the experts were seething with excitement. He stood up. Experts from all sides scrambled to rush into the space tunnel. Everyone wanted to be the first to enter the spatial passageway. Out of the way! A black bear ancient beast slapped its paw forward. The black serpent swatted over, directly shattering this mighty figure's realm. The black serpent was smashed into several pieces, and its blood splattered in the air. It fell like a rain of blood. Buzz! Just as the black bear ancient beast was about to charge forward, a resplendent sword light rushed up from the ancient black bear's divine beast. Come, directly killing the black bear ancient beast into a ball of blood. A green figure dashed out from behind. A beam of sword light swept through the area, killing the nearby great Fei and ancient. The beasts were shocked and hurriedly dodged. Daoist Long, you're going too far. Some ancient beasts couldn't take it anymore and came over from afar. The baleful aura overflowed into the heavens. This was a peak almighty being. However, they did not originate from the Beast Emperor Mountain. Humph! The green-robed Daoist sneered. The man and the sword became one, transforming into a terrifying green sword. The light rushed into the spatial passage. Where are you going? The ancient beast roared and chased after him. He disappeared into the spatial passageway. All the experts scrambled to jump out from the shadows. When they came out, some of the experts even started fighting. The great Yao and ancient beast had fallen in front of the spatial tunnel. At this moment, an even more terrifying sound came from afar. A huge mountain and a mouthful of primal chaos chi. The cave appeared in the distant sky and quickly moved towards the space. The tunnel was closing in. Chaos. The appearance of the spatial tunnel had sent the entire blessed Buddha into chaos. The Tao was in chaos. Mount Ling was a divine mountain in the west earth of the mortal world. Legend has it that the ancient Buddhist Lord once preached the Tao on the summit of the mountain. In the Buddhist palace at the summit, there was still a lecture platform. On this day, the melodious bell rang on Mount Lingshan. From time to time, the sound of chanting came from the void. The setting sun shone on Mount Lingshan, wreathed in mist. It was a fairyland on earth. In this peaceful evening, there is no sign at all. Omen, a mass of red light suddenly appeared in the sky above Spirited Mountain. Clouds, and then an extremely frightening wave of energy. It descended from the sky. Boom! An enormous sound rang out. The void shattered, and a beast's entire body was curled up. A giant bird surrounded by boundless divine fire rushed out of the shattered void. Then, the giant bird turned into countless scarlet sparks. The red formation pattern was branded into the void. A spatial passageway appeared in front of the Buddhist temples. In front of the chanting of scriptures on the Spirited Mountain disappeared. The disciples rushed out and looked at the sky above Spirited Mountain. All the spatial passageways that appeared were dumbfounded. What's going on? What happened? Someone was shouting, but no one knew what had happened. Something had happened. Rays of golden light soared into the sky, and there was a Buddha figure in each ray of golden light. The Spirited Mountain was in chaos. There were 5 Buddhist mighty figures. They soared into the sky and surrounded the exit of the spatial passageway in the sky. The array formation on the Spirited Mountain was also activated. A ball of golden Buddha light soared into the sky. Then, it enveloped the entire Spirited Mountain. It enveloped the entire Spirited Mountain. At this moment, an angry roar came from the spatial passageway. The entire space in front of the spatial passageway was trembling. A monstrous murderous aura surged out from the spatial passageway. It surged out from the passageway. This is... The 5 Buddhist Vedanta in the mortal world were taken aback. The murderous aura that surged out from the passageway was too strong. If they wanted to condense such a murderous aura, how many would they have to kill? Young living beings? A figure appeared in the spatial passageway. It was the shadow of a beast. A powerful pressure emanated from that beast. It was emitted from the shadow, causing the 5 divine monks to change color. Hurry up and send a signal to inform the Lord Buddha. A white-browed divine monk sent a voice transmission to the Spirited Mountain below. The incoming enemy was extremely powerful. It was probably not something they could deal with. Then, a ray of Buddhist light rushed out from the Spirited Mountain. It came out and disappeared into the horizon. Then, a ray of Buddhist light rushed out from the Spirited Mountain. Damn it. It's that bald guy again. It was a silver divine wolf. It was the size of a small mountain. Its entire body was surging with murderous aura. The divine wolf's glabella had a divine eye on it. There was a divine eye on it. Within the divine eye, there was a flash of light. There were Tao patterns intertwining. Which evil creature dares to barge into the Spirited Mountain? A Buddhist lion roar resounded, and a man with a red-faced divine monk walked up with a staff in his hand. A powerful Buddhist force surged out from the divine monk's body. The divine wolf pounced out from the spatial passageway. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the divine monk. A powerful suction force came out from the divine wolf's mouth. Suddenly, the void was pulled into its mouth. Heavenly Buddha hand. The divine monk with the staff in his hand pushed forward with his left palm. With a slap, a golden Buddha hand rushed out from his hand. It went out and enveloped the entire void in front of it. In the middle of the Buddha hand, 10,000 Buddha seal emerged. The Buddhist force intertwined, and the void was obliterated. Bam! The 2 forces collided, and the divine monk made a move. The divine monk was sent flying, and the divine wolf was also blocked. Its ferocious might was monstrous. And at this time, there was another powerful aura. It came out from the spatial passageway. This aura, it was not inferior to the divine wolf. In fact, it was even more powerful. It couldn't wait. There's more. The 5 divine monks couldn't help but be moved. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying wave of saint-level power erupted from the Spirited Mountain. An immortal Buddhist light rushed out from the Spirited Mountain. It rose into the sky and hit the spatial passageway in the sky. A Buddhist expert was using a Buddhist sacred weapon. He wanted to destroy this spatial passageway. What? The divine wolf's silver fur stood on end. Swish. The divine wolf instantly turned into a silver light and disappeared. At the entrance of the spatial passageway. Boom. That immortal Buddhist light directly hit the spatial passageway. On the Tao, the entire spatial passageway remained motionless. Around the spatial passageway, streaks of crimson light appeared. The formation patterns interweaved to produce the power of the great Tao. The Buddhist light was blocked. How is this possible? The 5 divine monks in the sky were shocked. Even the Buddhist sacred weapon couldn't destroy this spatial passageway. Was this the attack of a supreme existence that surpassed the saint level? There was no saint in the world. How could there be a supreme existence that surpassed the saint level? A supreme existence that surpassed the saint level? This was impossible. Chapter 1559. Please remember the domain name of this site. Or at Chapter 1567, The Great Tribulation of Buddhism in the Human World, Rumble, at the peak of the Spirited Mountain. 3 terrifying saint-level fluctuations erupted as if 3 Buddhist saints were awakening. 2 beams of immortal Buddhist light soared into the sky, blasting towards the spatial tunnel in the sky. The foundation of Buddhism in the human world was terrifying. There were at least 3 Buddhist saint weapons on the Spirited Mountain. Some Buddhist almighty used their Buddhist holy weapons in an attempt to destroy the spatial passage in the sky. However, the result made the hearts of the Buddhist almighties turn cold. The 3 beams of immortal Buddhist light shattered the void and pierced through the heaven and earth. However, they couldn't shake the spatial tunnel in the sky. Crimson formation runes appeared and interweaved into an inextinguishable divine light of the great Tao, blocking the 3 beams of Buddhist light. Boom! 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 3 loud explosions shook the heaven and earth. 3 beams of golden Buddhist light exploded in the sky, illuminating the entire world in a golden color. The power of the saint level spread out, forcing everyone to retreat. Buzz! The void trembled as countless crimson formation runes appeared, scattering the 3 saint-level powers. Half of the sky seemed to be burning with heavenly fire. Terrifying fluctuations swept through the entire West Earth, causing millions of lives to tremble. This was an aura that surpassed the saint level. It was vast and boundless. This was the power of a quasi-supreme. Unless a saint weapon of the great Tao was revived, no one could destroy the spatial tunnel in the sky. Roar! With a furious roar, the giant silver wolf soared into the sky and rushed out of the Spirited Mountain. The Buddhist saints had their own saint weapons. This was a power that could threaten its life. Although the wolf god was powerful, it couldn't contend against a Buddhist saint with a saint weapon. Where do you think you're going? The Buddhist saint with the staff immediately chased after the wolf god. Both of them were extremely fast, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The experts who were about to come out of the spatial tunnel sensed the fluctuations of the saint-level power and hesitated. Waves of monstrous baleful aura spread out from the spatial tunnel. On top of the Spirit Mountain, there were Buddhist experts aiming their holy weapons at the exit of the spatial passageway. As soon as the experts in the spatial passageway appeared, they would unleash their strongest attack, instantly killing them on the spot. All the experts in the spatial passageway sensed danger. Go get the saint soldiers. A voice came from the spatial passageway. Go and invite the seniors from the Chaos Dragon Cave or Beast Emperor Mountain. An ancient demon shouted from within the spatial passageway. On the spiritual mountain, silence reigned. All the Buddhist disciples were stunned by the sudden turn of events. They also have saint weapons. The Buddhist mighty figures on Spirited Mountain were shocked. It seemed like the other party was well prepared. Could it be that someone really wanted to break through Spirited Mountain in one fell swoop? The mortal realm was no longer the mortal realm of the past. During this period of time, the great Tao of the heavens and earth had undergone some changes. The mortal realm welcomed a flourishing age. It was unknown how many geniuses had jumped out. Ever since the return of the forces of the ancient desolate, the human world had begun to change. As for West Earth's Buddhist sect, there was a little monk named Fan Xiu. However, Fan Xiu had already entered the heaven realm. It was hard to say if he could return or not. It wasn't that West Earth's Buddhist sect didn't have any experts. Buddhist Lord Qinglian was a super expert. Unfortunately, Buddhist Lord Qinglian wasn't on Spirited Mountain. Someone from Buddhist sect had already sent a message to Buddhist Lord Qinglian for help. However, up until now, Buddhist Lord Qinglian still hadn't returned to Spirited Mountain. Without a super expert presiding over Spirited Mountain, there was a real danger of it being breached. Rumble. At this moment, the entire spatial passageway trembled. The ancient beasts and ancient demons in the spatial passageway all fell silent. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the spatial passageway. A power so powerful that it could cause people to feel despair was crossing over from the spatial passageway. What? The expressions of the 4 divine monks in the sky changed simultaneously. This power was too vast, even a holy weapon could not withstand it. The divine monk with the monk's staff chased after the divine wolf. The 4 divine monks all felt uneasy. Swoosh! At the peak of Spirited Mountain, 3 rays of Buddhist light rushed out. 3 old monks rushed out with saint weapons in their hands. One of the old monks seemed to have a ball of Buddhist fire burning in his hand. That ball of Buddhist light emitted a saint-tier fluctuation. Another old monk held a devil-subduing vajra in his hand. Buddhist runes of the great Tao could be faintly seen on the vajra. This was a saint weapon. The last old monk had a bronze Buddhist bell floating above his head. The faint sound of the bell could be heard in the void, causing one's soul to tremble. These were the 3 great Buddhist elders of Spirited Mountain. Their cultivation base had already reached the peak of Almighty. The 3 great Buddhist elders and the saint weapons in their hands were the foundation of Buddhism in the mortal world. Peak Almighty wielded Buddhist saint weapons. With such combat power, they could even fight against demi-saints. In the mortal world, such power was already invincible. This was also why West Earth's Buddhist sect could intimidate the mortal world. No one dared to have any ideas about Buddhism in the mortal world. The foundation of Buddhism in the mortal world had been revealed. However, the expressions of the 3 great Buddhist elders with the saint weapons were very solemn. They stared at the exit of the spatial passage in the sky, and the Buddhist power in their bodies was vast. At this time, the mountain-protecting grand formation on Spirited Mountain had been completely activated. However, this was only a saint-tier mountain-protecting grand formation. The power that came from the spatial passage was too powerful. Rumble! The entire Spirited Mountain shook. Countless golden runes appeared in the void. The entire Spirited Mountain was covered with runes, condensing the power of saint-tier. Everyone stared nervously at the exit of the spatial passage in the sky. A huge black shadow appeared in the spatial passage. Endless divine light lingered around it. It was a pitch-black ancient city that exuded an endless ancient aura. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. No one would have thought that an ancient city would come through the void. This was too extravagant. Could it be that someone wanted to occupy West Earth's Buddhist nation? A dark and huge city appeared in front of everyone. This scene was too shocking. This was an ancient city that was even bigger than a mountain. It almost blocked the entire spatial passage. There weren't many ancient cities like this even in the mortal world. After all, not all cities could survive for countless years without being destroyed by time. Only special ancient cities could exist forever in the mortal world. A powerful aura of life was emitted from the ancient city. This was an ancient city with a huge population. It was an ancient city of the human race that had been moved here. This kind of extravagance was enough to shock the world. The ancient city of the human race entered the mortal world through the spatial passage. There was no power that could stop it unless someone used an extreme Tao sacred weapon. However, not everyone could have an extreme Tao sacred weapon. At the very least, Buddhism in the mortal world didn't have the eternal Buddha weapon left behind by the eternal Buddha Lord. Buddhism in the mortal world only had 3 Buddhist sacred weapons, which were regarded as the foundation of Buddhism in the mortal world. The arrival of the ancient city made all the disciples of Buddhism feel that Buddhism was about to face its greatest crisis. Even the invasion of the Devil Lord wasn't as dangerous as today. Rumble! The ancient city emitted a divine light that enveloped the entire heaven and earth. This was a divine city that was even bigger than a spiritual mountain. At this time, it was covered by countless formation runes. A powerful aura that belonged to the 9 heavens and 10 earths spread out from the ancient city. Not only did it spread through all of West Earth's Buddhist sect, all the living beings in West Earth could sense it. At this moment, it was unknown how many old antiques in the mortal world were alarmed. Swish! In a world filled with ghostly energy, a figure sitting cross-legged in a black palace suddenly opened his eyes. This was a pair of divine eyes that seemed to be able to ignore the barriers of space and see the ancient city on top of the spiritual mountain in the West Earth. In the depths of a devil cave in the devil territory, a terrifying devil howl came from there. A yin-yang Dao diagram floated in the devil energy and a majestic figure sat on top of it. Are there more ancient powers that are returning? The yin-yang Dao diagram shrouded the entire devil cave. Endless yin-yang essence energy poured down, firmly suppressing the devil cave. This person suppressed a devil cave with his own strength. Such cultivation and strength were absolutely heaven-defying. This person was the peerless expert that came out from the yin-yang jade pendant. At the same time, on an island in the depths of the northern divine sea, a devilish figure looked towards the west. A terrifying devil might shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The peak existences of the mortal world were paying attention to all of this. The appearance of a great saint shocked everyone. This was a power that shouldn't exist in the mortal world because there were no saints in the mortal world, let alone a great saint. It's those big baldies again. These words came from the ancient human city. This ancient human city was the ancestral city of the Li clan in the Wildlands. Returning to the mortal world was the Li clan's top priority. The aura of the perfect world excited the higher-ups of the Li family to the extreme. But as soon as they came out of the heavenly Buddha path, they saw people from the Buddhist gate. This made the higher-ups of the Li family unhappy. One had to know that it was the ancient Buddhist lord who trapped the Li family's ancestor in the desolate. This place is not bad. An old voice came from the ancient city. Drive these big monks away, this place is ours. The voice of the Li family patriarch resounded in the ancient city. The entire ancient city directly pressed down on the spiritual mountain from the sky. The mighty power of a great saint came down, shaking the entire spiritual mountain. The saint-level mountain defense grand array could not withstand the power of a great saint. Although the ancient city defense grand array did not have the ability to attack, the power of the great saint gathered in the grand array was a real great saint. No! The 3 great Buddhist elders and the 4 great divine monks were shocked. The heritage of Buddhism in the mortal world was enough to shake the world, but it was still difficult to resist the power of a great saint. The entire spiritual mountain was cracking. The power of a great saint coming down from the sky was enough to destroy everything. Countless Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain were in despair. In the face of this power, they were not even the weakest of ants. This was a great calamity for Buddhism in the mortal world. For the latest chapters, please visit. It's a pleasure to read. I recommend you to keep it. Chapter 1560. The power of a great saint was unstoppable. The divine city in the sky came crashing down, causing the entire spirit mountain to shake. Terrifying cracks appeared on the huge body of the mountain. The old antiques of the Li family in the wilderness could see that this place was extraordinary. They wanted to take over this place and destroy the entire spiritual mountain so that the divine city of the Li family could take its place. One had to know that below the spiritual mountain was the ancestral vein of the entire West Earth. Spiritual energy gathered here. It was definitely a holy land suitable for cultivators to live in. The Li family wanted to take this holy land for themselves. Damn it! The 3 Buddhist elders and the 4 divine monks were shocked to the extreme. Buddhism had encountered an unprecedented calamity. Someone actually wanted to take over the West Earth of Buddhism. A great saint formation was in operation, sealing the entire heaven and earth. Without the protection of a supreme Buddhist weapon, the Buddhists in the human world would be completely suppressed. The terrifying pressure from the ancient city made all the Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain unable to straighten their backs, making it impossible for them to escape. If it wasn't for the protection of the great mountain protecting formation, all the Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain would have been killed by now. The Buddhist disciples who could cultivate on the spiritual mountain were all elites of the West Earth. If the spiritual mountain was really suppressed by the divine city, the losses of the Buddhists would be incalculable. Buddhist Lord Qinglian would probably vomit blood when he returned. Rumble! The ancient city pressed down from the sky. Billions of formation runes circled around it. The terrifying power of a great saint caused the void below to crack. This was definitely a disaster for the Buddhists. At this time, no one was optimistic about the Buddhists. However, just as the divine city was about to suppress the spiritual mountain, a peaceful Buddhist power suddenly came from the Buddhist palace on the spiritual mountain. The sound of chanting rang out in the void, as if a supreme Buddha was chanting supreme sutras. Everyone's mind was involuntarily attracted by this faintly discernible chanting. A furious roar resounded between heaven and earth. Some people were instantly alerted. The Buddhists had a good method. This Buddhist chant actually made people want to convert. The Buddhist voice caused all the experts to feel a sense of closeness and yearning for Buddhism in their hearts. If they couldn't resist it, they would most likely be enlightened and become a believer of the ancient Buddhist Lord. However, a powerhouse who could cultivate to become an almighty had an incomparably firm will. How could a Buddhist voice cause them to lose control of their state of mind? The Buddha's voice of salvation is here? The faces of the three Buddhist elders became a little strange. What's going on? Why would the Buddhist chant of salvation ring out at this time? The four divine monks of the Buddhist sects were also extremely shocked. They had no idea why such a Buddhist voice would be heard at this time. In the Buddhist palace at the peak of the spiritual mountain, it was as if a supreme Buddha was preaching. The great Tao was resonating. Auspicious light descended from the sky, and golden lotuses surged out from the earth. An ethereal Buddhist voice rang out, and an auspicious yet vast power actually blocked the ancient human city that was pressing down. Above the spirit mountain, a series of Buddhist seals appeared indistinctly. The Buddhist seal was the embodiment of the supreme Buddhist path comprehended by the ancient Buddhist masters. It was a kind of immortal trace of the great Tao. Once the Buddhist seal appeared, even the power of the great saint level would be blocked. What? The Big Baldy here actually has an immortal inheritance? Is this the power of the extreme Tao? A few old voices came from the ancient human city. The old-timers of the Li clan were all crying out in surprise. The Buddhist sects of the mortal world actually had the protection of the extreme Tao. The Buddhist power coming from the Buddhist palace at the top of the spirit mountain didn't contain a shred of killing intent. It wasn't an offensive power, but it was vast and boundless, protecting the entire spirit mountain under its protection. In the Buddhist palace at the top of the spirit mountain, the Buddhist platform was currently emitting rays of Buddhist light. The aura of the extreme Tao swirled around it. This was an immortal mark left behind by the ancient Buddhist masters. Legend had it that the ancient Buddhist masters had once preached the Tao on the spirit mountain of the west. At the peak of the mountain, they had left behind an immortal platform that had become the supreme treasure of the Buddhist sects of the mortal world. This platform could emit the voice of salvation, guiding people toward kindness and making them want to convert to the Buddhist sections. According to legend, if the voice of salvation came from the mouth of the ancient Buddhist masters, even the most terrifying demons in the world would be purified and converted to the Buddhist sections. Let's go! Someone shouted from within the ancient city. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the enormous city once more rose up into the sky. The Li clan's old-timers knew that they couldn't keep the spirit mountain under control. Knowing that they couldn't do anything, they decisively retreated. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook as the enormous city flew off into the distance. At the same time, the terrifying pressure from the ancient city faded away. At this point, the Li clan needed to find a place to settle down. By this time, quite a few of the old-timers from the wildlands had emerged from the spatial passageway, and their auras were so intense that they could cause anyone's heart to palpitate. Rumble! The three elders wielding the sacred weapons of the Buddhist schools made their moves. A ball of Buddhist fire flew out of one of the elders' hands and turned into a transparent barrier of light that enveloped the group of old fogies in the sky. Saint-level Buddhist power rippled out in all directions. This bastard? The wildlands old-timers' expressions flickered. After all, these people were using Buddhist sage weapons. A green-robed figure stepped forward and slashed his sword at the incoming Buddhist light, causing a powerful draconic energy to erupt from the sword. Rumble! The sword light slammed into the Buddhist light shield, and the entire void was torn asunder. The green-robed figure was sent flying backward, but the Buddhist elder was also forced back a dozen paces. A sage item? The three Buddhist elders were visibly moved. The sword in that person's hand was actually a sage weapon, and the sword energy it emanated was strong enough to contend with Buddhist sage weapons. Daoist long. When the wildlands old-timers got a clear look at the green-robed figure, they were shocked. It was a middle-aged man in green, but he wasn't actually human. This was a greater demon that had taken human form. Clang. The sound of a bell rang out, and a bronze bell hovering above the head of one of the Buddhist elders emitted a terrifying sound that transformed into an attack that shot toward Daoist Long, Buzz. The holy sword vibrated and ripples of sword waves radiated from the sword, blocking all the attacking power of the Buddha's voice. Moreover, Taoist Long directly attacked the Buddha elder who held the Buddha bell. Swish! A beam of green sword light tore through the void, emanating terrifying fluctuations of sword energy as it slashed toward the Buddhist elder. Saint-level sword energy was something that even a Buddhist elder with a Buddhist sage weapon would be moved. Bam! The Buddhist elder with the devil-subduing Vajra scepter made his move, and a beam of golden light transformed into a golden dragon that shot out from his hand. Boundless Buddhist power slammed into the green sword light. Chapter 1561. Daoist Long was incomparably domineering. He was actually challenging the 3 Buddhist elders on his own. His holy sword radiated boundless sword light that completely enveloped the 3 Buddhist elders. Incredible! The Wildlands old-timers were all shocked. Had Daoist Long gone crazy? Buzz! The holy sword vibrated repeatedly, and endless draconic energy transformed into destructive sword light that soared into the heavens and split the earth. It was a sword that could destroy all divine abilities. Clang! The Buddhist bell rang out, and sound waves visible to the naked eye spread out from it. Buddhist chants transformed into offensive techniques that were impossible to defend against. The devil-subduing Vajra pestle transformed into a powerful golden dragon that constantly slammed into the sword light. The Buddha light glass shield could change its size. When it was big, it could contain all of heaven and earth. When it was small, it was the size of a fist, and the Buddhist elder held it in his hand. In the end, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Daoist Long was quickly forced to retreat. Clang! A mighty sound wave arrived and directly sent Taoist Long flying thousands of feet away. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Although his divine sword was powerful, it was still suppressed by the 3 Buddhist elders. "Do you monks only know how to gang up on each other?" Daoist Long said coldly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was like cold lightning as he looked at the 3 Buddhist elders. The 3 Buddhist elders didn't say anything, and simply pressed forward with Buddhist weapons in hand. Umph! Suddenly, a cold snort rang out from the spatial passageway in the distance. A figure walked out from the spatial passageway and walked towards the battlefield. In just 2 steps, that person was already very close to him. That's... The Wildlands old-timers' expressions flickered as soon as they saw who it was, and some of them immediately fled. It was a middle-aged man with a divine sword strapped to his back. He wasn't very tall, but he gave off a very oppressive feeling. Tyrannical Shen King. Daoist Long's expression flickered as soon as he saw the middle-aged man. He was an incomparably powerful existence who had single-handedly exterminated the Wildlands ghost race. Buzz! Batian Shen King didn't say anything and directly attacked the 3 Buddha elders. It was just a slap, but it made the 3 Buddha elders feel great pressure. The 3 Buddhist elders shook the Buddhist holy weapons in their hands at the same time, resolving the powerful palm force. Buzz! The demon-subduing Vajra scepter vibrated, transforming into a golden dragon that soared into the sky, charging towards Batian Shen King. A terrifying saint-tier power radiated from the golden dragon, shaking the heavens. Clang! Shen King of the Heavens pulled out the sword on his back and slashed forward. It seemed like a casual slash, but it followed the trajectory of the Great Tao. This was the Overlord sword, a great sage sword. There were ancient patterns engraved on it, and it was left behind by an unrivaled Overlord in the Wildlands. The Overlord sword contained the great sage's Great Tao seal. Without any suspense, the demon-subduing Vajra scepter was sent flying by the Overlord sword. A sword scar appeared on the scepter. The subduing Devil Vajra staff was almost cut into 2 pieces by the sword. What? The Buddhist elder who wielded the demon-subduing Vajra scepter was shocked. He never thought that there would be a powerful sword in this world that could cut a Buddhist holy weapon. A sword that could injure a holy weapon? Could it be a great sage weapon? The 3 Buddhist elders all retreated, and the demon-subduing Vajra scepter flew back to the Buddhist elder. Its light dimmed a lot, and the Buddhist holy seal contained within it suffered a great impact. Sky Tyrant Divine Emperor displayed an invincible and powerful battle prowess, shocking everyone. At this time, a terrifying aura came from the spatial passageway, and another powerful force crossed over. Moreover, it was different this time. The aura coming from the spatial passageway had a fluctuation that caused everything in the world to tremble. Those guys finally can't stand it anymore. Ba Tianxin King's attention was attracted over. The fluctuation coming from the spatial passageway was vast and boundless. The entire spatial passageway was shaking as if it was about to collapse. The spatial passageway that even a saint-tier power couldn't shake was actually shaken at this time. To be able to shake the formation pattern created by a quasi-supreme expert, this power was definitely the power of the extreme Tao. The billions of lives in the entire West Earth could feel this power. Even the experts who had cultivated successfully felt their souls tremble at this moment. Everyone fell from the sky to the ground, and even the old antiques from the wilderness couldn't stand up. In front of the power of the extreme Tao, everything else was as weak as an ant. The three Buddhist elders used their Buddhist holy weapons to protect themselves and returned to the Spirit Mountain. The four divine monks also landed on the ground, pressed down by the mighty pressure coming from the spatial passageway. They were all almighty existences, but at this time, they were completely intimidated by the power of the extreme Tao. Only Ba Tianxin King could barely stand. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in the spatial passageway. Beast Emperor Mountain. The ancient beast of Beast Emperor Mountain is here. Although the power of the extreme Tao had been restrained as much as possible, it was still enough to shock the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The ancient beast of Beast Emperor Mountain was controlling the power of the extreme Tao. If it wasn't controlled, the spatial passageway would probably be destroyed. What? All the experts of the Buddhist sects were in despair. The other party actually had a holy weapon of the extreme Tao. How could they fight? The appearance of Beast Emperor Mountain made the disciples of the Buddhist sects lose all hope. Rumble. The shadow of a huge beast appeared above Beast Emperor Mountain. This was the power of the extreme Tao ancient Beast Emperor. This kind of power was enough to contend against a holy weapon of the extreme Tao. Bang! Just when the disciples of the Buddhist sects were in complete despair, the void above the Spirit Mountains suddenly collapsed. A ray of Buddhist light broke through the void and turned into a golden door. It fixed itself in the void and opened up a spatial passageway. Dong! The sound of a bell rang out from the golden door, resonating with the entire heaven and earth. The sound of the bell quickly spread throughout the West Earth and even out of the West Earth. What's going on? Someone is using the power of the extreme Tao. A voice came from the ghost palace of Plentiful City. The power of the extreme Tao has finally appeared. A sigh came from the devil region of the far north. In some forbidden areas of the mortal world, supreme existences were alarmed. Everyone felt that a great upheaval was about to occur in West Earth. The power of the extreme Tao was fighting. In the sky above Spirit Mountain, when the Beast Emperor Mountain appeared between heaven and earth, a figure also rushed out from the golden door. Gu Fei and He Tian could communicate between the two worlds. So could Heavenly Monk Dharma because they had the orthodox receiving grand formation, allowing them to freely enter and exit the Heavenly Buddha path. The commotion caused by Mahakala was too huge. There was no way that Heavenly Monk Dharma did not know about it. Heavenly Monk Dharma would never allow the Buddhist sect in the mortal world to be destroyed. Please share. Chapter 1562. Inside the Heavenly Buddha Tao sect, there was a grand welcoming array that allowed all Buddhist disciples to freely enter and exit the Heavenly Buddha Tao sect. Although Erebus had also laid down a grand welcoming array that allowed people to cross over, the grand welcoming array on Mount Shumi was the genuine one, while Erebus's was a counterfeit. Rumble. At the most critical moment for the Buddhist sect, the void above the holy mountains suddenly trembled. A Buddhist light rushed out from the void, and endless Buddhist energy condensed into a golden door. A powerful wave of energy spread out from the golden door, and a figure appeared behind it. A tall monk walked out of the door. Everyone was incomparably shocked. This was a monk wearing a very old kasaya. Although the kasaya on this monk's body was very old, it didn't have a trace of damage. A powerful and boundless aura spread out from the monk's body. If Gu Fei and He Tian were here, they would definitely recognize this monk. This monk was the one who schemed against them in the Eternal Buddha Palace, Heavenly Monk Fa Tian. This was a quasi-saint of Buddhist sect, so powerful that even Gu Fei and He Tian almost died in his hands. You bunch of unorthodox demons, retreat, or this Buddha will purify all of you. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian's voice spread through the sky and the earth. Who do you think you are? Do you think you are the Eternal Buddha Lord? A sneer came from the extreme Dao Beast Emperor Palace on the Beast Emperor Mountain. The Emperor of the Beast Emperor Palace was in charge of the extreme Dao Beast Emperor's immortal inheritance. The orthodoxy of the extreme Dao Beast Emperor was not necessarily weaker than the orthodoxy of the Eternal Buddha Lord. Don't tell me you want to use the power of the extreme Dao in the mortal world? Heavenly Monk Fa Tian said indifferently. The water in the mortal world was very deep, and the power of the extreme Dao was a taboo in the mortal world. Even in the Heavenly Buddha sect, the power of the extreme Dao was only a confrontation, and it did not show its true power. After all, they had just come out from the Heavenly Buddha sect, and they did not know anything about the mortal world. They did not know if there were any saints in the mortal world. If he rashly used the power of the extreme Dao and attracted an extreme Dao supremacy, then he would be in big trouble. Although the King of Beasts really wanted to kill Heavenly Monk Fa Tian, he also had a Buddhist weapon of the extreme Dao. The result of a battle of extreme Dao's power would definitely be horrifying. No one was willing to go that far until the very last moment. Rumble. Out of everyone's expectations, the Beast Emperor Mountain actually smashed towards Heavenly Monk Dharma. The aura of the extreme Dao filled the air, and the entire world seemed like it was about to be destroyed. Great Monk Ifyan was taken aback. He never expected that his opponent would be so powerful. Swish. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian didn't dare to face the Beast Emperor Mountain head-on, so he quickly retreated. One had to know that if the two extreme powers clashed together, the surrounding 10,000 miles around the Spirit Mountain would be plunged back into chaos. Great Monk, I'm not going to buy it. The voice of the Beast Emperor came from the Beast Emperor Palace. Although he didn't show himself, a powerful aura spread out from the Beast Emperor Mountain. This king among the Beast Kings had already taken that step and become as sage to be. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian had no choice but to retreat. The King of Beasts didn't have any scruples. At worst, he would just destroy this area. One had to know that the Spirit Mountain was the holy land of Buddhism in the human world. It was the supreme land of Buddhism in the hearts of millions of believers. If it was destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. In fact, the King of Beasts didn't want to cause a confrontation between the extreme Dao's power. Since his attack failed, he controlled the Beast Emperor Mountain and flew far away. After returning to the human world, the first thing the savage beasts had to do was to find a place to settle down. After settling down in the human world, they would think about other things. A dragon's roar resounded from the golden gate above the Spirit Mountain. A golden war dragon rushed out of the gate, and the powerful aura of a quasi-saint filled the world. The savage beast lord had arrived, but he could only watch as the Beast Emperor Mountain disappeared from his line of sight. The arrival of the golden war dragon had greatly increased the strength of Buddhism. The existence of two quasi-saints was enough to intimidate everyone. Even heavenly tyrant Shen King felt a great pressure. Although he had chased away the primal chaos demon lord, who was equally famous as the savage beast emperor, he wasn't facing just the savage beast emperor alone. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian and the savage beast emperor's attention was attracted by the red spatial passageway. I didn't expect that person to be so amazing. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian couldn't help but admire that person. That person was actually able to set up a formation that connected the two worlds. This was something he had never expected. No one knew more about the profoundness and complexity of that formation than him, but that person was actually able to set it up. This kind of formation cultivation made people's hearts palpitate. Heavenly Monk Fa Tian wanted to go forward. Swish. Just as heaven-defying monk was about to move, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. An extremely dangerous aura came from the figure in front of him. Heavenly Tyrant Xianxia. Heavenly Monk Fation had been hiding in the savage world before, so he naturally knew about such a powerful existence. He didn't dare to underestimate the person in front of him. Heavenly Tyrant Xianxia didn't say anything. He just looked at Heavenly Monk Fation indifferently, but one of his hands was already pressed on the hilt of the Overlord sword. The Overlord sword was a great saint weapon. Even Heavenly Monk Fation felt a great sense of danger when he was locked on by Heavenly Tyrant Xianxia's sword chi. It was as if he would be cut in half by the divine sword in the next moment. Heavenly Monk Fation needed time to prepare to use the supreme Buddhist weapon, but Heavenly Tyrant Xianxia's speed of drawing the sword was definitely faster than him. Before the supreme Buddhist weapon could be activated, Heavenly Monk Fation's sword would have already killed him. Heavenly Tyrant Xianxia was definitely a dangerous person. Heavenly Monk Fation didn't dare to act rashly. The Golden War Dragon's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. It actually wanted to rush forward and fight with Heavenly Tyrant Xianxia. There's no need for that. I can't wait for those fellows from the Heavenly Buddha sect to come out as soon as possible. Heavenly Monk Fation said. His words weren't without reason. Those fellows from the savage world had already turned the entire Heavenly Buddha sect into a foul atmosphere. If they wanted to restore their former glory, they would need to spend a lot of time and effort. Great Monk, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the red spatial passageway. Then, a figure with a smile on his face walked out of the red spatial passageway. When Heavenly Monk Fation saw this person, his eyes immediately lit up. Hurry up and hand that thing over. Heavenly Monk Fation stretched his hand towards that person. Chapter 1563. Hurry up and hand that thing over. The person who came out from the red spatial passage caused even the quasi-saint Great Monk Fation's expression to change, so he directly demanded something from that person. I don't know what you're talking about. Gu Fei's face was indifferent as he directly refused. What a joke. How could he hand over something that he had already obtained? He vaguely knew that this Great Monk Fation probably wanted that ancient monument. If you're still playing dumb, then don't blame me for being impolite. Great Monk Fation's face was incomparably solemn. Buddhist power surged from his body and a layer of Buddhist light emerged from his body. In the third layer of Buddhist palace, there was a great secret of heaven and earth. It was a desolate world, and at the origin of that desolate world, there was the 9 nether yellow springs. This was a secret that only 1 or 2 of the most powerful Buddhists in the Heavenly Buddhist sect knew about, and Great Monk Fation was one of them. He learned about this great secret from the most ancient scriptures of the Buddhist sect, so he found the ancient monastic robe and went to that place. Under the protection of the Millennium Buddhist robe, Great Monk Fation actually managed to enter that legendary place, but to his disappointment, that thing was actually taken away by someone else. The only people who could enter that place and take away that thing were Gu Fei and He Tian. Great Monk Fation pressed towards Gu Fei. The aura of a quasi-saint caused the void to tremble. He wanted to use absolute power to suppress Gu Fei. Xianxia Ba Tian naturally wouldn't let Great Monk Fation attack Gu Fei. He was about to draw his sword, but at this time, Gu Fei transmitted his voice to him. Xianxia, let me do it. Gu Fei was eager to have a real fight with a quasi-saint. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer, and he could step into the 6th heavenly layer at any time. Badian Xianxia glanced at Gu Fei and said, "Then be careful." Xianxia of the human race retreated, allowing Gu Fei to fight against Great Monk Fation. However, Xianxia was watching from the side. As long as Gu Fei was in danger, he would immediately make a move. You're courting death. When Great Monk Fation saw that Gu Fei wanted to challenge him, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Could it be that this guy is tired of living and wants to be saved by me as soon as possible? Wearing that old kasaya, he was already in an invincible position. Boom! Just at this moment, the entire heaven and earth suddenly shook. A shocking battle intent erupted from Gu Fei's body. The powerful aura caused the void to tremble. The power displayed by Gu Fei had shocked even Fation, as he had never expected that Gu Fei's cultivation base would actually rise to such a level. But Gu Fei didn't say anything unnecessary. He directly used his fist to do the talking. As soon as he came up, he punched towards Fation. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his fist, intertwining with the power of the Great Path. Great Buddha Palm. Fation stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Endless Buddhist power condensed in his hand, and then a Buddha palm rushed out from his hand. Rumble. Countless Buddhist patterns intertwined, as if a Buddha saint was slapping a palm at Gu Fei. In the palm of the Great Buddha Palm, there was a Buddhist seal that appeared. The Buddhist patterns and the Buddhist seal activated the power of the heavenly Buddha, and this palm was enough to destroy everything. With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with Fation's Great Buddha Palm. The two peerless and powerful forces instantly shattered the void, causing chaotic qi to rush out. The void within a radius of several thousand zhang instantly collapsed, leaving nothing behind. This was the result of both sides restraining their strength. Otherwise, when these two peerless and powerful forces collided, it would turn the void within a radius of 10,000 zhang into chaos. How is this possible? Tian felt a strong force coming from the front, causing him to involuntarily take 5 or 6 steps back. His body swayed continuously. On the other hand, Gu Fei only took 3 steps back before he stabilized his body and continued to attack Fation. Buzz! A sword cry resounded through the 9 heavens. A sword shadow rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and pierced towards Fation, who was retreating. The sword shadow arrived in front of him in an instant. This startled Great Monk Fation. Although it was just a sword shadow, it contained a dreadful power. If he was hit by this sword shadow, even Fation would be severely injured. The spectators were extremely shocked. Gu Fei was actually able to force Fation to retreat with just one move. Such combat power was too heaven-defying. The legendary primordial Dao sword. Shin King's eyes lit up like torches. He recognized this great technique. It was a legendary technique created by the supreme Dao ancestor, and it was the embodiment of the great Dao. Fation felt the danger, and the old Kasaya on his body flew up, covering him within it. A scene that shocked Gu Fei appeared. The seemingly old Kasaya actually blocked his attack, and the primordial Dao sword was blocked. What kind of Kasaya is this? Gu Fei was in disbelief. It was just a seemingly old Kasaya, but it was able to block his primordial Dao sword. This was unbelievable. Fortunately, I have this Kasaya. Otherwise, I would really be in danger. Fation secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Gu Fei's primordial Dao sword was so fast that he couldn't dodge it completely. Fortunately, he had the Kasaya to block it. Heaven Ascension. With a loud shout, Gu Fei soared into the sky, and a peerlessly powerful aura suddenly rushed out of his body. Around him, there seemed to be countless pure white feathers fluttering. He used 2 secret techniques of the Immortal Dao at the same time. The Heaven Ascension secret technique gave him an immortal body, and his life force was extremely vigorous. Any serious injury would be healed by this secret technique. As for the Heaven Ascension secret technique, it instantly increased his combat power by 10 times. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. Gu Fei's combat power was already heaven-defying, but now it increased by 10 times. What kind of concept was this? Too strong. Could this be one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the Heaven Ascension secret technique? Shin King Bat-Yin and Fation were both very knowledgeable, and the changes in Gu Fei's body caused their hearts to tremble. At this moment, Gu Fei's combat power was monstrous. Eat my fist. Gu Fei's fist shone with dazzling divine light, and countless Dao patterns coiled around his fists, interweaving into a supreme power of the great Dao that blasted towards Fation. One yin and one yang. The 2 powers intertwined as if they were manifesting the reincarnation of heaven and earth. A Dao diagram of yin and yang emerged behind Gu Fei. This was a supreme battle technique, the yin-yang reincarnation fist. Friends who wanted to communicate with Liang San, please join the group, 274673223. Chapter 1564. Rumble. Gu Fei's fists turned into two extremes of yin and yang. The power of yin and yang intertwined with each other, transforming into primal chaos. The two fists caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Even Heavenly Monk Fation's expression changed. When Heavenly Monk Fation felt the invincible fist intent from Gu Fei, he was shocked to the extreme. Could this guy be the reincarnation of a martial ancestor? How could he have cultivated to such a level? The Buddhist sect could be said to be the oldest sect in the heaven and earth. It had existed since the ancient times. Legend has it that it was founded by the Buddhist Lord. This kind of ancient inheritance contained a large number of ancient books. These books were incomparably precious. Some of them even contained all sorts of great secrets of the ancient times. Existences like Heavenly Monk Fation naturally had access to these ancient books. The ancient books of the Buddhist sect naturally had records of the extreme Tao of the ancient times. The bloodline of the martial ancestor had long been lost. However, Heavenly Monk Fation had met Gu Fei. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Boundless Buddhist energy gathered in front of Heavenly Monk Fation. A golden wheel appeared in front of him, emitting boundless Buddhist light as it flew towards Gu Fei's incoming fist. As soon as the Buddhist wheel appeared, the heaven and earth were filled with auspicious qi. The shadow of a Buddha appeared behind Heavenly Monk Fation. It looked solemn and dignified, as if it was about to walk out from the void. Bam! Gu Fei's fists fiercely smashed onto the Buddhist wheel. The Buddhist wheel that was condensed from boundless Buddhist energy crumbled in an instant. The Buddhist runes on the wheel started to dissipate. In front of absolute power, no great technique could withstand it. Heavenly Monk Fation was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's peerless fist. However, he was wearing a tattered kasaya and didn't suffer any damage. Could it be the legendary Buddhist robe? Gu Fei was taken aback. This big monk took his attack head-on and actually did not suffer any injuries. This caused Gu Fei to be in disbelief. Even Ba Tianxin King did not dare to take his full power attack head-on. One had to know that he had already used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. His battle prowess had increased tenfold, and even a demisage would be heavily injured by a single punch from him. Again! Gu Fei was like a peerless god of war as he strode forward. In just one step, he had already appeared in front of Heavenly Monk Fation. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei threw out a yang punch. His entire right fist emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire world. The glaring aura was like a divine sun appearing between heaven and earth. Gu Fei's speed was just too fast. Even an existence like Heavenly Monk Dharma couldn't dodge it. He was caught up in an instant. The powerful fist energy was like a primordial divine mountain crashing towards Heavenly Monk Dharma. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to hit Heavenly Monk Fation, the Buddhist robe on Heavenly Monk Fation's body suddenly fluttered. Gu Fei's fist landed on the Buddhist robe. Just as Gu Fei's fist came in contact with the Buddhist robe, he felt an ocean-like power blocking his fist. It was just a thin layer of Buddhist robe, but it was able to block Gu Fei's earth-shattering punch without leaving a trace. There wasn't even a trace of Buddhist light. A gentle power like water pushed Gu Fei away. There was no killing intent at all. How am I supposed to fight like this? Gu Fei's heart trembled. This Buddhist robe on Heavenly Monk Fation's body meant that he was invincible. This was the true meaning of invulnerability. The time limit of the Ascension secret technique was limited, so Gu Fei had to retreat. However, Heavenly Monk Fation wasn't going to let Gu Fei go. He flew over from afar like a big bird. The Buddhist robe on his body turned into a dark yellow cloud that shrouded Gu Fei. "You big bald head," Gu Fei cursed under his breath. At the same time, he used the 8 Desolation Void steps. He took a step forward and rushed out of the Buddhist robe. The 8 Desolation Void steps was a supreme movement technique that Gu Fei had evolved from the 8 Desolation Void steps. It was the fastest movement technique in the world. Buzz. Just as Heavenly Monk Fation was about to use a Buddhist technique to capture Gu Fei, the sound of a sword whistling could be heard coming from afar. An overbearing sword light slashed toward heavenly monk Fa Tian's head. Shen King Ba Tian, who had been watching from the side, made his move. He slashed out with his sword and a monstrous domineering aura erupted from his body and swept across the sky. You, heavenly monk Fa Tian was shocked. Although he had expected that Shen King Ba Tian would make his move, he hadn't expected that Shen King Ba Tian would use such a fierce attack. The overbearing sword light seemed to have fallen from the 9 heavens. If one was hit by it, even 10 baldies would fall to the ground. Swoosh! At this critical moment, heavenly monk Fa Tian's tattered monastic robe flew up from his body and covered him. The tattered monastic robe didn't emit any Buddhist light, and there weren't any Buddhist Tao patterns on it either. However, it was such an unremarkable monastic robe that blocked heavenly Shen King Ba Tian's stunning sword attack. The sword light fell, but the monastic robe only shook a few times. Then, the dazzling sword light disappeared into the void. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't believe their eyes. How was this possible? One had to know that Shen King Ba Tian had slashed out with the Overlord sword. Those who knew the origin of the Overlord's sword were dumbfounded. The divine sword in Shen King Ba Tian's hand was the Overlord's sword, a great saint divine weapon refined by a great saint. It wasn't something an ordinary saint weapon could compare to. A monastic robe that could block a great saint weapon. Could it be a monastic robe worn by a Buddhist lord? No one had thought that such an unremarkable monastic robe could block a strike from a great saint weapon. A great saint weapon was an existence second only to a great saint weapon. Gu Fei was already far away after being blocked by heavenly Shen King Ba Tian. Preposterous! Heavenly monk Fa Tian couldn't catch up to Gu Fei anymore, so he couldn't help but look coldly at heavenly Shen King Ba Tian who was blocking his way. He wanted to attack, but in the end he restrained himself. This time, when he came out from the heavenly Buddha path, he didn't bring a great Tao Buddhist weapon with him. The great Tao Buddhist weapon was needed to guard Mount Meru, so it couldn't be used casually. As for the monastic robe on his body, it was hard for him to control it. It had been some time since he obtained the monastic robe, but heavenly monk Fa Tian found that he couldn't use it at all. He could only wear it. However, after putting on the monastic robe, even if heavenly monk Fa Tian couldn't bring out the full power of the monastic robe, he wouldn't be affected by any techniques. The Chaos Dragon Cavern's great demons had arrived. The entire Chaos Dragon Cavern was crossing over, and the aura of the great Tao caused the billions of living beings in the West Earth to tremble. Heavenly monk Fa Tian didn't stop the Chaos Dragon Cavern's great demons. The entire Chaos Dragon Cavern was crossing over, and the aura of the great Tao caused all living beings in the West Earth to tremble. Heavenly monk Fa Tian didn't stop the Chaos Dragon Cavern. He couldn't wait for all the wilderness forces to come out from the heavenly Buddha path. Without any suspense, after the Beast Emperor Mountain, the Chaos Dragon Cavern also came out from the heavenly Buddha path. In the end, the Yi clan's ancient city also crossed over. He Tian pushed the power of the great guiding formation to the limit, enveloping the entire ancient city. The Yi clan's ancient city was the last to come out. When the Yi clan's ancient city came out from the red spatial tunnel, countless fire phoenix divine jades in the city instantly turned into dust. At the last moment, countless pieces of fire phoenix divine jades that were used to arrange the formation turned into ashes. He Tian's heart was bleeding. That was several thousand pieces of fire phoenix divine jades, a huge amount of divine treasures. Anyone would be envious of such a fortune, but it turned into nothingness just like that. Go! Heavenly Tyrant Shen King soared into the sky, protecting the Yi clan's ancient city as they disappeared into the horizon. Heavenly Monk Heron heaved a sigh of relief when all the forces that came out from the wilderness had left. One had to know that these experts were a huge threat to the Buddhist path. Gu Fei, heavenly monk Fa Tian's figure flickered and directly rushed into the golden door above the spirited mountain. The golden door in the sky did not close. After a while, heavenly monk Fa Tian once again rushed out from the golden door. This time, a peerless beauty followed behind him. This peerless beauty was the Chaos Demonic Lord. The Savage Beast Lord and the Chaos Demonic Lord, these two great quasi-saint experts had already converted to Buddhism and lost their freedom, obeying heavenly monk Fa Tian's orders. How could such characters be willing to be ordered around by others? However, no one knew what method heavenly monk Fa Tian used to subdue these two great quasi-saint existences. This was unbelievable. Heavenly monk Erun brought the chaos demonic lord and the savage beast lord away from the spirited mountain. I'm finally back. At the edge of the Western Buddhist land, on the peak of a mountain stood a figure. This person was none other than Gu Fei. After leaving the spirited mountain, he arrived at the periphery of the West Earth. This place was close to the shaman land. He still had a disciple here. In the past, he broke out of the Hell Dao and wreaked havoc in the spirited mountain. After that, he came to the shaman land that bordered the West Earth and Central Earth. There, he killed an incomparably powerful shaman demon and took in a disciple. So many years had passed. How was his disciple doing? What realm had his cultivation reached? The human world was no longer the human world of the past. The forces of the ancient desolate had begun to return, and the great Tao of heaven and earth was gradually changing. Experts were emerging in large numbers. In such a great era, his disciple would inevitably face all kinds of challenges. The world of cultivation was cruel. If one's cultivation wasn't strong enough, his life would be in danger at any time. If he met an opponent stronger than him, his ending would definitely be miserable. Let's go and take a look. When Gu Fei thought of this, he immediately soared into the sky and disappeared into the mountain. In the shaman land, an ancient city stood tall on the ground. It emitted a boundless aura. This was a god city that had existed for countless years. At this time, the ancient city was gloomy and gloomy. The city gates were tightly shut, and even the city protection formation had been activated. Many corpses lay in front of the city gates. There was a powerful existence blocking everyone in the ancient city. Chapter 1565. The Sorcerer Land used to be a barren land between the Middle Land and the West Land. It was ruled by the Sorcerer tribe for countless years, which was why it was called the Sorcerer Land. Since the Sorcerer tribe was destroyed by Gu Fei, the Sorcerer Land was under the control of the Gu family. The number one expert of the Gu family was Gu Fei's disciple. Gu Fei's disciple was incredible. He really took the Holy Virgin of the Yaotai Holy Land as his wife and gave birth to a son. Gu Xiaofeng was now in the heaven realm. However, today, the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land faced a great calamity. Forces from the remote antiquity attacked the Gu family and surrounded the ancient city. Anyone who came out of the ancient city and China would be killed. Someone wanted to destroy the Gu family of the Sorcerer Land. Master, what should we do now? In the governor's mansion of the ancient city, a fat middle-aged man sat on a throne. Senior members of the Gu family sat on both sides of him. The hall was filled with sorrow. The Gu family of the Sorcerer Land had been blocked in the city for 18 days. During these 18 days, many disciples of the Gu family were killed. Even Gu Zhong's eldest disciple was killed at the city gate. However, those people couldn't break the protective formation of the ancient city. The formation of the ancient city was set up by He Tian years ago. He Tian's formation was different. The ancient city's formation could automatically absorb the earth essence and gather power. After many years of absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the power of the formation had been enhanced to a level that could frighten even mighty figures. This was also the reason why those people didn't dare to attack the formation. Defend. Gu Zhong was no longer the Gu Zhong he used to be. He was now Gu Fei's disciple. Gu Fei had left him many elixirs before he left. With the help of the elixirs and his own efforts, Gu Zhong had become an emperor. A ninth heaven emperor realm expert could easily kill an immortal emperor and Shen king. He was only half a step away from the realm of mighty figures. However, he couldn't take this step no matter how hard he tried. The existence of the ninth heaven martial emperor was enough to intimidate an entire region and compete with the first heaven martial emperor. However, Gu Zhong was not Gu Fei after all. He did not have an extreme Dao Saint weapon, nor had he cultivated an inner world. When he fought with others, there was no way out. If he could not win, he could only escape. If he could not escape, he would die. Guard! The upper echelons of the Gu clan, who were in the main hall, felt despair. How much longer could they hold out? The other party had already sent someone to invite a semi-sage. The grand formation of the ancient city would be breached once a half-saint arrived, and the Gu clan would be completely annihilated once the half-saint arrived. A great calamity was about to befall them, yet they were still defending to the death. Wasn't that just waiting for death? Some of the members of the Gu family began to look for a way out. After all, not everyone was so courageous, and not everyone was unafraid of death. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from outside. An extremely powerful aura passed through the city protecting Grand Array and entered the city lord mansion. Hearing this roar, everyone's expression changed. A peerlessly powerful existence had arrived. How could it be so fast? The upper echelons of the Gu clan, who were in the main hall, were extremely shocked. The semi-sage invited by the other party had arrived, and what awaited them was the butcher's knife. All of them felt despair. A semi-sage? What kind of existence was that? Even in the mortal dimension, a semi-sage was a peerlessly powerful existence and could be said to be invincible. They had never imagined that the other party would actually invite a semi-sage over so quickly. The setting sun was like blood. An old man stood on a mountain outside the ancient city. The old man's entire body emanated a divine radiance. Numerous divine markings of the great Tao appeared on his body and interweaved with the energy of the great Tao. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the old man's body. There was no one on the mountain peak who could withstand the pressure emitted from the old man's body. This old man was a semi-sage. Such an existence could move unhindered even in the mortal dimension. Who exactly did the Gu clan offend? Even Gu Zhong didn't know that the other party was actually able to invite a semi-sage. It was a mysterious force that had set its eyes on them. This grand formation is very extraordinary. It'll be a pity if it's destroyed. The old man's eyes emitted 2 rays of dazzling divine light. His knowledge was extraordinary, so he was able to discern the peculiarity of the grand formation in front of the ancient city with a single glance. It was connected to the chi of the 9 heavens and the power of the earth. The power drawn by this grand formation was too shocking. If this grand formation continued to absorb the essence of the world for a few hundred years, then even a semi-sage would probably find it difficult to destroy this grand formation. Even though it's a pity, there's no other way. The old man soared up from the mountain and flew towards the ancient city. Bam! A huge hand slapped down from the sky above the ancient city. Countless Tao markings surged on the huge hand, and it seemed like a world was pressing down on the ancient city. Rumble! The entire ancient city shook. Countless formation markings were activated at the first possible moment. All of them soared into the sky and interweaved into an inescapable net. Swoosh! Rays of starlight descended from the sky. Earth essence that looked like dragons surged out from the ground. At this moment, the grand formation of the city had drawn down the killing tribulation of the world. Even if a mighty cultivator were to barge in with such power, his expression would probably change. Rays of starlight transformed into a terrifying divine light of absolute death and shot towards the giant hand in the sky. Meanwhile, the giant dragon that rushed out from the ground also rushed towards the giant hand in the sky. Boom! The killing lights formed by the power of the stars and the dragons that rushed out from the ground all collapsed amidst an earth-shattering rumble. The huge hand was indestructible and carried the power of the great path. It seemed like it could suppress everything and wipe out everything in the world. You've gone too far. A loud shout was heard from the ancient city. Then, a figure rushed out from the city and threw a punch. The entire world shook. Boom! The huge hand that slapped down from the sky collapsed in an instant. Countless Tao markings were shameful. That person's punch had such power. A surprised voice was heard from the sky. The person in the sky did not seem to have expected his opponent to be able to block his attack. The combat power that his opponent had displayed surprised him. He's just a little guy in the 9th heaven of the martial emperor realm. How could he have such combat power? The person who came was very surprised. Moreover, he wanted to know how the little guy in front of him had done it. A warrior in the 9th heaven of the martial emperor realm was able to block the attack of a semi-saint. In fact, The power of the semi-saint had been greatly weakened by the grand formation of the city. That was why Gu Zhong could destroy the remaining power with one punch. Otherwise, even Gu Zhong would have been seriously injured. Although the martial body of the martial emperor realm was strong, the gap between the two was too big. Chapter 1566. The attack of a half-step saint had put the entire Gu family in danger of being annihilated. The grand formation laid down by He Tian in the past couldn't compete with the power of a half-step saint. What was a half-step saint? It was a half-step saint. Although it wasn't a true saint, it still had the aura and means of a saint. Although the Great City Barrier Array was extraordinary and could draw upon the power of heaven and earth for its use, it was still not enough in the face of absolute power. Rumble. A huge hand surrounded by countless Dao runes fell from the sky, emitting a peerlessly powerful wave. It was as if a part of the heaven and earth was collapsing and pressing down. The countless formation runes that enveloped the ancient city emitted the brightest light and displayed the most powerful force, but it still couldn't resist the suppression of the half-step saint's hand. Countless formation runes were dissipating and collapsing. A gap appeared in the sky above the ancient city. The entire grand formation was broken by the huge hand. Swoosh! In the sky above, huge starlight the size of mountains fell. It was the power of the stars drawn by the grand formation of the ancient city. Each of the starlight contained the power of destruction. Billions of starlight fell from the sky, forming the most terrifying destructive divine light. Even an immortal emperor would die if they were swept by these starlight. Even a supreme expert would be severely injured if he or she broke into this place. At the same time, formation runes emerged on the ground and interweaved into a mysterious pattern. The essence of the earth was drawn. Bang! Huge dragon-like essence of the earth rushed out of the pattern and soared into the sky like real earth dragons, colliding with the half-step saint's hand in the sky. The murderous intent descended from the sky and the murderous tribulation of the earth. This was the murderous tribulation of the heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Even a half-step saint couldn't help but be moved. Boom! An earth-shattering sound spread across the entire shaman land, causing billions of living beings to tremble. The pressure of a half-step saint was too powerful. This was the peak power of the human world. Of course, a half-step saint wasn't the strongest, but it was enough to do whatever it wanted in the human world. Billions of starlight collapsed and countless huge dragons collapsed. The half-step saint's hand destroyed everything, directly breaking one of the most powerful attacks of the ancient city's grand formation. The higher-ups of the Gu family were in despair. They couldn't resist the power of a half-step saint. The grand formation that He Tian had set up in the past could no longer protect the Gu family. This was definitely a disaster for the Gu family. Great changes were happening in the human world. It was as if there was a force driving all of this. There was an invisible dark hand that wanted to control these changes. Someone had set their eyes on the Gu family of the shaman land. This was a mysterious force. It should be known that the wife of the current patriarch of the Gu clan, Gu Zhong, was once the saintess of the Yaotai Holy Land. The relationship between the Gu clan and the Yaotai Holy Land was impossible to be unknown to the other forces in the human world. In the mortal world, the Daoist ancient Holy Land was a transcendent existence. This Holy Land had a background that made others apprehensive. No one dared to look down on it, and no one was willing to rashly provoke it. Some people said that there were Yaotai ancient immortals sleeping in the Yaotai ancient sacred land. They were at least saint-level existences. If a saint were to appear in the mortal dimension where saints had vanished, then it would be a formidable force that was capable of toppling the entire mortal dimension. Saints in the human world were invincible and supreme existences. Gu Zhong's talent was extraordinary. He cultivated the martial way of the supreme martial ancestor, which was passed down from Gu Fei. It was a supreme martial way that could turn one's body into a saint. In the past, when Gu Zhong had stolen the saintess of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land, the experts of the Yaotai ancient Holy Land had come to the city. However, they were blocked by the ancient city's grand formation and could not enter the city. However, in just 100 years, the audacious Gu Zhong had become a martial emperor. His combat strength was at the 9th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Even those at the 1st heaven of the martial emperor realm would be terrified. Of course, the fact that Gu Zhong was able to cultivate to such a level within 100 years was inseparable from the changes in the human world. The human world had become suitable for cultivation. The great way of the heavens and earth had become closer to each other. This was good news for all cultivators. The great way of the heavens and earth was no longer difficult to grasp. It allowed those who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation to break through. It was under such circumstances that Gu Zhong managed to cultivate his martial monarch body. The value of a martial emperor was undoubtedly great. In recent years, the Yaotai ancient sacred grounds' attitude toward Gu Zhong had gradually changed. They seemed to be able to accept Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong was in danger and the people of the ancient sacred ground would not ignore him. It should be known that Gu Zhong's wife had returned to the Yaotai ancient sacred ground 10 years ago. No one was willing to raise a flag to attack the Gu family. All of this was done in secret. A mysterious and powerful force wanted to destroy the Gu family. The half-saint's hand continued to press down. Although the power of the formation had reduced the strength of the hand by more than half, if the hand were to hit the city, it would definitely shatter the entire ancient city into pieces. The residents of the city would not be able to escape death. Damn it! A furious roar came from the city. You've gone too far. A figure rushed out from the city and threw a punch. The huge force shook the heavens and earth. It was only a single punch, but it was already earth-shattering. This was the might of a martial emperor. It was an invincible Dao. The martial Dao created by the supreme martial ancestor was invincible to begin with. It allowed one to become a martial saint by force. As long as one could become a martial saint, one would be invincible among those in the same realm. A martial ancestor was an invincible existence. Boom! The extremely ferocious fist energy collided with the giant hand in the sky. A destructive force swept out in all directions, causing countless formation runes to dissipate. Under this destructive power, the great city protecting array almost disintegrated. Gu Zhong threw out a powerful punch. The giant hand that was pressing down from the sky collapsed. The punch had actually shattered the half-saint's hand. What? A cry of surprise came from the sky. The half-saint in the sky could not believe that a mere 9th heaven emperor realm cultivator had withstood his attack. Gu Zhong fell from the sky with a trace of blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Although he had dissipated the half-saint's hand, he had also suffered a great impact. Even his powerful martial emperor body had been injured. Master. A few figures rushed out from the city lord's mansion. A cold sneer came from the sky. 9 rays of divine light shot down from the sky and pierced through the 9 figures. 9 people were killed on the spot. Gu Zhong roared in anger. His eyes were bloodshot. Those were his 9 disciples. He flew into a rage and rushed towards the half-saint in the sky. The death of his top 10 disciples was definitely a terrifying blow to Gu Zhong. It was enough to drive him mad. Kill! Gu Zhong shouted and immediately used an ancient combat skill. His murderous intent soared to the sky as he charged forward. So what if he was facing a half-saint? The worst that could happen was death. Chapter 1567. Immortal Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1575. Bullying My Disciple? Bully My Disciple? Eternal Martial Lord Chapter 1575. Immortal Martial Saint Chapter 1575 Chapter 1005 Chapter 1575. Bullying My Disciple? Xianxia Fantasy, Immortal Martial Saint, Volume 2 Chapter 1575. Immortal Martial Saint Bully My Disciple? Return to Immortal Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1575. Bullying My Disciple. Bully My Disciple? Novel name, Immortal Martial Saint. Author, Liang Clan's 3rd Young Master Category, Xianxia Fantasy. Indestructible Martial Saint. Remember, updated quickly. As a martial artist, Gu Zhong could only move forward, there was no retreat. Of course, he had no other choice but to fight with his life on the line. Novel, no one thought that the enemy would invite a half-step saint so quickly. Without any suspense, the great protective formation was broken in the first moment. Kill! Gu Zhong roared, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. His murderous intent soared to the heavens. 10 of his disciples were killed. This almost drove him crazy. No matter what half-step saint he was, he still wanted to fight. Even if he died in battle, Gu Zhong would absolutely not retreat. The city's supreme treasure. Gu Zhong's body was still huge like a ball, but his movements were extremely fast. He cultivated the desolate steppes. His speed was so fast that even supreme experts couldn't catch up to him. Do you want to die? I haven't had enough fun yet. Cruel and callous words echoed down from the sky. A huge hand slammed down from the sky, sending Gu Zhong, who was about to risk his life, flying away. That half-saint had controlled his strength perfectly. He had only caused Gu Zhong's sovereign martial body to almost collapse. However, his life wasn't harmed. Then, the huge hand swiped down towards the city. More than 10 figures that soared into the sky were shattered into clouds of blood mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Gu Zhong's eyes were bloodshot, he gritted his teeth. He was mad with hatred, the muscles on his face trembled. He was about to fall into a state of madness. Gu Zhong's father, brothers, and uncles were amongst those who were killed by the half-saint. They were Gu Zhong's closest relatives, yet they had actually died in front of him on this day, yet he was unable to do anything about it. I want to become stronger, I want to kill all of you, no matter who you are. Gu Zhong roared towards the sky as tears of blood flowed from his eyes. The martial Dao true force in his body surged violently. He cultivated the 5 elemental true force, which was different from his master, Gu Fei. Cling. Boundless 5 elemental true force rushed out from Gu Zhong's body, condensing into multicolored divine swords that floated around him, emitting a monstrous sword chi. Shahage. Pure text, it's just a deathbed struggle, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. The icy cold voice in the sky resounded. A tiny emperor actually dared to compete with a half-saint? This was simply courting death. In the eyes of a half-saint, Gu Zhong wasn't any stronger than an ant. Bam! Another giant hand slammed down from the sky. Kill! Gu Zhong waved his hand, and the countless 5-colored divine warships around him shot into the sky, piercing towards the blurry figure in the sky. Countless sword shadows soared into the sky. Such a scene was grand and shocking, but in the eyes of a half-saint, such an attack was too weak. The giant hand swiped and the sword light in the sky dispersed. The 5 elemental sword chi was directly dispersed and then devoured by the giant hand. This power was absorbed by the half-saint. Such pure power! The cold voice in the sky resounded. Without any suspense, Gu Zhong was once again sent flying, but the half-saint in the sky was not in a hurry to kill him. Gu Zhong was only injured, not killed. I'm going to kill all of your family in front of you. The half-saint was ruthless, wanting to destroy the entire Gu clan. He attacked continuously, and the Gu clan didn't have the strength to resist. A few more people were killed. Roar! Although Gu Zhong's battle intent was like a rainbow, the disparity between the two sides was too great. Even if he wanted to go all out, it would be difficult for him to get close to the killing god in the sky. Master, it seems like this disciple is going to die today. Gu Zhong felt despair. Ever since he was accepted as a disciple by Gu Fei, he had never felt such despair. Even the great formation of the city couldn't stop the enemy. At this time, Gu Zhong thought of his master, Gu Fei, who had brought him on the path of martial arts. I want to look at your martial scripture. The half-saint in the sky was extremely domineering. He directly stretched out his hand to grab Gu Zhong. Gu Zhong's emperor martial physique was seriously injured, and he couldn't dodge at all. He was grabbed by the giant hand and brought in front of the half-saint. Divine runes of the great Dao rushed out from the half-saint's hand and then branded into Gu Zhong's body, completely suppressing him. At this time, even if Gu Zhong wanted to go all out, he couldn't do anything. Preposterous! Gu Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. Was this the power of a half-saint? Before Gu Fei left, he had branded half of the martial scripture in Gu Zhong's heart. This half-saint was actually after his martial scripture. One should know that the martial scripture was a supreme cultivation technique created by the supreme martial ancestor. If it was leaked in his hands, Then Gu Zhong would be a sinner of the martial ancestors' line. Swish! A divine light emerged from between the old man's eyebrows, as if a divine eye was growing out. An extremely powerful divine sense surged out from the crack between his eyebrows. Cultivation Rampage Quick Look Book. The old man wanted to use the soul-searching technique to directly read Gu Zhong's memories. In this way, all of Gu Zhong's secrets would be seen through by the old man. Gu Zhong wished for nothing more than to die right now. This soul-searching technique was extremely overbearing. The soul would be heavily injured, and if it was light, the soul would turn into an idiot. Just when the old man was about to use his powerful divine will to directly enter Gu Zhong's Naiwen Palace, a loud shout came from afar. The voice was filled with anger. That is, as soon as the voice entered his ears, Gu Zhong was dumbfounded. He hadn't forgotten this voice for 100 years. Is that master? Bang! Following a muffled sound, Gu Zhong felt his body flying. The old man who grabbed him retreated in panic as if he had encountered a strong enemy. You dare to bully my disciple? You're courting death. A person rushed over from afar. A powerful aura was emitted from the person's body. It was vast and mighty. This person was like an invincible god of war. With just a punch, he forced a half-step saint to retreat. Master! It's really Master! I'm not dreaming, right? Gu Zhong was surprised and happy. He saw a powerful figure reaching out his hand and catching him. Good boy, it's not a waste for me to accept you as my disciple. You actually dared to challenge a half-step saint. You're even more amazing than me. Gu Fei held Gu Zhong in his arms, and an unparalleled true power was transmitted from his hands. The great path divine inscriptions that were imprinted on Gu Zhong's body were immediately forced out of his body. Who are you? The old man was shocked and angered by Gu Fei's punch. This person was extremely powerful. Moreover, he was not a half-step saint. He was a fifth heavenly layer almighty. Gu Fei arrived. Fortunately, he came in time. Otherwise, his only disciple in the human realm would have fallen. Master, it's really you? Gu Zhong shed tears. Gu Zhong was shedding hot tears. He had never imagined that Gu Fei would appear at this moment. The Gu clan was saved. It's me. Go and rest first. Watch as Master plucks this guy's head off and kicks it like a ball. How dare you bully my disciple? You must be tired of living. Gu Fei waved his hand. Gu Zhong's fat body immediately flew towards the city lord's mansion below. He was caught by the experts of the Gu clan who rushed out of the city and placed on the ground. Master? You're Gu Zhong's master? Very good. I want your martial scripture. The old man was still domineering. He didn't think that a guy who was only a fifth heavenly layer almighty would be his opponent. Gu Fei sneered and stared at the old man. Half-step saint? In his eyes, it was a joke. After all, he'd killed the half-saint of the demon clan not long ago. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Lord Book Chapter 1575 Chapter 1000 Li My Disciple? Is the Liang clan's third young master's indestructible martial revered good? If you haven't finished reading, you can add the Immortal Martial Supremacy. Keyboard, enter key square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited wuxia dream. If you like the Liang family's third young masters, indestructible martial arts revered. Please add indestructible martial arts revered to make it easier to read in the future. If you have any suggestions for the indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the admin. Collect all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Provide Indestructible Martial Lord, Volume 2, Chapter 1575 Chapter 1000 Li My Disciple? Chapter 1568. You dare to bully my disciple? You're courting death. Gu Fei directly rushed forward like a phantom. His whole body seemed to have merged with the surrounding void. However, such a rush actually made the old man feel that it was difficult to dodge. An extremely dangerous aura was emitted from Gu Fei's body. What? The old man was shocked. This guy's cultivation was only at the 5th heaven of Almighty Realm. How could he make the old man feel like this? This was really unbelievable. Boom. A terrifying aura that seemed to come from ancient times erupted from Gu Fei's body. His speed instantly increased to the limit and he instantly rushed in front of the old man. Swish. The old man was a half-step saint after all. His reaction was not slow and he immediately retreated. However, it was already too late. Gu Fei's fist had already hit in front of the old man. The old man roared and his clothes swelled up. Countless Dao patterns emerged on his body and weaved the power of the great Dao. He was using the power of the great Dao to protect himself. However, this punch of Gu Fei was at the peak of his strength. His spirit was raised to the limit. This punch was indomitable and invincible. The old man watched as Gu Fei's fist penetrated the Dao patterns outside his body and hit his chest. The sound of bones breaking was immediately heard. Gu Fei's fist deeply sank into the old man's chest. The powerful body of a half-step saint could not resist this powerful punch of Gu Fei's. Gu Fei used all his strength to fight a rabbit. He used the Ascension secret technique in order to kill the old man in one blow. He wanted to use thousands of moves in one blow to determine the outcome of the battle. Gu Fei let out a furious roar. His fist blossomed with millions of rays of divine light, and a peerlessly powerful force erupted. It was as if a sun had exploded, illuminating the entire world. The old man let out a blood-curdling screech. His entire chest exploded. This power was simply too powerful. Even his half-sage physique couldn't withstand it and was heavily injured. A great amount of blood sprinkled down from the sky as the semi-sage was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's punch. His entire body was almost blown up. "I'll kill you!" Blood gushed out of the elder's mouth, and a powerful murderous aura emanated from his body. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on the elder's body. His broken chest was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His muscles, bones, and blood were surging rapidly. In just a few breaths, the old man's body had been completely healed. However, a punch from Gu Fei was enough to injure the old man's vitality. To the old man, this was absolutely unforgivable. If the news that he was injured by a little guy who was only at the 5th heaven of Almighty Realm spread, he wouldn't be able to face anyone. Of course, this was a mysterious operation. No one would know about it. However, the old man couldn't get over it. If he didn't kill Gu Fei, there would be a shadow in the old man's heart. It would be a knot in his heart. This would cause his cultivation to stagnate and affect his Dao heart. Kill! The old man displayed the powerful combat strength of the semi-sage realm. Countless Dao patterns weaved into a large bell, and it fell down on Gu Fei's head. This was a killing technique of the semi-sage realm. Humph! Gu Fei soared into the sky and punched upwards. This extremely powerful punch directly shattered the Dao bell. In the face of absolute power, even a real Dao instrument would be destroyed. This time, the old man was really shocked. Was this really a guy who was at the 5th heaven of Almighty Realm? This was too heaven-defying. This kind of combat strength should not be possessed by someone who was only at the 5th heaven of Almighty Realm. Gu Fei didn't care what the old man was thinking. His goal was very simple, and that was to kill this guy who dared to bully his disciple. "I'm not playing with you anymore." Gu Fei unsheathed the purple-gold divine sword and slashed at the old man. A ray of purple sword light flashed across the void like a bolt of lightning. Swoosh! Blood suddenly appeared, and an arm flew high into the sky. The old man screamed and reached out to cover his broken arm. He quickly rushed into the distant sky, trying to escape from this place. "That's a sword of the extreme path. How dare they trick me?" The old man was shocked. Although Gu Fei's sword did not display the power of the extreme path, the murderous aura contained in the purple-gold divine sword invaded his body and destroyed his vitality. The murderous aura on the purple-gold divine sword was extraordinary. Even if this murderous aura invaded the body, it would be difficult for even a semi-sage to resist. Starting from the broken arm, the old man's body gradually collapsed, and his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones gradually turned into flying ash. In just an instant, half of the old man's body had already disappeared. Arg, damn it! The old man was scared out of his wits. Although he was a semi-sage, it did not mean that he would not die. It seemed that he would not be able to keep his body. To be able to become a semi-sage, this old man was also an extremely talented human. He was decisive in killing. His primordial spirit directly broke through the top of his head, turned into a divine light, and soared into the sky. Buzz! A sword sound rang out, and a purple sword light chased from behind. The old man's primordial spirit was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow. He wanted to use a primordial spirit technique to escape, but the speed of the purple gold divine light was too fast. Swish! The sword light flashed, and the old man's primordial spirit was instantly caught by the sword light, and directly turned into flying ash. A peerless semi-sage was killed by Gu Fei just like that. Master, in the ancient city, Gu Zhong saw this scene, and he was both surprised and happy. He was surprised by the strength of his master, who could easily kill a semi-sage. He was happy because the great calamity of the Gu clan had finally been resolved. Humph, a lot of people came. After killing the semi-sage, Gu Fei's pair of divine eyes immediately scanned the surroundings. There were many obscure auras coming from the vicinity of the ancient city. There were experts hiding nearby. What kind of disaster did this brat Gu Zhong do that someone actually invited a semi-sage to kill him? Swish! Gu Fei's figure suddenly disappeared in the sky. In the next moment, a scream resounded from a short mountain outside the ancient city, and a cloud of blood burst out from that place. Someone was killed in an instant. Go! Someone secretly ordered, and the experts hiding in the surroundings of the ancient city quickly moved far away. They wanted to leave this place. Even the semi-sage they invited was killed. If they didn't leave now, then they wouldn't be able to leave anymore. What's going on? How can there be such a powerful expert in the Gu clan? Gu Fei's silhouette flashed in and out of the vicinity of the ancient city. He was like a god of death, wielding the violet gold divine sword, reaping lives one by one. Under the violet gold divine sword, no one could withstand a single attack from Gu Fei. Even if this sword didn't display its extreme divine power, it still possessed terrifying power. The murderous aura emitted by the purple gold divine sword was enough to threaten a semi-sage. This was a one-sided massacre. They were originally the hunters, but now they had become the prey. Not a single one of those mysterious experts hiding in the dark could escape. Let's see who in this mortal world dares to bully the disciple of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's voice spread far and wide. Chapter 1569. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1577. War is Over Master Hei's Masterpiece Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1577. War is Over Master Hei's Masterpiece, Xuanhuan Fantasy, Indestructible Martial Saint, Volume 2 Chapter 1577. Master Hei's Masterpiece Master Black's Masterpiece returns to the Indestructible Martial Lord Catalog Volume 2 Chapter 1577. War is Over Master Hei's Masterpiece Name, Indestructible Martial Saint Author, Liang Clan's Third Young Master Type, Xuanhuan. Fantasy Indestructible Martial Saint, Update quickly. Gu Fei returned and slaughtered all those who dared to attack his disciple, not letting a single one of them escape. He used the violet gold godly sword, capable of slaying even a half-saint. Although Gu Fei had refined the extreme Dao sword, its killing intent was still as strong as ever. A single strand of killing intent was enough to kill a half-saint. There was no need to use the extreme Dao divine aura, just a simple slash was enough to sweep through everything. This was the terror of an extreme Dao saint weapon, no one could resist such power. 108 experts. Just who did this Gu Zhong kid offend? In a forest, Gu Fei stood with his sword, a drop of blood dripping down from the tip of his sword. Behind him was a corpse, the smell of blood permeated the air. Gu Fei chased for 1,000 miles and finally killed one of the pursuers with his sword. He would never let go of those who dared to target his disciple, nor would he be merciful. In the cruel world of cultivation, there was no room for mercy. To be able to invite a half-saint and mobilize so many experts, this force was not simple. Gu Fei's expression turned solemn. "You are the person I've been waiting for my entire life." He walked out of the forest and soared into the sky, flying towards the ancient city. This time, the Gu clan had suffered a great calamity. The Gu clan's members were either dead or injured. Almost all of them were crippled. Master Gu Zhong personally went out of the city to welcome Gu Fei. The two of them had not seen each other for 100 years, and naturally, they had many things to talk about. In the past 100 years, Gu Zhong was able to cultivate his skills, which made Gu Fei feel incomparably shocked. It should be known that the martial way was not an easy path. It was far more difficult than other cultivation systems. Many martial artists would find it difficult to achieve anything even after cultivating for a while. Novel. If Gu Fei had not coincidentally obtained a mystical jade pendant that allowed his cultivation speed to soar by 10 times, he would have died of old age long ago. If one did not become an immortal, one would not be able to live forever. Gu Fei's master had reached the end of his lifespan and died of old age on Taishin Mountain. For the rest of his life, it was difficult for him to cultivate martial arts to a level that would allow him to live forever. In a secret chamber in the ancient city, Gu Fei and Gu Zhong were discussing in detail. At this time, in a region where West Earth and Shaman Land intersected, someone was fighting a great battle. The power of Yin and Yang was vast and mighty. Someone had linked up with Yin and Yang, using the two energies of Yin and Yang to activate the great life-slaying technique. Yin-Yang Dao diagram appeared in the skies above this area. Rumble! The earth shook, and another force erupted. Rays of golden light rushed out from below the Yin-Yang Dao diagram, illuminating the world. This was an auspicious power of Buddha. The full text of the 5 emblems was free to read. The power of mercy of Buddha was just a facade. The auspicious power of Buddha could also transform into a terrible power of slaughter to subdue demons and demons. The mercy of Buddhism was limited. Perhaps only the legendary Buddha Lord of all ages truly possessed the supreme power of mercy and compassion to save the billions of lives in the 3 realms and 6 paths. You big baldies, if you keep pushing me, I'll break your big bald heads. A voice rang out. Below the Yin-Yang Dao diagram stood a figure. Yin and Yang matrix patterns bloomed all over his body, drawing the power of Yin and Yang between heaven and earth, turning it into a power of slaughter. He was fighting with the 3 golden arhats below. Rays of killing light formed from the essence of Yin and Yang fell from the Yin-Yang Dao diagram behind He Tian, sweeping towards the 3 golden arhats below. Demon, submit to the law. One of the golden arhats shouted. Countless Buddhist patterns emerged on his body, and a peerless and powerful Buddhist power rushed out from his body. Buzz! A golden Buddhist commandment blade rushed out from the top of the golden-bodied arhat's head and turned into a beam of dazzling golden light. It slashed upward and broke through the layers of Yin and Yang energy essence, pointing straight at Mahakala. Holy weapon? He Tian was surprised, but he immediately calmed down. This Buddhist commandment blade was not a holy weapon. Although there was a wisp of holy qi rushing out, it was not comparable to a holy weapon at all. It's just a quasi-holy weapon, and you want to take my life? What a joke, the mark you left in my heart. Mahakala pointed a finger forward, and a nearly invisible sword beam shot out from the tip of his finger. It instantly pierced through the golden light that was coming at him, shattering the blade energy. The golden Buddhist commandment blade in the blade light was minced into thousands of pieces, and the fragments turned into countless golden lights, like golden stars, dissipating in the void. What? The 3 golden arhats below were shocked. This was a Buddhist weapon bestowed by Buddhist Lord Green Lotus, yet it was destroyed just like that. This shocked and angered them at the same time. At this time, Buddhist Lord Green Lotus had already returned to the spiritual mountain and brought many Buddhist experts with him. These 3 golden arhats were 3 of the 36 golden arhats. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus had sent out 36 golden arhats to hunt down the lone experts that broke out from the heavenly Buddha path. He Tian was unlucky and was targeted by 3 golden arhats. He Tian wanted to ignore these baldies, but these baldies attacked him as soon as they appeared, almost injuring him. This made him furious. However, there were 3 of them, and each of them was an almighty expert with a Buddhist weapon on them. He Tian wasn't someone who would suffer a loss when the odds were against him. He immediately retreated, causing the 3 golden arhats to chase him for thousands of miles. Finally, he arrived at the border of West Earth. Since he had already returned to the mortal world, He Tian knew that Gu Fei would definitely go find his disciple because he was Gu Fei's only disciple in the mortal world. I'll let you know that Grandpa He isn't someone to be trifled with. Do you know how much my heart hurts? He Tian smiled wickedly. The nearly invisible sword light fell from the sky and directly broke the Vajra demon's subduing ring propped up by the 3 golden arhats. Wah! My face. The 3 golden arhats felt a stabbing pain on their heads, faces, and chests. One of the 3 golden arhats had a small turtle carved on his head. On the face of the other golden arhat, there was a mark that looked like a pile of feces. The last golden arhat's chest was actually carved with the image of a half-naked beauty by the nearly transparent sword light. The image of the beauty was vivid and lifelike. Hee, remember this in the future. Don't provoke Grandpa He anymore. He Tian was very satisfied with his masterpiece. He chuckled a few times and retracted the sword light. He fused with the yin-yang Dao diagram behind him and turned into a beam of yin-yang divine light that soared into the sky. This is, when the 3 golden arhats saw the marks on their bodies, they almost vomited blood. Especially the one who had the image of a beauty carved on his chest by He Tian. His vision turned dark and he almost fainted. This demon. These marks were imbued with the power of a saint. It was impossible to heal them. This caused the 3 golden arhats to be shocked and furious. You can search for the latest updates of this book on Baidu. Indestructible Martial Saint Volume 2 Chapter 1577. Immortal Martial Saint Master He's masterpiece is the Liang clan's 3rd young master's indestructible martial revered good. If you haven't finished reading, you can add the Immortal Martial Supremacy. Keyboard, enter key square root. Keyboard, recommended reading. Sword-wielding song legend mage another world survival record playing game arena flourishing China swallowing the stars unlimited strong martial arts innate divine doctor unlimited wuxia dream. If you like the Liang family's 3rd young masters, indestructible martial arts revered. Please add indestructible martial arts revered to make it easier to read in the future. If you have any suggestions for the indestructible martial arts revered, please send a message to the administrator. Collect all kinds of fantasy and fantasy novels for you. Provide Indestructible Martial Lord, Volume 2, Chapter 1577. War is Over, Master Black's masterpiece.